Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The sun has risen in Pallet Town. The Pidgey were out bright and early, chirping, letting its inhabitants know that it was morning and that it was time to get up. In a room upstairs lay a boy who was about to have the most exciting adventure of his life but doesn't know that yet. An alarm clock went off at 7:30, alerting the boy that it was time to get up and do his daily routine. Waking up with a grumble, he turned the alarm off and looked at the window with a smile. It showed 3 Pokémon eggs he had found in the forest. 5 years ago. Ash was running through the forest playing with some Pokémon he found just sitting around looking bored out of their minds, so he asked if they wanted to play with him, which they responded with a corresponding yes. He laughed and asked them what they wanted to play. They said they wanted to play hide and seek. He agreed, which surprised the little Pokémon. They asked if he could actually understand them, which he replied to with a yes. That seemed to make them happy. It had been a long time since there was a human that could communicate with them. As Ash was counting down to 10 and the Pokémon was hiding quietly, he noticed 3 eggs from behind the tree he was leaning on. Walking from behind the tree, he was able to get a good look at them. There were 3, one had yellow at the tip with the center of it black and the bottom of it blue. The second one was blue with white spots at the tip, with one in the middle and one at the bottom. The third was big. It was bigger than the others. The top was covered in green with a red horn sticking out of it, while the bottom half was white. For some reason he felt a pull coming from the eggs, almost as if they were calling out to him. He touched the black and blue one and felt a surge of power surround him. It felt both calming and powerful. He felt his vision turn blue, almost as if he can see things differently than what other people see. After a while his vision returned to normal, but his hand was still on the egg. He picked up the 2 smaller eggs but needed help with the third big one. His problem was solved when one of the Pokémon he was playing with used Vine Whip to grab the egg. He thanked the little Pokémon and they began walking to his home. The Pokémon brought the egg up to his room by using the window, setting it on the window sill, while Ash walked through the front doors heading upstairs to his room, putting the 2 eggs next to the big one. Waving goodbye to his friend, he laid in his bed, closing his eye with a smile on his face. Now, having finally gotten dressed for the day, he put the eggs, even the big one, in his backpack and headed downstairs to begin his journey. When he made it downstairs, he was greeted by the sight of his mom smiling at him. "Oh, look at you. You look so handsome in your training clothes." Delia Ketchum squealed, happy that her son was finally starting his journey. "Mom! What are you doing up so early?" Ash said, surprised that his mother was up. She giggled, "I knew you would get up early so you could start your journey, so I set my alarm at 6:30 and waited for you," she explained. Ash's sweat dropped. "That's Mom for you. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure you have everything ready." "You do, right?" she asked. "Yep. I'm all set," he said happily. "You're almost set, hold on." She walked into the kitchen, then came back with Pokémon food and normal food with a little pot for Ash to make food for himself and his Pokémon if he wants. "Oh wow. Thanks, Mom." He took the items out of her hand and out them in his backpack, putting the eggs on top of them so they wouldn't get harmed. Putting his backpack back on, he headed out the door. "Bye, Mom," he said. "Goodbye, honey, be safe on your journey," she yelled back, waving at her son's back. Ash was heading straight to Professor Oak's lab to get his starter Pokémon and set off on his journey. When he arrived, he saw that no one else was there. It was only natural because the time for people to arrive to get their starter Pokémon was 10 a.m. He knocked on the door, hearing someone yell, "Coming." The person who opened the door was none other than Professor Oak. "I was wondering who was knocking at my door so early in the morning. It's nice to see you, Ash," he smiled. "Sorry, Professor Oak, were you sleeping?" he asked, wondering if he was asleep. The professor just waved it off. "Not at all, you see I'm always up early." "Now then, come inside. You probably want your starter Pokémon, right?" Ash nodded his head. "That's right," he said, walking inside. "I'm actually glad you came here early because I have the perfect Pokémon for you," he said enthusiastically. The boy raised an eyebrow. "What kind of Pokémon?" he asked. The professor simply laughed. "You'll see." Ash was confused but didn't question it. He simply followed the man to his lab. They walked all the way back to the lab where he saw 4 Pokeball, one had a fire symbol on it, the other one had a water symbol on it, the next one had a grass symbol on it, and the last one had a thunder symbol on it. Professor Oak walked behind the one with the thunder symbol on it. The Pokemon in this Pokeball will be your starter Pokemon, but I must warn you, he doesn't exactly have a nice attitude. He released the Pokemon from the Pokeball and revealed a yellow mouse with red cheeks, brown stripes and a tail in the shape of a lightning bolt. A Pikachu. Ash said. That's right, and as you probably already know, it's an electric-type Pokemon. You see, I found him chewing on some wires outside and captured him and got shocked because of it, he laughed. Ash stared at Pikachu and Pikachu stared back, wary of Ash, thinking he might force him into obeying him. The boy smiled and leaned down. Hi, my name's Ash, he said gently, putting a hand out to the mouse. Is it alright if I touch you? He asked. Pikachu was surprised he came across humans before trying to force him into obeying them, but this boy was different. He actually asked if it was okay to touch him. He nodded yes and allowed Ash to touch him. Ash touched Pikachu's cheek. The moment he did, he felt a strange pulse-like feeling and thought for a split second he saw Pikachu turn blue, but it disappeared soon after. In that short instant he closed his eyes and felt all of Pikachu's memories. He felt anger and mistrust towards humans, but those emotions soon faded and were replaced with love and loyalty. When Ash opened his eyes, he saw the Pokemon nuzzling his hand with his eyes closed, saying, "Cha," symbolizing that he liked it. Ash felt happy that Pikachu was happy. The mouse Pokemon hopped on his shoulder, rubbing his cheek against Ash's. The raven-haired teen rubbed Pikachu's head. "Professor, I choose Pikachu." Professor Oak wasn't surprised that Ash befriended Pikachu so easily. When it comes to Pokemon, Ash always had a way with them and loved them dearly, and they loved him back. "Well then Ash, let me just get your Pokédex and Pokeball and you'll be all se dash." He was cut off when another Pokemon appeared and grabbed Ash's pants, getting his attention. Ash looked down in shock. The Pokemon had white fur with the tips of its ears curled. The tuft of fur between its ears was yellow and curled. The collar of fur around its neck was also yellow with a curl rising up to its face. It had yellow eyes with red pupils. The tails were yellow at the base and end in white fluffy curls. Its arms were white and end in yellow, and its legs were yellow. Ash looked at Professor Oak, the look of shock not leaving his face. "Professor Oak, this Pokemon is a dash. A shiny Meowstic." He finished for him. "You see, her trainer abandoned her because she would ignore the trainer's commands in battle, probably because of the lack of trust," he explained. Ash felt angry. What kind of trainer just abandons their Pokemon like that without any hesitation? "This is the first time I'm seeing her interacting with someone. She must really like you, Ash," he complimented. Ash was still kind of surprised that a Pokemon from the Kalos region would end up with Professor Oak, but after hearing the explanation he didn't comment on it. He bent down and asked the same question he asked Pikachu. "Is it alright if I touch you?" The female shiny Meowstic said, "Yes," without any hesitation. He pet her on the head and felt the same sensation he did with Pikachu and felt her emotions, which was only mistrust, but like Pikachu the emotion faded as well and she began purring, liking the petting. "It's settled," the professor said. "Meowstic will be going with you on your journey." Ash's eyes got big. "Wait a minute, Professor, is that okay?" "Of course it is, my boy. She's obviously taken a liking to you, so why not take her with you? Besides, I think she likes being with you more than her previous trainer," he said. Ash had to admit that he liked the cat Pokemon and wouldn't mind adding her to the family. "Is that alright with you, Meowstic?" he asked. She responded by lifting herself up and into Ash's arms. She was facing Professor Oak and rubbed her head against her new trainer. "Looks like that's a yes." "Excellent. Now then, let's get your Pokédex and Pokeballs, shall we?" he said. "Right," Ash said. Professor Oak handed him his Pokédex and 16 Pokeballs. He asked why he gave him 16 instead of 5. The old man said that Ash had 3 eggs with him and he would want to keep them on his journey. "Thank you so much, Professor," Ash said. "Think nothing of it, my boy. Now go on, it's time to start your journey." He smiled at the boy. "Oh, I almost forgot, before you go I have some egg incubators for you so your eggs will be safe and warm." The professor pulled out 3 egg incubators and gave them to Ash. Ash took the eggs out of his backpack and put them in the incubators and put them back in his bag. "Thanks, Professor, well, I'm off," he said, running out the door with his 2 Pokémon. "Be safe on your journey, Ash, and I hope you find what you're looking for," Professor Oak said. Ash ran outside to the town border and saw his mom waiting for him. "Mom, what are doing here?" he asked, having stopped running. Instead of answering his question, she engulfed him in a hug, squeezing the air out of him. Mom, can't breathe," he wheezed. She reluctantly let go. "Sorry. I'm just so proud of you. Going off on your very own journey just like your father." Ash stiffened. She mentioned his father before, but every time he tried to ask she would start crying. He felt both Pikachu and Meowstic rub against him. Out of worry, he shook his head and smiled. "Thanks, Mom." She rubbed her face. "Oh, look at me crying like this. I'm just really proud of you. I know you'll do well out there, and Pikachu, Meowstic, please take good care of him," she said, smiling at the Pokémon. "Hi, Pikachu," Pikachu said. "Meowstic, meow," Meowstic said. Ash wasn't surprised when he heard them speak. After all, he's been able to understand them ever since he was little. His mother, not knowing what they said, simply petted them on their heads, getting a pleasant growl from them both. "Now then, off you go," she said. "Right. Bye, Mom, I'll be sure to contact you once I make it to Viridian City," he said, running with his 2 Pokémon and eggs, his mother waving behind him as she watched his retreating form with a smile. "You can do it. I know you can." After receiving his starter Pokémon Pikachu and Meowstic, our hero Ash decides to just walk around and see his surroundings, with both his Pokémon engaging in conversation from time to time. This is nice. It feels good to just walk around and relax, don't you think? Ash said, smiling. "Pika, Pikachu, Pika," Pikachu said. Ash giggled at Pikachu for mentioning his dislike for Pokeballs. "Meowstic, meow, meow, Meowstic," Meowstic said, voice laid with disappointment. Ash looked down in concern of his Pokémon. "What was your previous trainer like?" Meowstic showed a look of disgust on her face at the mention of her previous trainer. "Meow, Meowstic, meow, meow, Meowstic," she explained. "Hateful?" Ash asked in confusion. "Meow," she growled. "Meowstic, meow. That's awful," Ash said. He couldn't believe someone would use their Pokémon to toy with others. "Meow, Meowstic," Meowstic said. He looked down and saw the hatred that spread across her face. She wasn't lying, he could practically feel it, and it worried him. He stopped walking and set both her and Pikachu down on the ground. They looked at him, wondering what he was doing. They saw him walking over to a tree and picked a leaf off. He put it near his mouth and started blowing. Song, oration. Both Pokémon froze when they heard the song. It was so clear and soothing. Both of them closed their eyes, reliving their memories. Pikachu remembered his life as a wild Pokémon that was happy being with his family when poachers appeared and took them away. He fought them off, but when they couldn't take the Pokémon, they started a massacre, leaving only Pikachu. They were arrested, but the damage was done. He began to resent humans and never wanted to trust them. His beliefs only got worse when the old man caught him chewing on cables and captured him. When he released him, he shocked him out of hatred. Then he met Ash and saw how the boy asked permission to be touched. Instead of just demanding he obey him. When he touched him, he felt love and warmth. He realized that not all humans are bad and that he was blessed with a kind trainer. Meowstic remembers her life well. She was a wild Pokémon who was caught off guard and was challenged by her former trainer, a redhead with blue eyes. She remembered her well. She was captured, then forced to battle. It was a bad taste in her mouth being forced to toy with her opponents and hit them with powerful attacks. Her trainer thought it was fair that her opponents be treated like trash. After the third battle, she stopped listening to her and would attack her instead, or would sometimes just flat out ignore her as if she never existed. This infuriated the girl, so she abandoned her when she was visiting Kanto and left her with Professor Oak, saying she no longer wanted a disobeying Pokémon. She remembered how the old man was visibly angered by the girl's attitude but decided to hold it in. He took care of her and made her feel welcomed. She then remembered how she saw Ash a lot whenever he came by the lab with another boy to help tend to the Pokémon that needed their wounds healed, therapy, or human contact. Even though she was scared to approach him back then because she was content with just seeing him around the lab helping and healing Pokémon. When she saw that he was about to take off on his journey, she made contact, surprising the boy, but she felt him give her a look of love, something she hasn't been exposed to. When he agreed to take her with him, she felt so happy, she felt like her heart would burst. She had a bad trainer and now she was blessed with a kind trainer who only thought about a Pokémon's well-being instead of his own. The song stopped playing. Opening their eyes, they saw him smiling at them. "Feel better, don't you?" They both nodded happily. He sat down, petting them both on the head. "I'm glad. This is my most favorite song of all time. When I was little, my mentor would play it for me whenever I had nightmares. It made me feel more at ease." Ash said, remembering the first time he heard the song and how he begged his mentor to teach him how to play it. So he taught him how to play from the leaf for hours. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it. "Pika." Pikachu said, hoping on his friend's shoulder, nuzzling him. "Meowstick." Meowstick said, purring when Ash scratched the back of her ear. Ash giggled, "Glad you guys like it." "Pidgeotto." The group of three turned around and saw a bird Pokémon looking at them. "A Pidgeotto. When did it get here?" Ash asked. "Pikachu pie." Pikachu said, eyeing the bird. "Meowstick meow." Meowstick said. Ash saw the bird looking at him curiously, then flew to him. He let his arm out and allowed the bird to land on his arm. He looked at the bird Pokémon and smiled. "Hey there. My name's Ash and this is Pikachu and Meowstick." "Pika." Pikachu greeted. "Meowstick." Meowstick also greeted the bird. "Pidgeotto." Pidgeotto said. "Did you like the song I was playing?" Ash asked. Pidgeotto nodded. "Pidgeotto?" Pidgeotto asked nicely. The boy chuckled at the bird Pokémon who wanted to hear him play the song again. "Sure." He set the bird down and began playing the song again, it having a calm effect on the Pokémon that were around him. He knows he begged to learn this song, but something about it made him like he had to know this song. For what reason he doesn't know. He stopped playing because the bird Pokémon was trying to get his attention. "What's up, Pidgeotto?" he asked. "Pika Pika." Pikachu said. Ash looked at the bird as if to confirm his partner's statement. When he saw the bird nodding her head, he took out a Pokeball and tapped her with it, dinging immediately, stating a successful capture. "Welcome to the team, Pidgeotto." Taking out his Pokédex, he scanned his new Pokémon with it. Pidgeotto, an evolved form of Pidgey, it is armed with sharp claws and dives from the sky to capture its prey. Unlike the more gentle Pidgey, Pidgeotto can be dangerous. Approach with extreme caution. Gender, female. Ability, keen eye. Type, normal flying. Move set, gust, tackle, quick attack, whirlwind, twister, feather dance, agility, mirror move, air slash, and hurricane. Egg moves, air cutter, brave bird, defog, feint attack, and steel wing. Note, the egg moves have not yet been unlocked. "Wow!" Ash said. It was impressive how many moves the bird knew, not to mention the egg moves. It was amazing. He turned to Pikachu and Meowstick, having suddenly thought of something. "Hey guys, I need you go in your Pokeballs for a minute." The two looked at him, about to complain, when he put a hand up to silence them. "It's just for a little while. Don't worry, I'll call you right back out, I promise." The two Pokémon stared at each other before agreeing. They trusted their trainer and knew he would never lie to them. "Alright then." He took out two Pokeballs and tapped them with it. They dinged once and Ash let them back out just like he said he would. "Thanks guys. The reason I did that is because when a Pokémon is in a Pokeball, its DNA is attached to it. So if someone tries to catch either one of you, it would useless because you already belong to me," he explained. Both of them looked at their trainer in complete awe. He was worried that someone would try to catch them and make them their Pokémon, so he decided to prevent that by making them go into their Pokeball. He's trying to protect them. They couldn't help themselves, launching right at their trainer, knocking him down in the process. Haha, thanks for understanding, you guys. Ash said, hugging both of them. He stood up from the ground, grinning. Alright then, how about we do some training? Are you guys ready? Pikachu. Pikachu pumped his fist in the air. Meowstic. Meowstic agreed. Ash nodded his head. He took out his Pokédex again to scan his 2 Pokémon. Meowstic, the constraint Pokémon. When faced with trouble, Meowstic will raise its ears and create enough psychic power to demolish a 10-ton truck. Its appearance varies, depending on gender. Gender, female. Ability, Infiltrator. Type, Psychic. Move set, Stored Power, Leer, Scratch, Magical Leaf, Confusion, Energy Ball, Light Screen, Psybeam, Disarming Voice, Psyshock, Shadow Ball, Extrasensory, Psychic, Role Play, and Future Sight. Egg moves, Barrier and Trick. Note, both egg moves have been unlocked. Ash stared down at Meowstic, amazed. Even Pikachu was looking at her in amazement. Not only did she have strong moves, but also even her egg moves have been unlocked. Those are some impressive moves you have there. Ash commented. Impressed. The cat Pokémon blushed at the compliment. He turned to the electric mouse. Okay Pikachu, it's your turn. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon. It can generate electric attacks from the electric pouches located in both of its cheeks. Gender, male. Ability, Lightning Rod. Type, Electric. Move set, Thunder Shock, Electro Ball, Growl, Quick Attack, Thunder Wave, Feint, Discharge, Nuzzle, Spark, Thunderbolt, Wild Charge, and Thunder. Egg move, Volt Tackle. Note, the egg move has yet to be unlocked. Wow! You're impressive yourself, Pikachu. Ash said. Pikachu scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Alright then, let's train. Ash said enthusiastically. For the past 5 hours they trained. Pikachu was working on both his special attacks and speed, while Meowstic was working on lifting heavy things like boulders with her psychic energy, while working on both teleportation and double team. Ash was jogging, doing push-ups and sit-ups the whole time, stopping every once in a while to take a break to get right back to it. Eventually they stopped and decided to do some fishing before heading to Viridian City. Nothing seems to be biting. Ash said, holding on to his fishing rod. Pika. Pikachu said. Meowstic. Meowstic said. Before Ash was about to give up, his line started to pull, indicating that he caught something. He pulled hard on the line. Whatever it was big. I wonder what it is. I hope it's not a Gyarados. He pulled it all the way out, and sure enough, it wasn't a Gyarados, but rather another Pokémon with a black pearl-like face encased inside a light gray shell surrounded by a second jagged, light blue outer shell casing. It had a spike from above its head with multiple horns on its outer shell. Ash blinked a few times, and so did the Pokémon that still had the line in its mouth. Wait a minute, are you? He brought out his Pokédex to be sure. Cloyster, a bivalve Pokémon. Its shell is incredibly strong and resistant to a bomb. Its shell only opens when it attacks. Note, the different coloration indicates that it is a shiny Pokémon. Gender, male. Ability, Shell Armor. Type, Water Ice. Move set, Aurora Beam, Hydro Pump, Protect, Shell Smash, Supersonic, Toxic Spikes, Spike Cannon, Spikes, Icicle Crash, and Withdraw. Egg moves, Aqua Ring and Avalanche. Note, egg moves have yet to be unlocked. Ash was shocked. Not only did he catch a shiny Cloyster, which was incredibly rare, but it also had some impressive moves. He couldn't help the grin that appeared on his face. Well then, Cloyster, would you like to have a battle with me? Ash asked the shell Pokémon. It stared at him for a minute before grinning, meaning that he would like to battle the raven-haired teen. Alright then. Ash unhooked the shell Pokémon and began to move backwards so that he had room to battle. He looked over to Meowstic. What do you say? You ready to have your first battle? She grinned. Meowstic. She stood in front of Ash ready to battle and show him how strong she is. Pikachu, you don't mind that she battles him, right? He asked his best friend to make sure it was okay. The mouse nodded. Pikachu, he said with a determined look in his eyes. Ash nodded. Alright, let's get started. Meowstic. Meowstic said. Cloyster moved first, firing a hydro pump that was coming right at Meowstic. Use light screen. Ash said. She raised her ears and a multicolored screen appeared in front of her blocking the attack. Now Psyshock. Moving her hands in front of her, she fired off a blue and purple orb straight at the shell Pokémon. Cloyster closed its shell, protecting itself from the attack. It closes its shell when someone attacks back. In that case. Alright, use Psychic to lift it in air. She began to raise her ears, lifting the Pokémon in the air. Alright, smash it down. Slamming it down to the ground until it opened its shell a little disoriented. Finish this with Energy Ball. A large green ball appeared above her head. She released the energy and fired it right at Cloyster, making it go into the air and hitting the ground hard. When the smoke cleared, it showed that it was unconscious with swirls in its eyes. Alright, Pokeball go. Ash said, throwing at the unconscious Pokémon. It rocked once, twice, 3 times, and then it dinged a successful capture. Meowstic used Psychic on the ball and brought it to her trainer. He grabbed it. Alright. We got a new friend, it's Cloyster, he cheered, lifting the ball in the air. His 2 Pokémon imitated him happily. He turned to Meowstic. You were amazing. Good job, Meowstic. The cat Pokémon blushed at her trainer's praise. Not even her old trainer would say such kind things to her. Let's do some more fishing, we might get another water Pokémon if we do. Ash said very enthusiastically. His 2 Pokémon agreed. He brought the fishing rod back into the lake and began to do some more fishing. That was his first time battling a Pokémon and made him feel good. Of course, he did have some tutelage by his mentor. Whenever he had time, they would have a practice battle between teacher and student. It was called family battling, and Ash loved it. By battling, he got the chance to not only understand a Pokémon in battle, but it also helped him gain some battle skills, which made his mentor very impressed with him. He was pulled from his thoughts when his line started pulling again, meaning he got another bite. Pulling on it, the Pokémon this time was shaped like a star. It was purple with a red jewel in its core. No way. It's a Starmie. But they're supposed to be found deep in the ocean. Ash said, surprised by his new capture. Pulling out his Pokédex, he scanned it. Starmie, its central core glows with the 7 colors of the rainbow. Some people value the core as a gem. Gender, unknown. Ability, illuminate. Type, water psychic. Move set, hydro pump, rapid spin, recover, swift, water gun, and confuse ray. Egg moves, no known egg moves. Well, that's a surprise. So Starmie doesn't have any egg moves, but it still knows hydro pump and recover. That'll be convenient. Ash commented, impressed. As if understanding his words, the star-shaped Pokémon began to spin around, signaling that it's happy with the compliments. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. He sat up. So Starmie, would you like to have a battle with me? It stopped spinning and its jewel began to light up, signaling a yes. Great. Ash said. It went over to the side of the lake, waiting for Ash to battle it. The boy didn't waste any time and went on the other side. Let's go, Pikachu. Ash said, looking at his partner. The yellow mouse crouched down in front its trainer. Pika. Pikachu said, excited to finally being able to battle for his trainer. Starmie went first and fired off a hydro pump attack, heading straight at Pikachu. Jump. Ash said. The yellow mouse obeyed and jumped to avoid the attack. Use Electro Ball. Ash ordered. Still in the air, Pikachu's tail generated an electric ball and flung it at Starmie, hitting its target dead on. Starmie was still able to move but barely having felt some static residue on it. Now, use quick attack. Ash ordered. Pikachu charged at Starmie with incredible speed and slammed right into the star-shaped Pokémon, causing it to hit the tree behind it. When the smoke cleared, it showed that Starmie didn't get back up again. Pokeball, go. Ash threw a Pokeball at the unconscious Starmie. It secked it in the device and began to rock only 2 times before a ding was heard. Pikachu picked up the ball and brought to Ash, who took it in his hands. "Alright, we caught another friend. It's Starmie," he said, his Pokémon imitating him. "How about we release them from their Pokeballs so I can heal them both?" The 2 Pokémon agreed and Ash released both Cloyster and Starmie, both of them having some bruises from the battle. "Let's heal you 2 up." He got the healing potions from his backpack and told them both to come to him. They did and healed them both by giving them the potion. "There, how do you feel?" he asked. "Cloyster." Cloyster said, smiling. Starmie's jewel merely blinked 3 times, meaning yes. Guess Starmie doesn't talk. Ash stood up. "Alright, why don't we be on our dash?" He was cut off by a noise in his bag. The eggs. He ran to his backpack, his Pokémon following to see what the fuss was about. Opening his bag, he brought all 3 incubators out of the bag and took the eggs out, putting them on his lap. This is the first time all 3 of them glowed together. It was signal that they were about to hatch. Pika. Pikachu stared in awe. "Meowstic." Meowstic said. "Cloyster, Cloy." Cloyster bounced up and down, excited about the eggs. Starmie's gem glowed and began to float around Cloyster as if telling him to calm down. The lights got brighter, blinding everyone. Ash had to use his arm to cover his eyes from the intense light. When it died down, he saw 4 baby Pokémon on his lap looking right at him. Rio, a dog-like Pokémon said. Ralts, the 2 small identical Pokémon said. Teeny, a blue snake-like Pokémon said. Ash was astounded. The 3 eggs he'd been taking care of all these years were rare Pokémon. He brought out his Pokédex and scanned each of them. Riolu, the emanation Pokémon. When sad or scared, Riolu's aura becomes stronger as a way of signaling its allies. Gender, male. Ability, inner focus. Type, fighting. Move set, endure, quick attack, foresight, counter, and force palm. Egg moves, agility, blaze kick, bullet punch, circle throw, cross chop, and detect. Note, egg moves have yet to be unlocked. Ash stared at little Riolu and the little guy looked right back at him, sitting completely still. He scanned the 2 twins next to him. Ralts, the feeling Pokémon. Ralts is the pre-evolved form of Kirlia. It can use the horns on its head to read human emotions. Ralts rarely shows itself to humans, but may occasionally approach when it senses positive or happy feelings. Gender, female. Ability, synchronized telepathy. Type, psychic fairy. Move set, confusion, double team, teleport, disarming voice, magical leaf, heal pulse, draining kiss, calm mind, psychic, imprison, and future sight. Egg moves, confuse ray, destiny bond, shadow sneak, and synchronize. Note, egg moves have yet to be unlocked. So, this one's a female. He thought. He scanned her twin who was holding her hand. Gender, male. Ability, trace telepathy. Type, psychic fairy. Move set, confusion, double team, teleport, growl, lucky chant, magical leaf, shadow ball, calm mind, psychic, hypnosis, dream eater, and stored power. Egg moves, confuse ray, destiny bond, grudge, and disable. Note, egg moves have yet to be unlocked. They have some of the same moves and egg moves, but there are still some differences even though they're twins. Ash thought. He scanned the last little Pokémon that was next to the Ralts twins. Dratini, the dragon Pokémon. Dratini sheds its skin as it grows, often doing so while hidden behind large powerful waterfalls. Gender, male. Ability, Shed Skin. Type, Dragon. Move set, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Rage, Slam, Agility, Dragon Tail, Aqua Tail, and Dragon Rush. Egg moves, Confuse Ray, Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, and Dragon Rush. Note, egg moves have yet to be unlocked. Wow. That's all he can say. It was surprising that the eggs he had been taking care of were all rare Pokémon from his region. Riolu's from Sinnoh, the Ralts twins were from the Hoenn region, and Dratini is a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. All 4 baby Pokémon looked at him a bit more before jumping on him, hugging his chest, while in Dratini's case wrapping around his neck and rubbing against his cheek. Ash couldn't help but smile at them. "I'm so glad you guys are finally here," he said, hugging all of them. The happy moment didn't last because something shot up from the water. All of Ash's Pokémon were in a battle stance because the Pokémon that appeared was a Gyarados, a blue Chinese serpent-like Pokémon. They're known for their not-so-happy behavior, but this one was just staring at him. It wasn't attacking at all. Ash figured what it wanted, so he asked just to be sure. Did you want to have a battle with me?" he asked. It nodded its head. Ash released a breath he didn't know he was holding. Thank God. It just wants to battle. He looked at his baby Pokémon. "Okay guys, I'm going to put you all in your Pokeballs where it's safe, okay?" he said. They all looked at him and nodded reluctantly. They wanted to spend time with their father but knew that this was important, so they didn't protest. "Good." He smiled, bringing out 4 Pokeballs, tapping each of them on the head. They put no resistance and dinged immediately. Now that the kids were safe and out of harm's way, he could focus on the battle. "Pikachu, you ready for another battle?" Ash asked his partner. "Pika." Pikachu said, putting his fist to his chest. Getting in a battle stance, he was ready for another battle. Ash nodded. "Alright Gyarados, let's do this." The Pokémon made the first move, firing a Hydro Pump aiming straight at Pikachu. "Jump Pikachu!" Ash ordered. The yellow mouse jumped as high as possible, avoiding the attack. "Use Electro Ball." He gathered a yellow lighting ball in his tail and shot it at Gyarados' head, making it cry out with pain. Static electricity was its body, making paralyzed. "Now, use Thunderbolt." Pikachu jumped in the air again, gathering electricity from its body and sent it straight at Gyarados. It made contact, shocking the Pokémon even more, and when it finally couldn't take any more, it fainted when it hit the ground. Pokeball go. Throwing the object at the serpent, it sked it right inside and dinged immediately, signaling a successful capture. Ash went up to Pikachu and hugged him. "Good job, buddy. That was an amazing Thunderbolt." "Pikachu." Pikachu said, blushing and scratching the back of his head. He recalled Cloyster and Starmie in their Pokeballs, telling Meowstic and Pikachu it's time to hit the road again. Unknown to them, they were being watched by a Pokémon who followed them as they walked away. They were enjoying the quiet atmosphere of the forest when they heard a screech coming from the right. Running to the direction where he heard the screech, he came across a Spearow that was mercilessly pecking a Scyther that was on the ground, unable to move. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." The mouse jumped off his shoulder and electrocuted the brown bird. It screeched in pain and fell to the ground, twitching. Ash ran to the injured Pokémon. "Hey, are you okay? Can you hear me?" The bug Pokémon opened its eyes slowly, staring at the human that just saved him. "Just hang in there, I've got some healing potions with me. I'll heal you right now." Scrambling in his backpack, he found the potion he was looking for and began to spray it on the bug Pokémon. When that was done, he started to wrap its wounds in white bandages. Taking a look at his handiwork, he took out a Pokeball. "Scyther, I need to capture you so I can take you to the Pokémon Center. Once we're there, I'll release you back into the wild. Is that okay?" It stared at the boy for a while, trying to see some sort of deception, but there wasn't any. Using all its strength to nod its head before it passed out. Ash took out a Pokeball and tapped it on Scyther's head, it dinging immediately, not putting up any resistance at all. "Okay guys, let's get to the Pokémon Center." He was cut off by a loud screech from the fallen Spearow. He knew that wasn't a good sign. "Guys, start running now." Ash took off his two Pokémon following him, Pikachu jumping on one shoulder while Meowstic was on the other. Ash was no fool, he knew that the moment he attacked the bird Pokémon that it would call for help. He knew that, but he couldn't bring himself to just leave Scyther like that. Running as fast as he could through the forest, his two loyal Pokémon on his shoulder, he heard screeches coming right towards him and knew that the flock had caught up to them. Spearows can be so troublesome. Ash said, still running, his two friends on his shoulder agreeing with him. They ran until they almost ran off of a cliff and stopped looking down at he knew that it was going to be a long fall. What do you think, guys? Should we fight them or jump? He asked. They jumped off his shoulder and stood in front of him, determined to protect their trainer from the flock. Pikachu! Pikachu yelled, his cheeks crackling with electricity. Meowstic! Meowstic said, standing next to Pikachu, getting in a battle stance. You guys! Ash said, touched by his Pokémon. The flock came into view looking down at its prey ready to strike, but before the two sides could attack, a giant lion-like Pokémon appeared in front of Ash, protecting him, ready to strike, electricity coursing through its body. Pika? Pikachu asked, surprised by the newcomer. Meow. Meowstic replied, dropping her guard. Ash looked at the new Pokémon in front of him. It was pretty big, standing at the same height as Ash. Its face, hind legs, torso, and the back of its front legs are blue, its body covered in black fur. The black fur is large around the shoulders and the base of its tail, forming a mane on its head, which was large. The end of its black tail was shaped like a star. He could see that it had scars on its back legs, its front, and its body. This Pokémon looks like it's been through a harsh battle for its life. Ash was quite confused as to why this Pokémon was protecting him, but at the same time he felt like he had seen this Pokémon before, even though he was staring at the back of it. Electricity was still coursing through its body and it was growling. Then all of a sudden the Fearow were still and were scared. Why? The Pokémon was just growling at them. Why are they suddenly so scared? He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard it roar, which was so loud he had to cover his ears. Pikachu and Meowstic did the same thing. This scared the Fearow even more, but there were some that weren't and began to charge at the lion Pokémon. Ash wanted to call out to it, but the Pokémon's body was covered in electricity and releasing a large amount of it, shocking all of the Fearow that charged it. It was the most strongest thunder attack he had ever seen. He had to close his eyes, protecting himself from the bright light. When he opened his eyes, he saw the Fearow that were charging at him were scorched black and not moving. No way! Ash said, completely impressed. Pikachu. Pikachu's eyes were so wide that his eyeballs could come out of his head. Meowstic. Meowstic commented, impressed. The Pokémon turned its back on the Fearow and came towards Ash. Having finally gotten a look at the Pokémon, he noticed its yellow eyes and red scara and a scar on its right eye. Wait, a scar on its right eye in the same spot as. Flashback. 7-year-old Ash was standing a few feet away from a cub Pokémon that was just a little bigger for its species. He stood there and watched it eat the food, smiling. The Pokémon wouldn't let any humans come near it, which was obvious due to the fact that it bit Professor Oak and electrocuted him. It was obvious that humans gave it all the scars on its body. The most visible one was on its right eye. Ash, however, was smarter and decided that the slow approach was better. He was brought out of his thoughts when he saw the cub approach him slowly. Ash didn't move from his spot and watched it approach him on its own, making sure to make eye contact as it walked to him. It stopped walking right near him and put a paw on his foot. This is the first time he did that. It was the first time it came near him. He saw the cub move forward again, placing both paws on one of his legs, looking up at him. Ash crouched down slowly, the cub moving away from his legs but still within touching distance. Moving his hand slowly, he placed his hand on its head, the little one closing its eyes, letting Ash pet him. He felt his heart swell with happiness. He always wanted to pet him but restrained himself because it didn't like being near humans all that much, but this time it was enjoying his touch because he began to purr. Thanks for letting me pet you, Shinx, Ash said, smiling tenderly at the cub. Shinx opened its eyes and showed a small smile. Unknown to Ash, he already gained Shinx's loyalty. Flashback end. He swallowed a lump that formed in his throat he didn't know was there. This Pokémon had been the same one he took care of when it was just a Shinx, the same Shinx that used to follow him everywhere like a guard dog ever since he cared for it. But then one day Professor Oak said that Shinx disappeared. He cried for 3 days. He really loved the cub, and when it went missing he was so sad. But now it's here, but it's no longer a Shinx but another one of its evolved forms. The lion Pokémon stopped in front of him, sitting down on its back legs and bowing its head in front of him, showing a sign of respect. Ash lifted his hand and began to pet his mane, earning a purr from the large Pokémon. He stopped petting it, causing it to lift its head. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes and hugged his old friend, crying tears of joy, having finally been reunited. "I missed you," he sniffed, rubbing his head against the lion, who purred at the close contact. He turned to his 2 Pokémon. "Hey guys, come over here and meet my old friend," he said excitedly. They looked at each other, then walked up the new Pokémon, looking it in the eyes. "Pikachu." Pikachu greeted, waving at the lion. "Meowstic." Meowstic also greeted, bowing. The lion Pokémon bowed its head, greeting them while smiling. The happy moment didn't last long, however, when a Fiero zipped past, scratching Ash's cheek, making it bleed a little bit. Holding his cheek, he saw the blood on his hand slightly shaken from the sight. He felt 3 angry auras coming from his 3 Pokémon, the strongest being Pikachu and his lion friend. All of the Fiero charged at once but were stopped when Meowstic used 3 energy ball at the Fiero, and Pikachu and his lion friend combined their powers to do a strong thunderbolt, frying all of Fiero until they were black and unmoving, just the 3 before them. He would have been happy, but the sudden blood from his cheek and having been shocked by some of the electricity made him feel strange. Before he lost consciousness, he saw a golden bird in the sky with a rainbow following it. Bringing out his Pokédex, he scanned the bird. There is no data. There still are Pokémon yet to be identified. And no data. But how? He thought, putting his device away and backing up slowly, the feeling of unconsciousness coming to him. His 3 Pokémon rushing at him, trying to get to him in time, but he went over. The last thing he saw was his Pokémon jumping after him. After that he blacked out. "Hey! Are you alright?" he heard someone say. It sounded like a female. He heard her yelp. "What was that for?" she yelled. "Who is she yelling at?" He felt something lick his cheek and felt small hands tapping his head. Groaning, he opened his eyes, slowly blinking a few times, trying to get his vision clear. He saw his lion friend looking at him with a worried expression on its face. He then saw Pikachu and Meowstic with the same expression. He tried to say something, instead he just coughed up some water until he could breathe normally again. Finally gotten his breathing under control, he sat up slowly and looked at his friends. They were a little wet. Then he looked over at the cliff. "Guess I passed out when I went over the cliff." He looked back at his Pokémon, smiling at them. "I'm okay, you guys don't worry." That seemed to make them feel relaxed. Their trainer was okay, and that was most important. Before he could stand up, he heard the same voice from before. "Hey you." He turned his head to the girl. She had orange hair with a ponytail to the side, wearing a yellow shirt with red straps with blue shorts and red sneakers. Blinking at her, he was confused by her anger at him. Yes. You mind explaining why you were in the river with your Pokémon? And why the big lion bit me?" She practically yelled at him. Why he was in the river wasn't any of her business, but why her Pokémon bit her, that was another story. He turned his head to the lion, sighing, petting its head. "Guess you're still not comfortable around people just yet, huh?" Ash said softly. Sure, it was comfortable with him, but other people not so much. It merely purred, ignoring the red head that he didn't like very much. "Hey, don't ignore me," she yelled again. Ash simply sighed. He was about to explain why his Pokémon bit her when it fired off a thunderbolt, missing her and hitting a bike which he had to assume belonged to her. "My bike," she yelled. Running to her bike, she saw that it was completely brown with smoke surrounding it. Ash was horrified. He knew that the lion didn't like people, but to do this. Turning back, he saw that it was growling at her, ready to strike again, but he wrapped his arms around it, calming it down instantly. "It's alright, calm down, no one's going to hurt you because I'm right here," he said in a soothing tone. Feeling its body relax, he knew that it was calm. Pikachu and Meowstic gave a sigh of relief when they saw the big lion relax. The girl was screaming her head off, but Ash wasn't paying attention. His eyes got big as he suddenly remembered why he was running in the first place. Guys! We have to get to a Pokémon Center. Scyther needs to be healed. He stood up too quickly and fell over, but the lion was quick and the boy landed on its back. Lifting his head, he sent a grateful look to the cat. Thanks. The cat nodded its head. Looking at Pikachu and Meowstic, he signaled them to get on, which they did. Ash readjusted himself on its back, sitting up straight on its back so he wouldn't fall. Hey! Where do you think you're going? The girl yelled, but Ash was more focused on healing the injured Pokémon he rescued from a Spearow. I need you to take us to the Pokémon Center. You should be able to see where it is. Can you do that? Ash asked his old friend. The cat nodded faithfully and began running, eager to help its trainer and to get away from that annoying redhead. Hey! Stop right there, she yelled after him, grabbing her bike, running after them. Viridian City. They finally made it to the city thanks to the big cat. Now they just need to find the Pokémon Center and get Scyther all healed up. He got off the cat and began walking. With Pikachu on his right shoulder, with Meowstic on his left, and the cat walking right next to him. Before they could go any further, they heard a voice on an intercom. Attention all citizens. The criminal organization Team Rocket has been spotted. People are advised to keep their Pokémon in their Pokeballs and report any suspicious characters. The voice cut out. Ash was just standing there listening the announcement. He was worried for his Pokémon now. They had to get to the Pokémon Center and quick. You there, halt, a voice out to him. Turning, he saw Officer Jenny walking right at him, looking suspicious. Can I help you, ma'am? He asked. Yes, as a matter of fact you can. Can you explain to me why you have 3 Pokémon out of their Pokeballs and why your clothes are wet? She asked, hands on her hips. He looked at himself a little more closely, only now just realizing that he was soaked. Well, to answer your first question, these 3 don't like being in their Pokeballs. All 3 of them nodded. The only reason the cat wasn't electrocuting her is because Ash is by its side. As for your second question, I blacked out and fell off a cliff after nearly escaping some Fearow that were chasing me. He answered honestly. I see, do you have any ID? She asked. He thought about that for a minute and brought out his Pokédex. Is this considered an ID? He gave it her. Yes, it is. She clicked a button and it began speaking. I am Dexter. A Pokédex programmed by Professor Samuel Oak for Pokémon trainer Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. My function is to provide information about Pokémon species and their habitats. If lost or stolen, I cannot be replaced. So it's also an identification device. She smiled and gave it back to him. Everything checks out. Make sure you be careful, young man, there are Team Rocket crooks sniffing around the area. She warned him. He nodded, I will. He looked at the cat. Can you still run well enough to take us to the Pokémon Center? He asked. The cat nodded, it didn't even feel tired. Ash got back on the cat, saying goodbye to Officer Jenny. He told the cat to head to the Pokémon Center quickly, which it did. Taking off immediately, they headed to their next destination. Unknown to them, the red-haired girl had followed them, carrying her burnt bike on her shoulders. They rushed right past her, not even stopping. Hey, wait, she yelled, running after them. Pokémon Center. He came through the doors, having hopped off of the cat's back and running to Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, please, I need your help. Oh, dear, is something wrong? The pink-haired woman asked. Grabbing Scyther's Pokeball, he showed to her. This Scyther was injured by a Spearow. I did the best I could, but I still wanted to bring him here so that he could heal properly, he said. Oh dear, she took the Pokeball from him and called Chansey. Also, can you take my other Pokemon too? I want to get them checked out, that include Pikachu and Meowstic. He said. The 2 Pokemon were about to protest, but a stern look from Ash shut them up. Of course, that's what I'm here for, she smiled. Taking the rest of his Pokeballs, Pikachu and Meowstic included, he sighed with relief. This has been some journey. He felt something nudge him. Turning, he realized he forgot to tell her to take his friend too, but guess it's too late now. Besides, he had a feeling that he wouldn't go with her voluntarily anyway. Oh. I almost forgot to scan you. he whipped out his Pokédex and scanned his old friend. Luxray, the Gleam Eyes Pokémon. Its eyes can see through anything. It can even spot its prey hiding in the shadows. Gender, male. Ability, Intimidate. Type, Electric. Moveset, Charge, Leer, Tackle, Electric Terrain, Spark, Bite, Roar, Thunder Fang, Crunch, Discharge, Wild Charge. Egg moves, Eerie Impulse, Fire Fang, Ice Fang, Night Slash, Double Kick, and Shock Wave. Note, egg moves have been unlocked. To say that Ash was speechless was an understatement. His friend knew, Thunder Fang, Fire Fang, and Ice Fang. That's amazing. Maybe he disappeared to train all these years and when it decided it was enough he came to find him. Not only did you evolve into your final form but you know some impressive moves and egg moves. Ash said impressed. Luxray rubbed his head against Ash's chest causing the boy to hug him back. He really did miss his old friend and it was good to see him again. Hey Luxray, do you want to come travel with me? He asked. Luxray responded by taking a Pokeball from his belt, putting it on the floor and tapping it with its paw, being absorbed into a red light and into the ball. It dinged right away. Before Ash could pick it up, Luxray let himself out. He simply chuckled at the Pokemon's behavior. Guess he doesn't like being in Pokeballs too. He thought. Oh. That's right, I have to call Mom and Professor Oak to let them know I made it here in one piece. Running over to the videophone he dialed his house first. Hello, a woman's voice answered. Mom, it's me Ash. Ashy, how are you? I'm good, I made it to Viridian City. Already? Your father didn't even make there until 3 days later, but then again he was never good with directions to begin with. She stated. Yeah, well, I don't exactly consider him as my father, so I can't say I really care. Ash said. Oh, Ash. Shaking his head he spoke again, but it's okay, I have you, Molly, and my precious mentor who I consider to be my father, so it's okay. Speaking of Molly, she wants to talk to you. Turning away from the screen she called out to someone, Molly. Your big brother's on the phone. He heard running from the living room, then saw a little girl with blonde hair with a blue ribbon on the right side of her head, wearing a blue dress. Big brother, she squealed. He laughed, hey there Molly. Oh, you two unknown. The Pokemon in question was shaped like a flat and thin like an eye, appendages shaped like markings from ancient times. Unknown. Unknown asked. Yeah, I'm doing great. And thanks for taking care of Molly for me while I'm not there. Unknown. It said cheerfully. How come I couldn't come with you, big brother? It's not fair, she pouted cutely. I know, I'm sorry, but someone has to be there to keep Mom company while I'm out on my journey. He explained he really wanted to take her with him, but his mom needs someone there so she wouldn't feel lonely. But, she said in a sad tone. It made his heart clench seeing her like that. It was the same face she showed when her father left and didn't come back even though he said he would. Turns out he found Molly to be a distraction for his research, trying to find the unknown, not knowing that there's one with her right now acting like her surrogate father and bodyguard. The funny thing about the story with Molly was that not only did she want a mom but a big brother too. Her father told her that big brothers take care of the little sister and always played with them whenever the father was too busy. As for the mom, he told her that they read bedtime stories to them and stay with them until they fall asleep. So Unknown decided to grant her request by, kidnapping them from their home in Entei's form at the time and bringing them to a castle created by Molly's imagination. At first they were confused as to why they were taken and thought some evil organization took them away, but that changed when they saw the happy face of a little girl who his mom knew who it was but Ash didn't. The moment she saw Ash she ran right into him, telling him to play with her and calling him Big Brother. He was still confused but played with her anyway, telling her that she gets to decide what they play. They played hide and seek, and tag. He even lifted her on his shoulders so she could see high places better. While that was his designated job, his mother took the role of reading her bedtime stories every night. Even after all that they knew deep down they couldn't stay with her there forever, so Unknown told Molly that all of them could stay in the Ketchum residence as a family. The girl agreed, and from then on she got the family she always wanted, and he got a little sister. "Don't be sad, Molly, whenever I go to a new city I'll be sure to always call home first, okay?" he said, trying to cheer her up. "Actually she can go with you, Ash," his mother said. "Really?" they said in unison. She nodded, "Of course. I won't always be by myself, I can just go see the Pokémon Professor Oak has." Molly's eyes lit up in excitement. "Yay," she jumped up and down making Bother Delia and Ash laugh. "Guess that means you'll be with on my journey." He smiled. "That's right. I'll drop her off in the morning, so stay at the Pokémon Center," she told him. He nodded, "All right, I will. Bye, big brother. See you in the morning." "See you in the morning." He waved. After the connection went out he decided to call Professor Oak. "Ah. Ash, are you there?" He did pick up the phone, but his back was turned to him. Ash couldn't help but laugh, but Luxray shook his head. "Professor, you're looking the wrong way." "What? Oh silly me, it appears I am." He turned around and was now face to face with the trainer. "So Ash, how's your journey so far?" "Well," he started. The boy explained how his journey's been so far and how he reunited with an old friend, Luxray. "I see," he finally said. "Well, it sounds like you've had an interesting start to your journey. I should also call the Pokémon League about those Spearow and Fearow. This wouldn't be the first time they've attacked trainers." "So they've done it before?" he asked. "Unfortunately, but it's a good thing Luxray came and saved you." "I know." Ash looked at his old friend with a smile. "He really came through for me." He rubbed his friend's head, earning a purr. "By the way, Ash," the old man started, "I made a bet with Gary that you would catch 3 Pokémon on your journey." He grinned. Ash's sweat dropped. "Professor, you shouldn't be making bets, especially with your own grandson." He heard Luxray growl at the mention of Gary's name. He really hated the boy. The old man laughed. "I suppose, but anyway, have you?" He smiled. "Not that I approve of it, but I think you just made a lot of money." "I captured more than 3. "Yes," he shouted happily, "I knew I could count on you, Ash." Ash sighed. Maybe he shouldn't have said anything. Oh well, what's done is done. He then remembered his second reason for wanting to call the man. "By the way, Professor," he began, "I scanned a Pokémon I've never seen before and was wondering if maybe you knew what it was." "Oh. Send the data to me, I might be able to tell you." Ash did, just sending his Pokédex through the scanner so he can see it, and sure enough, though, when the old man saw it he almost had a heart attack. "Hey Ash. Do you realize who this Pokémon is?" he practically shouted. "You know I don't, that's why I called you." "Oh, right, well anyway, this is none other than the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh." He didn't know whether to feel excited or confused. Ho-Oh. "But I thought it went missing." Oak shook his head. "Not missing, this Pokémon simply decided to stay away from humans for a while and hasn't been seen since until today." "I see." He received his Pokédex back. "Well Ash, I know you're tired, so I'll let you go. Get some rest, my boy." Ash nodded. "Will do, talk to you soon, Professor." And with that he hung up. "How do you like that, Luxray?" The lion tilted its head. "I've just started my journey and already I've seen a legendary Pokémon, and not just any legendary, but Ho-Oh." Luxray nodded. "We should probably go see if there are any rooms available tonight. Mom and Molly said they'd be here tomorrow morning." Luxray nodded once again and walked over to the counter with his trainer. Then all of a sudden they heard the door open. "You," a girl shouted. He turned his head and saw the same girl from before, and her charred bike. He face-palmed. How could he forget? He was so fixated on getting Scyther to the center that he forgot all about Luxray frying her bike. "Something tells me this is going to be a long night." He sighed. Luxray growled at the redhead, making her freeze from fear. She knew this Pokémon wouldn't think twice about attacking her. Ash noticed her freeze up and looked at Luxray, who was growling at her with intense hatred. He bent down, hugging him, calming him down. It's alright, Luxray, she's not going to hurt us, she's just upset over her bike, so calm down, okay? Luxray gave her one last growl before relaxing in Ash's embrace. They're all better. He let go of Luxray, then turned to face the girl. I'm sorry about that, you see Luxray's not really trusting around strangers, so he tends to be a little cautious. She snapped out of it. Cautious? You call frying my bike being cautious? She shouted. Luxray's body was surrounded in electricity, prompting her to back away fearfully. Ash got in between them. Luxray, that's enough. The lion automatically calmed down and bowed its head in shame. It didn't mean to upset its trainer. He felt a hand on its head. Looking up, he saw Ash smiling at him. Just calm down a little, okay? I promise you she's not trying to hurt us, so don't be mad, okay? The lion nodded and rubbed his head on Ash's chest, saying, sorry, in its own way. They heard a ding noise signaling that his Pokémon were okay. Ash approached and saw Nurse Joy walking out with Chansey reeling out Pikachu, Meowstic, and his other Pokeballs. Pikachu, Meowstic, did you behave and let Nurse Joy examine you? He asked. Pikapi. Pikachu jumped on his arm and settled himself on his shoulder. Meowstic. Meowstic lifted herself with Psychic and settled on Ash's other shoulder. He pet them both on the head. That's good. He turned to the nurse. How's Scyther doing? That Spearow really did a number on him. She smiled. Scyther's just fine. Your medical treatment seems to have done the trick, but for some reason it seems to restless. Restless? She nodded. Maybe you should go see Scyther. I get the feeling that your presence might make it feel better. Ash nodded. Okay. He turned to the lion. Luxray, stay here and watch over Pikachu and Meowstic, okay? The three Pokémon looked at him ready to retaliate, but the boy simply shook his head. I won't be gone long, just stay here for a little bit, okay? They all nodded. Pikachu and Meowstic jumped off his shoulder and went near Luxray. Ash went in the back room to see the Scyther he saved. Hey, wait! The girl was about to follow him, but Luxray stood in front of her, growling as if daring her to take another step. Pikachu and Meowstic just sighed. Pika, Pikachu Pie. Meowstic, meow meow. With Scyther and Ash. Ash walked into the room where Scyther currently was and saw the bug Pokémon looking out the window. When it heard the door open, he could have sworn he saw it smile. Hey, Nurse Joy said that you were looking better. I'm so glad. The Pokémon didn't respond. Instead it got up and got down on one knee, bowing. Scyther. Scyther. It said. Wait a second, there's no need for all that. I'm just glad you're okay. He smiled. Scyther? It questioned, surprised. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, it's something I was born with apparently. To be honest with you, I don't really understand it myself. Scyther was amazed that the human that saved him could also understand him. Scyther. That took the young trainer by surprise, huh? But don't you want to go back to the wild? The bug Pokémon shook its head. Scyther science, it explained that it left its previous trainer deeming him unworthy. So it works the other way too. Who knew? He sighed. Alright then. I can't say no to a Pokémon who wants to come willingly. He took out the Pokeball he caught Scyther with and returned him. Welcome to the family. In the lobby. Ash walked out to the lobby only to see Misty in a corner and Luxray growling at her, again. He sweat dropped. Turning to Pikachu and Meowstic, he asked the obvious question. So, what happened? He asked. Pikachu merely shook his head. Meowstic, meow. Meowstic commented, basically saying that the lion didn't really like the girl all that much. That's obvious, he sighed. Come here, Luxray. He said softly. The lion stopped what it was doing and went over to Ash's side, immediately standing next to him, causing the boy to sweat drop again. Anyway guys, he was cut off when there was an explosion and two Pokeballs came down from the ceiling, causing smoke to appear. The girl went over by Ash's side. What's going on? Don't be frightened, little boy. A female's voice called out. Who are you? he shouted. I refuse to do their motto or stupid intro, whatever the hell you wanna call it. After Johto I got tired of it. Ash didn't know what to say, so the girl next to him said something instead. Are you three complete morons? She yelled. Ash was inclined to agree that was just stupid. How rude. James said. Whatever. Just hand over your Pokémon and we'll be out of your way. Jessie said. That's right. Meowth said. Nurse Joy then showed up glaring at the three. We have only sick and injured Pokémon here that will be of no use to the three of you. Oh really? She pointed to Ash. Then what about the twerp's Pokémon? They look valuable to me. Jessie said. You're right, Jessie. I've never seen that lion or cat Pokémon before. And the cat's a different color. James commented. That cat Pokémon sure is cute. Meowth had heart-shaped eyes. Meowstic scoffed at the talking cat. Meowstic meow meow Meowstic, growled. Ash chuckled, guess she doesn't like flea bags. Too bad. What was that twerp? He yelled, then registered what just happened. Hold on a sec. You understood what she just said? At this all the humans turned to Ash, wanting to see if what Meowth said was true. The teen nodded. If I recall, she just called you a two-bit flea bag. How is that even possible? The cat yelled, confused. How can a human understand Pokémon? Too bad you won't be finding out now, won't you? He turned serious. Meowstic, use Psychic on those two Pokémon, he ordered. Meowstic meow, lifting her ears, blue outline surrounded the two Pokémon, lifting them up in the air and slammed them into Jessie and James, sending them out the door, leaving only Meowth. You're next, Ash said calmly. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Pika. Jumping down from his position on Ash's shoulder, he sprinted at lightning speed, slamming into the talking cat, sending him outside, with his friends colliding with them, making them land on the ground again. Ash walked outside with his Pokémon following him. You won't be stealing any Pokémon tonight, he growled. Luxray, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Paekakeka dash. Luxx dash. Team Rocket tried to get up, but they were too tangled. Choo. Ray. They fired off at the same time, sending double bolts of electricity to their bodies, causing an explosion, sending them flying in the air. We didn't even get to steal anything. Jessie complained. Instead we got fried. James whined. And my question was denied. Meowth yelled angrily. Team Rocket's blasting off, and like that they were gone. Ash began to yawn. It really has been a long day and some sleep would really be good right now. Come on guys, let's go get some sleep. They all agreed and went back inside, only to be confronted by both Nurse Joy and the girl. Hey Nurse Joy, would you happen to have any rooms available? I'm kind of tired. She nodded, of course. We actually have 2 rooms available right now. Thank you for protecting the center, by the way. Make sure you get plenty of rest. He nodded. You don't have to worry about the sleep part. Good night. He walked away from the girls and into the available room. Taking off his jacket, he crawled into bed, followed by Pikachu and Meowstic. Luxray curled up at the foot of the bed. And just like that he was out like a light. Ash felt something nudge his cheek. Waking up, he saw that it was Pikachu, who was already up like Meowstic and Luxray. He sat up from the bed, stretching his muscles and yawning. Good morning, he said, rubbing the sleepiness out of his eyes. The 3 said their own good morning. Getting up from the bed, he just realized what he forgot to tell them. That's right, I forgot. Guys, Scyther decided to join us and Molly will be coming with us on our journey too. He was excited to have his sister traveling with him. Pika? Pikachu questioned. Meowstic meow. Meowstic answered, telling Pikachu that Molly is Ash's little sister. Luxray nodded in understanding, interested in meeting her. Ash nodded, yep. Pikachu and Luxray haven't met her yet, but trust me, you guys are gonna love her, he smiled. He went to the bathroom to freshen up. When that was done, he left the room and headed to the kitchen to get something to eat for him and his friends. They were eating peacefully, Well, at least they were when a certain orange-haired girl showed up looking around the area trying to find someone, which just so happens to be Ash. "There you are," she exclaimed. All the Pokémon tensed, even the baby Pokémon. Pikachu sighed. Pikachu, he groaned. Meowstic, she agreed. The only reason Luxray didn't growl at her was because Ash was brushing his fur with the breeder brush his mom gave him. "Oh, good morning. I'm sorry, but what was your name again?" he asked politely. "Oh. That's right, I never told you my name, did I? My name's Misty Waterflower," she said. "Misty, that name really suits you," he said. It does." He nodded. "Yep." He finished brushing the lion Pokémon. "Meowstic, it's your turn now." The cat was happy to oblige, sitting in Ash's lap as he brushed her fur. "After I'm done with her I'll brush you, Pikachu, then Riolu." "Pika. Rio." He chuckled at their excitement. "Hey Ash, what kind of Pokémon are the lion and cat?" Misty questioned. "You mean Meowstic and Luxray?" "Yeah." "Well, Meowstic is a psychic type, while Luxray is an electric type," he explained. "Meowstic? I've never heard of that Pokémon before." She was confused. She's pretty sure she's never seen it in Kanto before. "That's because she's not from this region, and neither is Luxray or Riolu. So I'm not surprised you've never seen her before." "They're not?" She was shocked about receiving this new information. "Then what region are they from then?" She was really interested in learning this new information. "Meowstic is from the Kalos region, while Luxray and Riolu are from the Sinnoh region," he explained. "Wow, so have you traveled to those regions?" "Nope, Luxray's an old friend of mine, and Meowstic was being taken care of at Professor Oak's lab, and Riolu hatched from one of the eggs I was taking care of," he told her. Misty was amazed. She could tell from the start that he was rookie trainer, but he knew more than the average one, which was proven right after he took down Team Rocket like it was no big deal. "Misty, you like water-type Pokémon, don't you?" he asked out of the blue. "Huh? Oh yeah, I do, but how did you know that?" "I'm not sure, you just have that kind of aura around you, I guess." He stopped brushing Meowstic. "Okay Pikachu, it's your turn now." The little mouse wasted no time in getting in his lap. As soon as the brushing began, he let a cute cha, signaling that he likes it. "Ralts," he turned to the Ralts twins and saw they were right next to him staring at what he was doing. "Aw, they're so cute," Misty squealed. He laughed. "Hear that, you guys? Misty says you're cute." The male Ralts didn't take too kindly to that and turned away from the red head. Did I say something wrong?" She sweat dropped. "No. It's just that this one's a male, so he doesn't like being called cute." "Oh, I'm sorry Ralts." The Pokémon looked back at her and smiled in forgiveness. "Alright Pikachu, you're all done, come here Riolu." The little dog Pokémon jumped in his lap and let himself be groomed, liking it very much. "Riolu's really cute. What kind of Pokémon is it?" She sat down on the floor near Ash. "It's a fighting type Pokémon that uses aura." "Aura?" "Yep. Every living thing has aura, including Pokémon, and Riolu has the ability to use aura in battle, considering they're fighting type Pokémon." "Really? He doesn't look like it." She stared curiously at the little dog. Not liking her comment, he got up from his position, making punching motions with his fists, causing Ash to laugh nervously. "Let me guess, he didn't like what I said, did he?" "Nope." "Then I guess I'm sorry, Riolu," she said. "Rio," he scampered over to Ash and sat down on his lap Indian style. The raven-haired teen rubbed the Pokémon's head. "I guess he wants to start training, but he's still too young, just like the others, so he'll have to wait a little bit." Misty nodded her head in understanding. Most rookie trainers would start training baby Pokémon right away without any regards towards their feelings, but you take their feelings into consideration. "Yeah, I know one rookie trainer in particular that has me worried about his Pokémon, considering his personality." Ash thought of a certain brown-haired teen. "Who do you mean?" He shrugged. "I get the feeling we'll be meeting him soon enough, and to be honest with you, I'm not looking forward to it." Luxray growled. He knew exactly who his trainer was talking about. The boy sighed. Oh well, anyway my mom and little sister should be here soon. She said she wants to travel with me on my journey, so I was thinking you should meet them. He suggested. Sure, I don't mind. Great, he got up holding Riolu with one arm. Alright, everybody return. They went back in their Pokeballs except Pikachu, Meowstic, and Luxray. When Misty questioned why he didn't return them, he said that they don't like their Pokeballs very much. In the lobby. As soon as the two entered the lobby, a little girl with blonde hair tackled him in a tight embrace. Big brother. Hey there Munchkin. He hugged her back. She grinned up at him. We finally made it. So I see, he was looking for a certain woman but didn't see her. Where's Mom? Oh, she said she had to go back home immediately to keep her, you know what, she whispered. Ash understood immediately. Well, I'm not surprised. That's Mom for you. Molly notices 3 Pokemon with her brother. Oh wow, she squealed, a Pikachu. Pikachu stared at the little girl. Then back at Ash, wondering if it was okay to let the girl touch him. He gave a nod of approval, letting him know it was okay. Jumping down from his shoulder and on the floor, Molly began petting the mouse Pokemon on the head. Hi Pikachu, my name's Molly, she said cheerfully. Pika. Molly looked at her brother for translation. Ash chuckled. He said, nice to meet you, he translated. Suddenly Misty remembered about yesterday's encounter with Team Rocket. That's right. I can't believe I almost forgot to ask you this, Ash, can you understand Pokemon? Before he could answer her question, his sister answered for him. Yep, she said with such joy, my big brother's amazing because he talks to Pokemon. How is that possible? Misty questioned. To be honest with you, I don't really know myself. He still couldn't understand how he was able to understand them, but it doesn't bother him that much. That's why I'm taking this journey. Maybe I'll find the answer I'm looking for. I also want to challenge the gym leaders to see if I'm worthy of being a Pokemon trainer. I know it won't be easy and there will be challenges ahead, but that's what makes the journey more interesting. He smiled. Misty couldn't help but smile herself. She can tell that he's not one of those arrogant type trainers or those who think challenging gym leaders is easy. Alright then, he suddenly said, making Luxray stop nuzzling Molly. He may not like other people, but he loves children. Why don't we get going then? The first gym is Pewter City Gym, but before we go there I want to get some training done in the Viridian Forest. Yay! I get to watch my first gym battle. Molly jumped up and down. He laughed at his sister's enthusiasm. He then turned to Misty. You'll come with us, right? Huh? You want me to come with you? He nodded. Why not? Think of it as compensation for Luxray destroying your bike. As if lightning struck her, she suddenly remembered how all this started in the first place. Hey, that's right. You still owe me a bike. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have any money to pay for it, so I guess you'll just have to travel with us till we can get you a new one. Actually, I can help you with that. A familiar voice said. They turned to the source and saw Nurse Joy walking towards them. Why don't you leave your bike with me? There's someone I know who can fix your bike with no problem at all. Problem solved then, but you can still travel with us if you want to. Of course I'm still going to travel with you. Like you said, it's the least you can do after destroying my bike, she countered. Then it's settled. Let's go everyone, he said, his sister, and his Pokemon already out the door. Hey, wait up! Misty yelled. And just like that, our hero Ash Ketchum has both his sister and new traveling companion Misty to travel with him on his journey. What exciting adventures await them! Viridian Forest. After the events at the Pokemon Center, we now find out heroes taking a leisurely walk through Viridian Forest that leads to Pewter City and Ash's first gym battle. But after a while they found out that their leisurely walk would turn into something else. It's a bug. Misty screeched for what felt like the 100th time. Ash and Molly sighed at their new traveling companion while his Pokémon were starting to get annoyed, the main one being Luxray, who was very eager to shock her just to shut her up. Pikachu wasn't too far behind him in having the exact same thoughts, and Meowstic wouldn't mind a psychic blast herself. "Misty, will you please stop screaming?" Ash said, trying to not sound annoyed with the redhead. "Not until we get out of this forest. There are so many disgusting bugs," she screamed louder. Molly had to cover her ears because of all the yelling. "Big brother, why is she so loud?" "Who knows?" Suddenly something caught his attention. A small green serpentine-like creature with yellow spots on it with a yellow tip on its tail, and a bright red antenna appeared. "Wow!" Molly said with excitement, "What Pokémon is that?" "It's a Caterpie," he said, taking out his Pokédex, scanning the creature. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. To repel enemies, Caterpie releases an unpleasant odor from its red antenna. It molts several times while growing. Caterpie evolve into Butterfree. Ash said. "Wow!" Molly had sparkles in her eyes. Not only did she get to travel with her brother, but she also gets to see more Pokémon. The bug-type Pokémon heard voices and began crawling their way, causing Molly to get even more excited. Ash was surprised that it would even approach them instead of just running away. The two siblings watched as the bug Pokémon got closer and closer until it was rubbing on Misty's leg. "Well, look at that, Caterpie seems to really like you, Misty," Ash said. "You're so lucky," Molly said. That information didn't seem to do well with Misty at all, because she began to scream again, shaking Caterpie off for making the little bug sad. Ash picked the little guy up. "It's alright, I happen to like bug Pokémon." That made its mood turn good and it began to nuzzle Ash. "Why don't you come with me? I'll make sure you evolve into an awesome Butterfree," he said. "Caterpie," it said cheerfully. The boy tapped it with a Pokeball and it was an instant capture. "Alright, we got a new friend, it's Caterpie," he said happily. His Pokémon and Molly did a pose with him. "Why did you capture it?" Misty practically cried out. "Because there's nothing wrong with Caterpie, not to mention they evolve pretty quickly. It'll be a Butterfree before you know it," he smiled. "Really?" Molly questioned. "Yep, come on, let's keep moving." They continued walking through the forest, not knowing they were being followed by none other than Team Rocket, who was hiding in the bushes. "Twerp spotted," James said, holding out his binoculars. "I knew we'd find them if we stayed on this path." Jessie smirked. Meowth, who usually had something to say, was quiet, something that was rare. "What's wrong, Meowth?" James questioned. "Yeah, you're usually not this quiet," Jessie pointed out. "It's that Twerp, the one that can talk to Pokémon," he said. "Oh yeah, he did say that he heard his Pokémon insult you," James said. "I wonder how he learned to do that." "Same here, I've never heard of a person learning how to speak Pokémon," Jessie commented. "That Twerp owes me an explanation," Meowth growled. "Why is this bothering you so much?" Jessie questioned. "Because that Twerp knows how to talk to Pokémon, that's why it's bothering me," he yelled, following in the direction the three kids went, leaving a confused James and Jessie behind, but soon followed afterwards. With Ash, Molly, and Misty. "I'm gonna go look for some berries, you guys wanna come?" Ash said. "I wanna go," Molly said, lifting her hand in the air. "Alright, let's go then." They both walked off into the forest in search of berries for their Pokémon. Misty stayed behind, not wanting to encounter any more bug Pokémon. She was sitting by the river when a sword came onto her field of vision, causing her to scream. She looked and found the source of the sword and saw a kid wearing samurai armor. "Greetings, shrieking maiden," he greeted. "Are you perhaps from Pallet Town?" he asked. "No, I'm not," she yelled. "I'm from Cerulean City." "My mistake then." He put his sword back in its sheath and walked away. "Alas, my search continues." That was so weird. She watched him walk away and into the forest. Why would he be looking for someone from Pallet to dash? Realization hit her. "Ash and Molly are from Pallet Town," she cried out, running into the forest hoping to get to them in time. With Ash and Molly. Big brother, look. Molly brought a berry to her brother. This looks like a cherry. That's a cherry berry, he said, taking it from her. It cures paralysis, so if our Pokémon ever get paralyzed we just give them these and they'll feel better. That's amazing, she said. He put the berry in his backpack. Let's head back. Before he could start walking he saw Luxray charge at something, and before he could tell him to stop he made contact with what he was charging at and began to growl menacingly. Luxray, what are you doing? Ash yelled, not happy at the Pokémon's behavior. He approached and was about to scold him, but then he saw the reason why he charged in the first place. He saw a boy dressed in samurai clothing with a sword next to him. Luxray had the boy completely pinned to the ground. He couldn't get up even if he tried. On second thought, never mind, he heard Pikachu and Meowstic agree with him. Who are you and why are you carrying a dangerous weapon around with you? Ash said in a demanding tone. Why, you misunderstand, the boy said. Ash raised a brow. Really? Doesn't seem like I'm misunderstanding anything. You're carrying a weapon with you that can probably hurt someone really badly, not to mention my sister is here with me and she looks scared out of her mind. He was right. Molly was hiding right behind him looking scared, so I'll ask you again. Who are you? And my name is Samurai and I'm looking for Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. The boy said. He raised a brow. I'm Ash Ketchum. Then my search is over, he said. I challenge you to a Pokémon battle. Before we do that, Ash started, who told you about me? Oh, I challenged another trainer from Pallet Town. The one with the many cheerleaders. He told me that I should have no trouble defeating you, he stated. That information didn't seem to sit well with his Pokémon, especially Luxray, who was tempted to electrocute the boy for believing something so stupid. Ash merely sighed in annoyance. Gary was really obnoxious sometimes. Well, if you want a battle I'll be happy to oblige. I thank you, the boy said. Luxray, let him up please. Ash said. The Pokémon reluctantly obeyed, but he was still eyeing the boy in case he got any funny ideas. Molly, why don't you stand near Luxray, okay? The girl nodded and went over by the lion, who was staring intently at the boy. Just then they heard rustling from the bushes. Out came Misty with a mallet. They could do nothing but stare at her in astonishment and wonder. Just where the hell was she hiding it? Misty? Ash spoke. Are you two okay? She said, still having the mallet in the air ready to strike at any moment. Yeah, we're fine, he responded slowly. This guy just challenged me to a battle, so I agreed. Do you want to watch? He asked. She finally put the mallet down. As long as you're okay then fine, and I wouldn't mind watching. Okay then. He made a mental note not to ask where she kept her mallet hidden. He wasn't going to lie, he was afraid of the answer she would give him. Right now the boy named Samurai was on the opposite side of the field while Ash was at the other end. This will be a 2-on-2 battle. Do you accept? Samurai said from the opposite end. I do. Then let the battle begin. Molly, Pikachu, Meowstic, and Luxray, and Misty were on the sidelines watching as the battle was about to start. Misty was a little worried because this was the first time Ash was battling another trainer. The kid may have a few screws loose, but he looked skilled. Meanwhile, Molly and Ash's Pokémon weren't really that worried. Unlike Misty, they had absolute faith in Ash. Pinsir, I choose you. Samurai threw a Pokeball and out came to Misty's horror a bug Pokémon. She didn't hesitate to scream her head off, earning a confused look from Samurai and an annoyed sigh from everyone else. Alright then. Pidgeotto, come on out. Out came Ash's flying-type Pidgeotto, who looked at the bug-type in anticipation. She couldn't wait to show her trainer just how strong she is. Misty was surprised that he was using a flying-type instead of either the 3 Pokémon he had with him right now. Another thing she noticed was that he looked calm, even relaxed. Why is that? You can go first, Samurai. Ash said. I appreciate your generosity, he bowed. Pinsir, use Tackle. The bug-type charged at the flying-type. Use Agility to dodge, then Air Slash. He said calmly. The bird wasted no time in dodging the tackle attack. Having used agility to get in the air quickly, her wings glowed blue, releasing wind slicers from her wings that hit Pinsir in a direct hit. The bug Pokémon was sent back to its trainer's side and had swirls in its eyes as it hit the ground in front of Samurai. It was clearly knocked out. There was silence for a brief moment before Molly and Ash's Pokémon cheered for his victory. Pidgeotto flew back to her trainer's side. The boy was rubbing her head softly. "That was an amazing air slash, I'm so proud of you," he praised. It was no joke, out of all the moves she wanted to work on, it was air slash and she finally mastered it. Pidgeotto chirped, causing Ash to laugh at her comment. Samurai quietly returned his Pinsir, not knowing what to say or how to react to what just happened. This person was no ordinary novice trainer like the brown-haired boy had told him. "You are very skilled," he complimented. "Thanks, you're not so bad yourself." "Your praise is greatly appreciated." He bowed again, taking out another Pokeball. "Shall we continue?" Ash returned Pidgeotto. "Sure thing." Taking out another Pokeball himself, "Ready when you are." Before the boy could take out another Pokeball, a large mechanical arm shot out of the clearing, only for Luxray to jump in the air and use Iron Tail to smash it to pieces. The lion stood protectively in front of Ash, growling at the bushes, electricity coursing through its body. Misty, Molly, Pikachu, and Meowstic ran up to them, Molly standing next to her brother, a Pokeball in hand. "Who dares interrupt our battle?" Samurai yelled, unsheathing his sword. "Show yourself." "With pleasure," a familiar voice spoke, causing Ash and Misty to flinch. They recognized those voices, and sure enough, a man with purple hair, a woman with pink hair, and a Meowth walked out from the clearing. "Identify yourselves," Samurai yelled, skipping their stupid intro. Samurai and Molly didn't know how to react, so they decided to just stand there and look at them like the idiots that they are. "Not you three again," Misty yelled. Samurai looked at them. "You know these fools?" he questioned. Ash nodded. "They're from Team Rocket, they steal people's Pokémon," he explained. "I see," he said, turning back to them. "State your business now or suffer the consequences." "Oh, I'm so scared," Jessie mocked. "We have no business with you, boy," James said. "Our business is with the Dash." "You twerp." Meowth pointed to Ash, interrupting James. Luxray growled again at the cat as if warning him to insult his trainer one more time. "Yeah," he answered, not understanding why the cat was calling him out. "You owe me an explanation," he declared. Jessie, James, and Misty all fell down anime style. The only reason Samurai and Molly didn't was because they were still confused about the whole situation, while Ash just stared at Meowth, unsure of what to say. "Meowth, are you seriously still bothered by the fact that the twerp can understand Pokémon?" Jessie yelled at the cat. "I thought you were joking when you said you wanted answers." James' sweat dropped. "No, I wasn't joking about what I said," he yelled at his comrades. "I was serious." "You've got to be kidding me. The only reason you clowns followed us was just so you could get some answers." Misty yelled furiously. "Shut up." Meowth snapped at her. "This is none of your business, it's between me and the twerp." Ash couldn't help but sigh. Maybe this is why his mom told him not to say anything about his ability to speak to Pokémon. Because people would be asking him questions about it. This is why he was glad that only his mom, Molly, his aunt, his cousin, and Professor Oak know about it. Had Gary knew, there was no telling what merciless teasing and bullying he would put the boy through. He was already an outcast, and the last thing he needed to be teased about is this. "My big brother doesn't have to tell you anything," Molly stated, throwing a Pokeball in the air. "Teddiursa, I choose you." Out came a little teddy bear-like Pokémon with a crescent marking on its face. Unlike most Teddiursas, this one loved battling. It looked at the cat Pokémon and huffed at it. "Teddy-Ursa, Ursa. Teddiursa," it taunted. Ash couldn't help but laugh out loud, startling everyone present. He knew exactly what Teddiursa said and thought it was funny as hell. Ash?" Misty called out. "What did it say?" He turned to her, then whispered it in her ear, and she began to laugh herself. That's too funny," she said in between laughs. "Yep," Ash said, turning back to Team Rocket. "What did it say, Meowth?" Jessie asked. "It said, think you can take me?" "Bring it on, kitty cat," he growled. Now the two Team Rockets began to laugh. They couldn't help but find it funny themselves. "Stop laughing and call out your Pokémon," he growled at the two human. They stopped immediately. "Right, Ekans, let's go." Jessie called out her Pokémon. "Let's go," coughing. James called out his Pokémon. Ash observed the two Pokémon very carefully. "They're both poison types, huh?" Ash said. "We can handle it," Molly declared. "I know you can." "Meowstic, let's go." Ash called his psychic type over. The cat obeyed faithfully and appeared in front of her trainer ready for battle. "Ekans, use Poison Sting." Coughing, "Use Tackle." Ekans shot poison needles out of its mouth while Coughing rushed at its opponent. "Meowstic, use Confusion." Ash ordered. Raising her ears, the poison sting needles shot back at Ekans, landing a direct hit. Teddiursa moved to the side. The cub Pokémon did just that, causing Coughing to miss. Close combat. The little bear suddenly rushed at the poison type with immense speed and began to slaughter it by hitting non-stop, throwing punch after punch, all while smiling. Misty was speechless. This is the first time she saw a Pokémon like that, and it was dominating a poison type like it was nothing. "What does that teddy bear think it's doing to my Coughing?" James yelled angrily at the little bear. Ash just chuckled. "Yeah, well, that's Teddiursa for you." "Huh?" Misty said. "Well, Teddiursas are known for being cute and harmless Pokémon, but Molly's isn't like that." Looking at how the tiny bear was throwing hit after hit, he really likes to battle and finds it fun, so it's best to not get on his bad side. Teddiursa finished up by punching Coughing over to Team Rocket and colliding with Ekans, knocking them both out. "That's one tough teddy bear," Meowth commented. Molly stepped in front of her brother with Teddiursa standing right next to her. "This is for picking on my big brother," she glared. "Fire punch." Its fist covered in flames, he rushed at Meowth with incredible speed, slamming its fist in the cat's stomach, sending him back at Ekans and Coughing. He was still conscious even though his skin turned brown. What kind of move was that?" Misty stuttered. "Tell you later," Ash told him. "Pikachu, Luxray, use Thunderbolt." Pikachu jumped in the air while Luxray charged his body, then both attacks fired off at the same time, electrocuting the rockets, sending them blasting off in the air. "I can't believe we got taken out by a little bear," Jessie complained. "What are you whining about? At least your Pokémon didn't get a beat down from it." James shot back. "That teddy bear and Twerp are gonna get it next time." Meowth growled. Team Rockets blasting off again. Molly jumped up and down with Teddiursa. That was their very first battle and they won. It was the best feeling in the world. "Did you see that, big brother? We won. We won," she yelled. "I saw. Awesome job, Molly." "You too, Teddiursa." He congratulated them both. "Teddiursa," the Pokémon blushed happily. He turned to Samurai. "Do you want to continue our battle?" Because of Team Rocket they never got to finish. Samurai shook his head. "No, it's clear who the real trainer is." He bowed. "You are truly a strong trainer, stronger than the one with the many cheerleaders." Ash bowed back in return. "Thanks for the compliment. I take it you plan on challenging the gyms, correct?" He nodded. "That's right, we're on our way to Pewter City so I can challenge Brock, the gym leader who specializes in rock-type Pokémon." "I see, then I wish you luck, my friend." And with that he walked away. Ash and the others decided to leave as well, not wanting to disturb the beedrill that live in the area. Campsite. Having prepared everything for the night, setting up the tents and sleeping bags, they decided to eat. Misty was surprised when she found out that Ash could cook. He told her that he and his mentor would go out to camp at night so he could be prepared for it when he decided to go out on his journey. "The food was great, Ash," Misty complimented. "Thanks, but my mom's food is still better than mine." he said. I like both mommies and big brothers the best. Molly declared. Teddiursa, he copied. Hey Molly, are you going to keep Teddiursa out of its Pokeball? Misty questioned. She nodded, yep. That way we can spend more time together, right? She smiled at her Pokemon. Ursa, it said happily. Misty then remembered something from earlier. Hey, that's right. I almost forgot to ask you what was that move Teddiursa used on Coughing and Meowth. She almost forgot to ask them. Good thing she remembered. Oh, those moves were Close Combat and Fire Punch. They're fighting type moves. Ash explained. Fighting type moves? Does that mean he's a fighting type? Misty questioned. Ash shook his head. Nope, you see Teddiursa is a normal type Pokemon, but you can still teach it fighting, fairy, ghost, dark, psychic, steel, fire, ice, grass, thunder, and water type moves. You can either teach it those moves or they already have it as an egg move. He explained. Wow, I had no idea you could teach Pokemon different type of moves. Ash leaned back from his comfortable position, which was Luxray's side. The Pokemon didn't seem to mind the fact that his trainer was treating him like a pillow. Pikachu and Meowstic were leaning on Ash's side fast asleep. It had been a long day for them, what with Misty screaming her head off every 5 minutes, then there was Samurai and not to mention Team Rocket showing up. They deserved some rest. The boy began to yawn himself, so he decided to let Molly and Misty share the tent together while he fell asleep on Luxray with his other 2 Pokemon sleeping on each side of him. Yay! We're here. Molly yelled as she and Teddiursa began running towards Pewter City, where Ash will earn his first gym badge. Molly! Don't run so fast, you'll hurt yourself. Ash scolded as he walked down the path with his 3 Pokemon still out, with Misty following right behind him. Ash decided to use the forest to train his Pokemon so that they would be ready for the gym battle at hand, and he knew just the Pokemon he wanted to use. When Misty asked him which Pokemon he was going to use, he simply told her, it's a secret. Making her pout at him, causing Molly to laugh. Speaking of which, the little girl and her Teddiursa were currently standing on a rock looking at the town. Wow, there's so many people here. She stared in awe. Teddiursa. Before the 2 of them could make any more comments, they heard a voice right under them. Pewter City is gray. Molly and Teddiursa looked down to the voice and saw that it was a man with a beard wearing shabby clothes sitting below them. The color of stone. This town has always been famous for stone. The 2 of them looked at each other, then back at the strange man. Who are you, mister? Molly asked. The name's Flint, and you're standing on my merchandise, young lady. Flint said. She got off the rock immediately along with her partner. I'm sorry for stepping on your merchandise, mister. She bowed politely, her partner following the same example. Molly, a familiar voice called out. Turning around, she saw that it was Ash. She ran up to her brother, telling him about the strange man she talked to, and said she accidentally stepped on his merchandise. But they just look like normal rocks to me, Misty stated. Ash bowed politely to the man. I'm sorry, my sister stepped on your merchandise, sir. The man looked directly at the boy. Don't see trainers like you anymore. Anyway, would you like to buy one? He shook his head. No thank you. He turned to the others. Let's go to the Pokemon Center, our Pokemon need to be checked out. They left the strange man and began walking into the city. Flint watched them leave, but his eyes were still on Ash. He couldn't help but smile at the retreating trainer. That kid, he might just be the one Brock was waiting for. Pewter City Pokemon Center. Ash and company finally arrived at the center, where they saw a boy in front of them who was wearing a blue and yellow hat, a green shirt, jacket, and blue pants with the same shoes as Ash. He also had a Pikachu on his shoulder with wild hair. Ash stared at the boy very closely and realized he looked very familiar. Richie, is that you? Said boy turned around and saw the gang. Ash, he ran towards them, slamming into the boy, giving him a big hug. It is you. How've you been? Ash asked the boy who finally let go of him. Great. I finally started my journey the same as you, he responded. I'm glad. He looked at the Pikachu on the boy's shoulder. So Pikachu's your starter Pokémon? Richie rubbed the rodent's head. Yep. Sparky's my partner. Pika, the rodent raised its hand giving a peace sign. Oh. You got one too, that's awesome. That's right, he's my best friend, right Pikachu? Pikachu, it said with a smile. Richie then noticed the other two Pokémon that he'd never seen around Kanto before. Hey Ash, who are these Pokémon? The one on my left shoulder is Meowstic and this is Luxray. He introduced. Meowstic. The cat waved. Luxray. The lion tipped its head in greeting. Meowstic and Luxray, huh? Richie pulled out his Pokédex to scan them. Meowstic, the constraint Pokémon. When faced with trouble, Meowstic will raise its ears and create enough psychic power to demolish a 10-ton truck. Its appearance varies, depending on gender. Richie and Sparky both whistled in appreciation for the psychic type. He then scanned the next Pokémon. Luxray, the Gleam Eyes Pokémon. Its eyes can see through anything. It can even spot its prey hiding in the shadows. Wow, what powerful Pokémon! Richie commented. Pika. His partner agreed. Thanks. He noticed that Misty and Molly were staring at them with curious eyes. Big brother, who's he? Molly asked, tugging on her brother's jacket. Patting the girl's head smiled, Molly, Misty, this is Richie, my cousin. See, cousin? Misty was surprised the boy was practically a carbon copy of Ash that it was almost scary. Molly had the opposite reaction, yay. I have a cousin. She hugged the boy, Teddiursa waving at him. He just now noticed the bear Pokémon and scanned it. Teddiursa, the little bear Pokémon. This cute, cuddly Pokémon is easily frightened and frequently licks its paws, which are usually covered with sweet honey. So that's a Teddiursa, huh? He then turned to Molly. Wait minute, did you just say you have a cousin? She nodded. You're my cousin now. He was still confused, just who is this girl? Richie, he looked at Ash. This is Molly Ketchum, my little sister, and this is Misty, she's traveling with us. What? Richie and Sparky yelled in surprise. Since when did you have a sister? How come you never told me? How old is she? Did Aunt Delia give birth to her? Chop, the boy suddenly found himself being chopped on the head by none other than his cousin Ash. When they were little and Richie would start babbling about nonsense or freaking out about something, Ash would whack him on the back of the head or he would chop him on the head. It didn't really matter what method he used. The boy was rubbing his head, muttering how painful it was. Have you calmed down? Richie nodded. Yeah, I'm good now. He said, still rubbing his head. Good. Now then, to answer your questions. First, she's been my sister for a while now. Second, I couldn't get in touch with you to tell you. Third, she's 8 years old. Fourth, no, my mom didn't give birth to her because we adopted her due to some unfortunate circumstances. He explained calmly. Wait, Molly's adopted? She's not related by blood? Misty thought the two of them were blood siblings the whole time. And what did he mean, unfortunate circumstances? It's nice to meet you, Molly. Richie bent down to her eye level, hugging her back. So Richie, since you're here, I'm assuming you've challenged the gym already? Ash asked. No, not yet. I was actually on my way to challenge it, but then I forgot to sign up for the Indigo League. He said. Really? We came here to get our Pokémon checked out, then I was going to sign up for it. Then I'll just wait here with you. Alright. After getting their Pokémon checked out and being thanked by Nurse Joy, while Ash was repeatedly, both Ash and Richie signed up for the Indigo League and were looking forward to battling each other when they get there. So you decided to become a Pokémon master? Richie questioned, as they were all walking towards the gym. Ash's Pokémon have gotten close to Richie, but Luxray was still a little skeptical. It was still going to take a while for it to be comfortable around other Pokémon trainers besides Ash. That's right, I decided that if I decide to go on my journey, then I would pursue my dream to become a Pokémon master. I'm glad, I've wanted to accomplish my dream right along with you just like we promised. What do you want to be, Richie? Misty asked. Me? My dream is to be a Pokémon champion, he yelled in determination. Pika. Sparky copied him. A Pokémon champion? Misty questioned. That's right, I'm going to challenge all the 8 gyms in Kanto and defeat every member of the Elite Four and defeat the champion. His eyes burned with determination. Defeat every member of the Elite Four? Misty exclaimed in surprise. Listen, the Elite Four aren't just ordinary trainers, they're called elites for a reason. They're even stronger than gym leaders. Molly tilted her head. Big brother, what's the Elite Four? The Elite Four are groups that reside in every region: Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos. Each of them has their signature Pokémon that they use for battle and different types of Pokémon they specialize in. For example, Lorelei specializes in ice types, Bruno with fighting types, Agatha with ghost types, and Lance with dragon types. He explained. So cool. Molly said in awe. Ursa, the bear, said with his spot on Molly's shoulder. Also, he continued, Lance is a master dragon-type trainer and is currently Kanto's champion. The Pokémon he uses that no one has ever defeated is his signature Pokémon, his Dragonite. Dragonite? Molly and Richie asked. Meanwhile, Misty was impressed with how much Ash knew even though he's a rookie trainer. She couldn't help but wonder where he got so much information on the Elite Four members. Dragonite is a dragon-type Pokémon, and not only that, but it's considered a pseudo-legendary Pokémon along with Tyranitar, Salamence, Metagross, Garchomp, Hydreigon, and Goodra. Pseudo-legendary Pokémon, the three exclaimed in surprise. No way. Richie said. That's amazing. Molly squealed in excitement. Wait, please explain to me what a pseudo-legendary Pokémon is. Misty asked. Talking about this was starting to interest her a lot, and hearing it from Ash made her want to learn more. Pseudo-legendary Pokémon have a 3-stage evolution and have a high power to boost. If trained by a trainer, then pseudo-legendary Pokémon can even defeat legendary Pokémon because they're on the same level as them, hence why they're called pseudo-legendary Pokémon. They took in this information still in awe by the fact that there are some Pokémon considered strong enough to take down legendary Pokémon. As expected of my cousin Ash. He always knows things about Pokémon. Richie complimented. I only know so much thanks to Professor Oak and my mentor. If anyone knows more about Pokémon, it's those two. Ash stated, but it was clear his response was modest and not an arrogant reply, something Gary Oak would do non-stop. Anyway, Richie, do you know what Pokémon you'll use against the gym leader Brock? He asked. I'm gonna use Sparky against him, he said with determination. Misty looked at him. You're going to use an electric type against a rock type gym? Of course. You'll see, we'll blow them away. Pikachu. Now hold dash. She was cut off by Ash. Richie, are you sure you want to use Sparky against those rock types in there? Yeah, you'll stay and watch, right Ash? He asked. You know it, I mean I have to challenge the gym myself, you know. He reminded. Ash, would it be alright if we go first? He asked hopefully. I don't mind. Great. Look, there it is. Molly yelled, pointing to a building with some rocks surrounding it. The place looked run down on the outside, but who knows? It was probably well maintained in the inside. Richie took a deep breath, then opened the doors, which were heavier than they looked. They all walked in and noticed it was dark on the inside. Hello, is anyone here? Misty called out, but no one answered. Are they out? Ash wondered. Who goes there? A voice boomed. Startled, they looked up to see a boy a little older than Ash and Richie. They couldn't see his face, but they knew he was the gym leader. My name's Richie Hiroshi from Frodomar City and I challenge you to a gym battle. Richie declared. Pikachu. Sparky copied. My name's Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, and I also challenge you to a gym battle. Ash said. Both of you against me? He questioned. No, Richie will go first, I'll go after him. Ash said. Alright then, I accept your challenge, the boy said. The lights suddenly came on, showing a young man with brown hair skin with squinted eyes wearing an orange shirt, green sleeveless jacket, brown pants and white shoes. A gym battle is different from a normal battle, you do realize that, right? He stated. So what if it is? I came here to win and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Richie declared. Pikachu. Misty just shook her head, while Molly tilted her head in confusion about what the older boy meant. Gym leaders have an arsenal of Pokémon at their disposal, and while they're not as strong as the Elite Four, they are still the highest-ranking members of their gym. Ash said. Misty nodded her head in appreciation not only for Ash's knowledge of gym leaders, but because he finds them to be taken seriously. The young man looked at Ash with unidentified expression on his face. You seem to know more than your friend here. He's my cousin and I suppose, he shrugged at the statement. Now then, we'll get off the field and let you two have your battle. He said, ushering both girls to the stand so they could watch the gym battle. Why don't we all cheer for Richie? Ash said. Okay. Molly said. Teddiursa. Pika. Meow. Luxray. All right. Misty said. Ash nodded in appreciation. Even though he said that on the inside he was worried about Richie's choice in choosing Sparky against a rock type, while it's true that an electric type would do no damage if they used electric type moves, but they can learn steel type moves such as Iron Tail to do some damage since rock types are weak against steel types. Actually, rock types are weak against water, ice, grass, fighting, ground, and steel type Pokémon. So unless Richie taught Sparky a steel-type move or to attack with quick attack or any other he can use against the rock types, then he may have a problem. He was brought out of his musings when he saw a boy who looks exactly like the gym leader take the role as the referee. This will be a 2-on-2 gym battle between Brock, the Pewter City gym leader, and Richie Hiroshi from Frodomar City. The gym leader Brock will call out his Pokémon first. Both are not able to switch Pokémon while battling. The referee stated. Are both trainers ready? Brock merely nodded. I'm ready. Richie said. Battle begin. Brock called out his Pokémon first. Geodude, let's go. Out came Gray Boulder-type Pokémon with 2 rock muscle arms. Geodude, it cried. Richie took out his Pokédex. Geodude, the rock Pokémon. Geodude has incredibly high defensive power, making it virtually resistant to any physical attacks. High defensive power, huh? We'll just see about that. Let's go Sparky. Pika. Sparky jumped from his shoulder and onto the rocky battlefield. Brock raised a brow. You're going to use an electric-type Pokémon? He questioned in disbelief. Yeah, so what? Richie countered. Electric-type moves have no effect on rock and ground-type Pokémon. Brock stated, but not out of malice, just merely giving advice as a gym leader should. Well, see. Richie said stubbornly, Thunderbolt. Sparky shot a bolt of electricity at the rock type who just stood there and took the thunder attack. When it died down, Geodude was unfazed by the attack. But how? Richie was shocked Sparky's Thunderbolt didn't do anything. Molly was looking from the stands. What happened? She looked to her brother for answers. Ash sighed. It's exactly as Brock said, electric-type attacks have no effect on rock and ground types. But why? Because it's called a type disadvantage. Type disadvantage? You see, electric types have a disadvantage against ground-type Pokémon because their attacks have no effect on them. Each Pokémon has a type disadvantage and type advantage. Oh. Molly said, so, since Sparky's Thunderbolt didn't hurt Geodude, then that means Geodude has an advantage against Sparky? Ash nodded. Yep, that also means Sparky has a disadvantage against Geodude because electric types are weak against rock and ground types. Why do you say Geodude's a ground type? Misty questioned. Geodude's not only a rock type, but it's also a ground type which electric types are weak against. Ash explained. So when Geodude starts attacking, Misty started. It'll be super effective and Sparky will either take heavy damage or get knocked out. Ash finished. Molly and Misty started to get worried now because electric-type moves were probably the only thing Sparky knows. Geodude, use Tackle, the rock-type launched itself at the electric rodent. Quick, dodge it. Richie yelled out desperately trying to keep his friend from getting hit with the attack. Fortunately Sparky was able to dodge by jumping to the side even though it was just barely. Nice evasion, use rock throw. Geodude punched the ground causing several rocks to appear then began throwing them at Sparky. Dodge Sparky, he yelled out again, if his friend gets hit with those rocks it'll be bad. Sparky did manage to dodge some of them, but unfortunately one managed to land a direct hit toward Sparky causing him to land near his trainer knocked out. Sparky. Richie gathered his partner in his arms. Sparky is unable to battle. Geodude wins. The referee announced. In the stands Molly was holding on to Teddiursa with a sad expression, poor Sparky. She couldn't imagine if that was her Pokémon down there getting pelted by rocks. A hand rested on her head, she saw it was her brother smiling at her. It'll be alright, wait right here. He got up walking down to the battlefield confusing his sister and traveling companion Misty. Reaching the field he put a hand on Richie's shoulder causing the boy to look up at him. I'll take care of Sparky for you, he smiled and somehow that made Richie feel better, leave it to his cousin to make things better in his own way. He gave Sparky to his cousin who was still smiling, I'll heal him while you finish battling. Richie's somber face was replaced with a look of determination and the will to never give up. Right, the raven-haired boy went back over to the stands with Molly and Misty. Once he sat back down he began taking out his potions and some berries he and Molly found in the forest. A little spraying on the wounds and eating a berry made Sparky feel much better, but he still needed some rest. Misty was impressed with how Ash treated Sparky's injuries. She was seriously wondering if he really is a rookie like he says he is. Sparky was sitting comfortably in Ash's lap watching his trainer with a sad expression in its face. The little guy probably felt bad about causing his trainer to lose his first gym battle. His ears hanged low in disappointment. A hand ruffling his fur made him look up at Ash. Sparky, don't feel bad about losing your first gym battle, you'll do better in the next gym we go to. He said it with such reassurance that the little Pokémon cheered right up. Let's believe in Richie, this next battle he'll show us something interesting. Ash said enthusiastically, confusing those around him, even his own Pokémon. Does he know something they don't? Brock looked at the raven-haired teen in astonishment. He had so much faith in his cousin, and the way he took care of his cousin's Pokémon shows he knows more than the average trainer. Your cousin's an interesting person, he said, turning back to the boy. Richie smiled. Yeah, he is. His cousin gave him a new-found determination. Richie looked around the gym one more time and saw something leaking. He knew just the right Pokémon for the job and knew the right moves to do it. Taking out another Pokeball he held it in his hands. Let's continue. Brock raised a brow noticing his change in mood. Whatever Ash said to him seems to have made him feel much better. Alright then, Onyx, go. Out came a rock snake-like Pokémon that was practically huge. It opened its mouth and began to roar, causing Misty, Molly, Richie, and the Pokémon to cover their ears, while Ash and Luxray weren't really affected by it. Ash looked at the ceiling and noticed something was leaking. I wonder. Richie scanned the new rock type. Onyx, the rock snake Pokémon. It tunnels through the ground, which shakes when it raises its thunderous roar. It can move the ground at 50 miles per hour. Richie called out his next Pokémon. Happy, I choose you. Out came a butterfly bug-like Pokémon. Free, it squealed. Wow, what a beautiful Pokémon. Misty said, making Ash chuckle. She looked at him in confusion. What's so funny? Nothing, I find it funny that you like Caterpie's final evolved form better rather than its pre-evolved form, he said with a cheeky grin on his face, making her puff out her cheeks, pouting. Butterfree's really pretty. Molly stared at the Pokémon in awe. Ursa, her partner, agreed. Ash shushed her, the battle's about to start. She nodded and went quiet, looking back at the battlefield. Bug types have a type disadvantage against rock types, but if Richie saw the same thing as me, then he picked the perfect Pokémon for this battle. Ash thought. Begin. The referee yelled. Brock made the first move. Onix, use Tackle. The snake rock type Pokémon charged at Butterfree. Happy in the air. Richie ordered the bug Pokémon complied with the request, flying in the air just in time, avoiding getting hit by the rock type. Again Onix, the rock type charged at the bug type, but this time Richie was prepared for it. Dodge, then use Gust above you. Happy dodged again, then flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that hit the leak above them, splashing water all over Onix. Ash smirked, so he did see it. His companion, sister, Sparky, and his Pokémon looked at him. Here it comes. Electroweb. Happy sent an electric web-like net at the rock type, and since Onix had water splashed all over it, the move was super effective. Onix took the brunt of the electricity and fell to the ground unconscious. There was silence, no one said a word. Brock was dumbfounded, same as with the referee and the others, while Ash continued to smirk. See, he got the others' attention. Told you this battle would be interesting. Oh, Onix is unable to battle. Happy wins, the referee forced out, still not believing what just happened. Alright. Richie yelled. His Pokémon flew right to him in happiness. That was amazing, Happy, good job. Free, it replied. He did it, Misty stuttered. He actually took down a rock type with an electric attack, but how? The plumbing, Ash said, simply, causing everyone including the referee and gym leader to look at him. The inside of this place looks good except for the leaky ceiling. He pointed upwards. Everyone looked up and realized he was right. Richie had Happy hit the leaky pipe that was towering over Onix, then used an electric type move to earn a victory over the rock type. I never noticed it was leaking, but you did, Misty then thought back to his words from earlier. Let's believe in Richie, this next battle he'll show us something interesting. She looked at Ash again. So that's what you meant. Maybe. He walked back down to the battlefield where his cousin was still celebrating his quick victory. Richie turned to him. Did you see that, Ash? We did it. We won. I saw. He then put a hand on his shoulder. I really hate to damper on your good mood, but to actually win a gym badge you have to defeat both of the gym leader's Pokémon. The boy stopped celebrating, then looked a little sad, but Ash had another idea. Hey Brock. Ash called out. Yeah. If it's alright with you, I would like to have our gym battle, and if I win then both me and my cousin get a badge here. Richie's eyes grew wide with anticipation, but only if you're okay with it. If not, then he'll have to re-challenge you. Now. Normally a gym leader wouldn't think about agreeing to such terms, but Brock was no ordinary gym leader. I accept your terms, but after I heal up my Onix. Once that's done, then we'll have our battle. Fair enough, take your time in healing your Pokémon. Ash smiled. Brock nodded, then left momentarily to heal his Onix, who took an unusual defeat from a bug type. Meanwhile the two cousins walked over to the stands where Molly and Misty were waiting for them. Sparky jumped on his trainer's shoulder, nuzzling him in apology, but Richie simply rubbed his partner on the head and said that it was his fault for letting his partner get hurt. After all that, Brock returned and Ash proceeded to walk down on the other side of the field. This will be a 2-on-2 gym battle between Brock, the Pewter City gym leader, and Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The gym leader Brock will call out his Pokémon first. Geodude, let's rock, he called out the Pokémon he first used against Richie. Geodude, it cried. Meanwhile in the stands Misty was starting to get a little worried. Brock's Pokémon looked well trained. It was proven when he took down Richie's Sparky. Even though it had a type disadvantage against the rock type, Geodude still proved to be stronger. I wonder if Ash will be alright. Misty wondered out loud. Big brother's strong. He'll be okay. Molly wasn't worried. She knew that her older brother would be alright. Molly's right. Richie agreed. You'll see. He's got this in the bag. Misty looked at him. You do realize he's doing this so you can earn a badge, right? I know that. The next time I challenge a gym I won't let him do this again. Richie said. Misty merely sighed then turned back to the battle. Ash threw a Pokeball. Cloyster, come on out, his shiny shell-like Pokémon emerged grinning from ear to ear. Wow! Why didn't Ash tell me he had a water Pokémon? Misty didn't even know he had a water-type Pokémon in his arsenal. It looks like a giant shell. Molly stared. Richie scanned it. Cloyster, a bivalve Pokémon. Its shell is incredibly strong and resistant to a bomb. Its shell only opens when it attacks. It looks strong, but why is it a different color? Richie questioned. Don't know. Molly replied. Geodude, use Rock Throw, like what happened to Richie. The rock Pokémon threw multiple rocks at the shell Pokémon who just stood there still grinning. Withdraw. Ash commanded and Cloyster closed its shell and the rocks thrown at it were destroyed on impact. When it was over the shell Pokémon opened its shell back up still grinning. It didn't do anything. Richie's eyes got big. But all Cloyster did was close its shell. Molly said. Well, the Pokédex did say its shell is strong, maybe this is what it meant. Misty theorized, but she never thought it would be this strong. Alright then, Hydro Pump. The shell Pokémon shot out water that was approaching Geodude fast. Geodude, get out of there. Brock yelled out desperately, but it proved to be in vain as the rock Pokémon was hit with a super effective move landing in front of its trainer. Geodude didn't let himself pass out, thought it stayed conscious, but it was obviously showing signs that the move affected it. That was amazing. Geodude looks like it took some damage from that Hydro Pump. Richie observed. Pika. Sparky agreed. The reason it took so much damage is because rock types are weak against water-type Pokémon. Misty stated. They are? Richie and Molly questioned. Misty looked at them. You doused Onix with water then used an electric-type move and you didn't know that, she yelled. To be honest with you, I didn't think it would really work, but everything worked out alright, he smiled. Unbelievable. Misty groaned. Molly and Teddiursa looked at each other. They're both weird, her partner couldn't help but agree. Geodude managed to pick itself up but it was panting heavily. That Hydro Pump really did a number on it. Ash was looking at the rock type with a smile. It was obvious that Brock takes good care of his Pokémon. This is first time battling a gym leader, so he has to take this battle seriously. Aurora Beam. Cloyster fired multicolored beam from the horn on its head at the exhausted rock type who didn't even bother to dodge because it knew it couldn't anyway. The beam was a direct hit causing it to fly into the wall behind Brock. The Pokémon passed out and slid down the wall on the floor. Geodude is unable to battle. Cloyster wins. Yay, Big Brother won. Molly cheered. Teddiursa. Teddiursa cheered with his partner. That was pretty cool, Richie stuttered. That Cloyster's really strong. That Cloyster looks absolutely beautiful. Misty squealed, making Richie and Sparky sweat drop. Brock returned, Geodude still shocked that it was taken down so easily. He knew that water types have an advantage against rock types, but this trainer's Cloyster was strong. He turned back to the trainer who was petting the shell Pokémon who seemed to be enjoying it. You were awesome, Cloyster, he praised. Even though that was your first battle you were still amazing. Cloyster. Ash laughed at the shell Pokémon's comment. Brock showed a small smile but no one noticed it. The battle's not over yet, Ash, he called out, getting his attention. He looked at the gym leader. You're right. It's not over yet. He returned the shell Pokémon and took out another Pokeball, same as Brock. Is it just me or is Brock smiling? Misty wanted to make sure she was seeing things correctly. She hadn't seen him smile not once, but now it was as if he was enjoying himself. Before anyone could reply to her question, Brock called out his signature Pokémon, Onix. Let's go. Out came the rock snake-like Pokémon who appeared to be healed and ready for another battle. You think Ash has another water type, or was that his only one? Richie questioned. I don't know. Misty replied. Ash tossed a Pokeball in the air calling out his own snake-like Pokémon, Gyarados, come on out. Out came the water serpent-like Pokémon who roared the moment it was released, scaring the living hell out of everybody except Molly, who took an instant liking to the ferocious Pokémon. What kind of Pokémon is that? Richie was visibly shaking but was able to bring out his Pokédex to scan it. Gyarados. This Pokémon has a vicious temperament, so use extreme caution. Its fangs can crush stones and its scales are harder than steel. Scary. Richie couldn't believe his cousin managed to catch a freaking Gyarados. The boy heard horror stories about Gyarados. They're not exactly what one might call the calmest Pokémon because of their nasty temper. He heard about them but never seen what it actually looks like, so it was no surprise he was scared by it. Just look at it. It could swallow over 20 people if it wanted to. Gee, Gyarados, why did it have to be Gyarados? Misty was shaking like a leaf, obviously not a big fan of the Pokémon. Gyarados is so big. Molly loved the snake Pokémon more and more. She wasn't even a tad bit afraid of it. Ursa. Brock was speechless. This may have been the first time he encountered a trainer with Gyarados. Battle begin, the referee announced. Alright, Onyx tackle. The rock snake Pokémon charged at Gyarados. Iron Head. Gyarados charged at Onyx, slamming its head with the rock type hard, doing more damage than the rock Pokémon would. Onyx. Brock cried out for his Pokémon, who was obviously in pain. What was that? That wasn't a water type move. Richie observed. I wonder what type of move that was. Misty was curious. She thought that Gyarados could learn only water type moves. Onyx took some damage from the steel-type move but was still able to stay conscious and continue battling. As much as Ash wishes he could stop battling, he knew he couldn't do that. Iron Tail. Gyarados' tail glowed white and swung it at the rock snake Pokémon, doing more damage. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. Richie winced as the move made contact. No kidding, Misty said, that looked painful. Ash felt bad about hurting Onyx, but this was a gym battle, so no holding back. He saw that it was still good to go, but it was still in pain after taking a direct hit from that steel-type move. Ash sighed, I feel like the bad guy here, but there's no going now. Use Hydro Pump. The attack fired at the struggling rock type, landing another direct hit. Onyx cried out in pain and was panting harder than Geodude was when it was battling Ash's Cloyster. It's kind of hard to watch this battle now, Misty stated in worry. Richie noticed a bunch of little kids running to where Ash was. Who are those kids over there? The two girls looked in his direction and indeed saw some kids running over to Ash, who was so focused on the battle that he didn't even notice. Are they going to try and stop the battle? They can't do that. Misty was about to get angry, but Molly patted her arm, making the redhead look at her in confusion. The girl simply smiled. It's okay, was all she said as she looked at her brother. Ash was really starting to feel bad now. He was about to have Gyarados use another Hydro Pump to put it out of its misery, but before he could, he felt hands all around him. Looking around him, he saw he was surrounded by a bunch of little kids. Grab hold of his legs, arms, and one was hugging his front. Please stop hurting Onyx. It means a lot to Big Brother, the little girl hugging him yelled in desperation. He heard the others say the same thing. He couldn't help but smile at them. Turning towards Brock, he gave him a nod, which the boy returned. I forfeit, Brock announced, raising an arm in the air. I can't bear to see Onyx in pain. Everyone looked at him in shock. They weren't expecting him to give up. Brock looked at the referee. Forrest, call it. The referee or Forrest hesitated for a while before calling it. Gym leader Brock has forfeited, therefore the winner is Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. All right, Richie yelled. Pikachu. Sparky copied. Misty didn't share in the enthusiasm as much as those two. It's true he won, but it feels bittersweet. Molly stood up holding Teddy Ursa in her arms. Come on. Let's go. Ash decided to call his Pokémon over. Gyarados, come here please. The Pokémon didn't hesitate to go over to her trainer. The children hugging him were scared of the approaching blue snake Pokémon, but Ash wasn't scared at all. when the Pokémon reached its trainer it leaned down and began to nuzzle Ash. When it was finished Ash began petting it. You and Cloyster were amazing for your first battle, good job girl. He praised, causing her to send joyful sounds. Everyone couldn't help but stare at him in utter disbelief. Just how in the world was he able to tame a Gyarados? He picked up the closest kid to him, which was the little girl hugging his front, smiling at her. Why don't you pet her too? She loves it. The girl looked at Gyarados. She was still a little scared but slowly raised her hand, bringing it up to pet her. She pets her slowly, causing Gyarados to actually purr, meaning it was enjoying it just like Ash said she would. Wow! Look big brother, I'm petting a Gyarados and it feels great, the girl squealed. Ash couldn't help but laugh at the display, it was just too cute. He put the girl down. Do you guys want to get on her back? She doesn't really mind, do you girl? She lowered herself so the kids could get on, and they did, with the little girl Ash was holding earlier sitting on her head laughing happily. Ash saw Brock, Forest, and everybody else approach him. How in the world were you able to capture and tame a Gyarados? Brock couldn't help but ask. Everybody else wanted to know too. Well, I wasn't planning on capturing one, to be honest with you, but I guess things didn't plan out that way. He was being completely honest. Capturing one wasn't exactly planned, but oh well. It looks like it's well taken care of. Brock observed its scales, noticing that it looked better than the average Gyarados. She is, Ash confirmed. For some reason I caught one of the mild-mannered ones, and not only that, I make sure to take care of her scales and feed her some organic Pokémon food for water types. I can see that. One more thing was bothering Brock though. What about your Cloyster from earlier? What about him? Well, it's a different color than the normal ones you see. He stated. I noticed that too. Forest commented. Same here. Misty chimed in. Speaking of which, can I please see it again? She made a mental reminder to ask him after the gym battle was over. Ash shrugged. I don't mind. He took out Cloyster's Pokeball. Come on out, Cloyster. The light died down and revealed the shell Pokémon. Cloyster. Molly went over to it immediately. Hi Cloyster, I'm Molly and this is Teddy Ursa. Teddy Ursa. Cloyster laughed, having taken a liking to the little girl. Careful Molly, its shell's really sharp. He warned. Okay. So why's it a different color? Richie really wanted to know. It's a shiny. He simply said. Really? Brock questioned. Yep. Wait, what does that mean? Misty questioned. Shiny Pokémon are extremely rare and often hunted down because of their rarity. Brock explained. Oh. Anyway, I have something for Ash and Richie. He took out 2 badges from his pocket. There were 2 gray octagon-looking badges in the palm of his hands. I present you both with the Boulder badge. Both boys took them. All right. My first badge. Richie raised it in the air. Ash observed it happily. Feels good getting my first badge. That's because you've earned it. Misty told him. Brock nodded. She's right, battling you helped me remember something I thought I'd given up a long time ago. He turned to his sibling still playing on Gyarados, who seemed to be enjoying the attention. The raven-haired teen didn't ask what it was because he figured Brock would tell them when he was ready. When you're ready, I'd like to hear about it. He pulled out Cloyster's Pokeball. Return. A red light beamed out, skinging the Pokémon back in its Pokeball. Walking over to Gyarados where the kids were still playing on her. Sorry kids, but I have to take Gyarados to the Pokémon Center now. They all pawed. They really wanted to play with Gyarados some more but got off reluctantly, including the girl on her head. She walked to Ash holding his hand. Thank you for letting us play with Gyarados, she said. Thank you, they all bowed respectively and thanked. Ash bent down, ruffling her hair. You're welcome. He returned the serpent Pokémon. We should probably head over to the Pokémon Center and have Nurse Joy check out our Pokémon, especially Sparky, Geodude, and Onix. I agree, I'll walk with you guys. Brock said. Then let's go. Richie practically sprinted out of there, probably still ecstatic about getting his first gym badge, even though Ash got it for him by making a deal with Brock. Ash shook his head. It's nice to see him energetic though. His Pokémon simply sighed themselves. While they were waiting for their Pokémon to be healed, Brock told them about his dream to become a Pokémon breeder, but couldn't achieve his dream because he had to look after the gym and his siblings because his father left on a journey and his mom was in the hospital. Ash told him he could see him more as a breeder rather than a gym leader because of how he knows a lot about Pokémon and takes care of them. The proof was his Geodude and Onix. Brock was happy about the compliment and gave his own about Ash's Pokémon, telling the boy how well groomed and healthy they looked, causing the boy to blush and turn away while saying thanks. A ding was heard and Nurse Joy came out with her Chansey with their Pokeballs and Sparky and Pikachu sitting on the table. Your Pokémon are all healed and are in perfect health. She smiled. Ash and Richie walked over to retrieve their Pokémon. Hey buddy, he had his arms out, Pikachu. Pikachu didn't hesitate and jumped in his trainer's arms, then climbed on his shoulder, nuzzling him. Richie picked up Sparky. How are you feeling, Sparky? He asked. Pikachu, he responded, lifting his fist in the air. Misty, Brock and Molly walked over to them. Brock noticed the Raven teen have a Pokeball in his hand. Come on out, Luxray. The lion Pokémon appeared. Luxray. Ash rubbed his head affectionately. Were you good and let Nurse Joy examine you without any problems? He asked gently. Luxray. He responded. Good. He looked at the nurse. Thanks for taking care of them, Nurse Joy. It's no trouble at all. Luxray was really well behaved. She complimented. Chansey. Her partner replied. Brock observed the electric type, so this is a Luxray. Instead of growling at the breeder, it smelled him for a little while, then nuzzled him, seeing him as no threat. This surprised both Ash and Pikachu. Wow, Brock, you're amazing. Brock was petting the electric type. What do you mean? Luxray's growled at just about everybody except me, Molly, Richie, and Nurse Joy. He told him. Really? The breeder looked back. The electric type, it wasn't harming him at all, just letting him pet it. Maybe it's because Brock is so nice. Molly said. Ursa. That, and it doesn't see Brock as harmful, but instead a healer. Ash said. Oh sure, it likes Brock but not me. Misty pouted. Luxray will warm up to you eventually, just give him some time. Hoping that somehow saying that would lift her spirits. He seems just fine now. Brock stood up, but I'm curious about the scars. Ash gave him a sad look, making Luxray go to his side. That's complicated. Ash? Richie said. Anyway, what are you gonna do now, Brock? He changed the subject. Well. He started. He's going to travel with you, that's what he's going to do. A voice finished for the breeder. Looking at the entrance, they saw the same man that was trying to sell rocks to them. Taking off the shabby clothes, it revealed a man looking exactly like Brock but older and more built. Dad? Dad, everyone exclaimed. So the weird old man was Brock's dad? Molly questioned. Looks that way. Ash replied. Also, don't call someone weird old man, it's not nice. Okay. Dad, what are you doing here? Brock questioned. The man bowed. I'm sorry for making you take on the responsibilities as a gym leader. Not only that, but I didn't have what it takes when I was on my journey and was too afraid to face you, he confessed. Now I'm making up for it by telling you go follow your dream and leave the gym and your siblings to me. Brock was still for a while but managed to find his voice again. There's something I have to say to you, he said. Of course. Instead of yelling like his father thought he would, Brock told him how to take care of his siblings and the gym. He was talking so fast that his dad told him to slow down so he could write it all on a mini notepad. Looks to me like it all worked out. Ash smiled. I'm happy for them. Misty agreed. Yeah, Richie suddenly had another thought. So where do we go from here? Misty sighed. Thanks for ruining the moment. Molly and Teddy Ursa had to agree on that one. Meanwhile, while they were enjoying the moment inside the Pokémon Center, a figure hiding in the shadows was observing the group but had its eyes on a certain raven-haired teen. It felt a mental pull from the back of its mind signaling that the person who told the shadow to watch and observe them was making psychic contact. "Can you hear me okay?" a young voice asked. "Yes, I hear you just fine," the shadow responded. "I can sense that he's there, is he?" it asked hopefully. "Yes, he just exited the building known as the Pokémon Center with 4 other humans. So I was right. Do you think he'll listen to my request?" "I do not know," the shadow said, "but I will try to think positive about it." The young voice laughed then stopped quickly. "He's almost here. You have to come back." "I'm coming." In a flash the figure was gone. Richie began yawning and stretching his arms above his head. "So where are we exactly?" he questioned the person who had the map, which was Brock. According to the map we're headed to Empty Moon, where we'll pass to get to the next city," Brock said. "Empty Moon?" Molly questioned. "It sounds romantic, doesn't it?" Misty daydreamed. No it doesn't." Richie deadpanned. "I've heard of it before," Brock continued. "I read somewhere that a long time ago a meteor crashed into the mountain." "Really? Is it true?" Richie asked. "I'm not sure, but I hear that the meteor is actually called a moonstone," Brock told them. "What's a moonstone?" Molly questioned. "It's an evolutionary stone." Ash spoke up. "You know about it?" Brock questioned. He nodded. "It lets Clefairy evolve into Clefable, Jigglypuff into Wigglytuff, Munna into Musharna, Nidorina into Nidoqueen, Nidorino into Nidoking, and Skitty into Delcatty. It's impressive how much you know about Pokémon," Brock complimented. "I only know so much thanks to Professor Oak. If anyone deserves the credit, it's him." Ash shrugged. "Well, at least you're modest about it, not many trainers are." Brock smiled. Ash simply blushed, feeling embarrassed by all the compliments he was getting. He wasn't used to it at all, and besides, the only person to get all the praise was Gary, while Ash and some other kids were overlooked. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard someone yell, "Somebody's in trouble, let's go." They began to run to the sound of the yell and saw someone getting attacked by a flock of Zubat. "Zubat? In broad daylight?" Ash questioned. Richie took out his Pokédex. "Zubat, blind Pokémon with supersonic powers. Zubat live in caves and hate to fly outside in daylight. If they hate daylight, then why are they outside?" Richie asked. "Doesn't matter right now." Ash said, "That guy needs help first. Luxray, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Pikachu. Luxray." Both Pokémon send a double electric attack at the Zubat, causing all of them to fall to the ground paralyzed. Ash ran up to the man. "You alright?" He helped him up and found himself crushed in a death hug. "Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you," the man repeated, nearly crushing Ash to death. The boy was about to retaliate when Pikachu shocked him and Luxray growled, basically saying, "Back off." "I think I'm starting to understand why Ash reacted the way he did when Luxray didn't growl at me back at the Pokémon Center," Brock said. "Same here," Richie agreed. Ash rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry about that." The man managed to get himself up. "No, that's alright, you and your Pokémon get along quite well with each other," he complimented. "Thanks for the compliment." The boy blushed. The man grabbed his hands. "Did I mention how grateful I am?" he said, making Ash sweat drop. Before the boy could say anything, Luxray started growling, electricity flowing through its fur. The man got the message and let go of his hands, causing the lion to stop growling. "Wow," was all Brock could say. Ash wasn't kidding. "Luxray does growl at other people," Richie said. "Pikachu," his partner agreed. If it makes you feel any better, it growled at me too. Misty said. So why were the Zubat attacking you? Ash reminded them of the situation. They usually don't go out in the sunlight. Ash is right. Zubat are nocturnal Pokémon, so it's a little odd to see them attacking someone in broad daylight. Brock stated. Oh yes. I'll explain everything, and my name is Seymour. I'm a scientist as well as a researcher. He introduced dramatically. The others just looked at him. Hey big brother. Can I call him weird? Molly asked innocently. Just this once. He allowed. As for the reason they attacked me is because someone put up those lights in the cave and disturbed the Pokémon's natural habitat. I'll show you what I mean. Leading them inside the cave. They looked around and saw that he was right. There are lights everywhere illuminating the cave, and the Pokémon were suffering because of it. See this? The cave is all light up. Somebody set up these lights purposefully throughout the whole cave, but the Pokémon need darkness. He told them, because of this they're confused and aggressive. That explains why the Zubat attacked you when the sun's still out. Brock said. And look over there, he pointed, the Paras are planting their mushrooms everywhere, while the lights are causing the Sandshrew to become weak and exhausted. He said sadly. Ash looked at the poor Sandshrew and walked over to it, followed by Pikachu and Luxray. Taking out a canteen and a bowl he uses for Pokémon food, he filled up the bowl with water. Here you go little guy, drink up. Sandshrew didn't need to be told twice and began drinking the water like it hadn't had any in days. My goodness. I've never seen a trainer like him before. Seymour observed, such kindness. That's Ash for you. Richie, Misty, and Brock all said. Putting the canteen away, he took out an orange berry. Try this. The Sandshrew took the blue berry from him and ate it. Sandshrew, it said with glee. Ash got up. Still, I wonder who put up all these lights. Out of the corner of his eye he saw something pink walking with something in its hand, a Clefairy. It's so cute. Misty squealed. Wow. A real Clefairy. Molly was excited that she actually got to see one. Ursa. Richie took out his Pokédex. Clefairy. This impish Pokémon is friendly and peaceful. It is believed to live inside empty moon, although very few have ever been seen by humans. Look what it's carrying, Brock pointed out to the others. It's a moonstone. Richie took out a Pokeball. I wouldn't mind catching one. Before anyone could protest, which included a certain animated Seymour, Ash chopped him on the head. Ow, the boy rubbed his head painfully. What was that for? Because it's best to leave it alone, don't you think, he said simply. Still rubbing his head he glared, and you couldn't say that? Ash raised a brow. Would you have listened to me if I did? He questioned suspiciously. Well. He hesitated. Thought so. Richie pouted, making Ash laugh at his cousin's childishness while everybody else looked on in curiosity. Interesting, Seymour observed. How old are these boys? They're both 10 years old. Brock informed. Seymour looked at the boy in utter surprise. What? But Ash seems more mature than the average 10-year-old. I'm actually curious about it myself. Brock remembered the boy's calm nature when he challenged his gym and general understanding of Pokémon. Even Misty was curious about the mystery that is Ash Ketchum. They were brought out of their thoughts when a cry was heard. What was that? Molly said. I think that was Clefairy. Richie said. Let's go. Ash said. They ran to the source of the scream and saw Clefairy being harassed by a Meowth, but not just any normal Meowth. This one was none other than Meowth from Team Rocket. The cat looked up and saw that it was Ash and his friends. It's the twerps. Clefairy used that distraction to hide behind the raven-haired teen, shaking in fear, but a gentle pat on the head from Molly calmed it down. It's all right, she said soothingly, we'll keep you safe. This seemed to calm the fairy type down. So it's you guys causing all this trouble? Misty yelled. Did somebody say trouble? A female voice asked. And make it double, a male's voice said. Their stupid intro or whatever the hell you call it. Richie and Brock just stared at the three of them wondering if maybe they were a bunch of idiots. And they are. Okay, what was that supposed to be? Richie asked dumbfounded. Ash sighed, their stupid intro aside, these clowns are Team Rocket, they steal people's Pokémon. Brock raised a brow, you've dealt with them before. Unfortunately. Ash, Misty, and Molly said. That's just plain rude. James yelled. You're just jealous because we won't let you join us. Jessie taunted. Like I would. Ash yelled. Are you three the ones who put up all these light? Brock demanded, you're hurting the Pokémon that live here. Oh, who cares about them? Jessie waved uncaring, we're only after the Moonstone. So that really is the reason they're here. Ash took out a Pokeball. Brock, mind giving me a hand? He asked. Brock took out a Pokeball himself, gladly. He stepped next to Ash. Richie, can you get Clefairy and the others someplace safe while we handle this? Leave it to me. Richie nodded. They all left to leave the fighting up to Ash and Brock. Both released their Pokémon. Butterfree, blow them away. Zubat, help Butterfree out. Brock called out the bat Pokémon. Ash looked at the breeder questionably. I caught one when it was unconscious. They both got back to Jessie and James as they heard them call out their own Pokémon. Ekans and Coughing. Ekans, use Bite. Coughing, use Tackle. Ekans was about to use Bite on Butterfree, while Coughing was about to use Tackle on Zubat. Butterfree, use Supersonic. Butterfree released light blue circles from his mouth at Ekans, confusing it. You to Zubat, use Supersonic. Zubat did the same as Butterfree, sending light blue circles at Coughing, making it confused too. The two poison Pokémon ended up attacking themselves. What you two doing? Jessie growled. You're supposed to be attacking them, not yourselves. James yelled. Ash wanted to laugh, but now wasn't the appropriate time for that. Blast them away with Whirlwind. Butterfree flapped his wings, creating a strong gust of wind, sending it at Team Rocket, blowing them away. Alright, good job Butterfree. Ash complimented, making the bug type blush. Free. You to Zubat, great work. Zubat landed on Brock's shoulder, nuzzling him as thank you. Before they could celebrate any further, Ash noticed something. Wait a minute, he said, realizing what was missing. I don't see Meowth anywhere. Looking around, he didn't see the cat Pokémon anywhere. You're right, Brock realized too, he must have gone after Clefairy. We gotta find them now. Ash said. The two of them took off in the same direction the others went off to, hoping they weren't too late. As for the others, they were trying to catch up to Clefairy, who was running, and the others followed. Pikachu and Luxray had no problem catching up, acting as its bodyguards. Slow down Clefairy, we can't keep up with you. Seymour was a scientist, not a runner. Clefairy was trying to lead them to its friends, but before it could, Meowth popped up out of nowhere. Found ya. He was right in front of Clefairy. Hand over the Moonstone. Molly stood in front of Clefairy, protecting it. Leave Clefairy alone. Ursa. Have a taste of my fury swipe. He charged at Molly and Teddy Ursa, but Pikachu, Sparky, and Luxray jumped in, firing off a triple thunderbolt, sending the cat blasting off. And good riddance. Misty yelled. Nice work guys. Richie complimented. They heard footsteps approaching them and saw Ash and Brock running towards them. You guys alright? Ash asked. Big brother. Molly ran right into him, giving him a big hug. She won't lie, she was a little scared of getting attacked by Meowth, but thanks to Pikachu, Sparky, and Luxray she was okay. Ash smiled and hugged her back. Looks like we didn't have to worry after all, but I'm glad you guys are okay. Pika, the electric rodent, jumped on Ash's shoulder, while Luxray went to his side. Luxray. We really owe it to these three, Misty complimented, they sent me out flying. Sure did, right buddy? Richie looked at Sparky who was on his shoulder. Pikachu. Luxray stared at Misty for a while then approached her slowly like he did with Brock. The girl flinched when he approached, but didn't make a move and let him come near her. Like Brock he sniffed her for the first time then stopped looking at her again, and he wasn't growling at her like he usually does. Ash couldn't feel more proud of his Luxray because he was trying to get along better with Misty. Misty, try petting him but do it slowly. He told her. She gulped but did as he said, moving her hand slowly. When she put her hand on his head the lion closed his eyes as if telling her she can rub his head if she wants. As if hearing his thoughts she began to slowly rub his head earning a purr in response making Misty smile. Looks like you finally like me. Luxray. What a fascinating Pokémon. Seymour observed. Yay. Luxray likes Misty now. Molly cheered. Ursa. Clefairy didn't join in on the celebration as it was still staring at Molly who wasn't paying much attention to the fairy type. What they didn't know was that they were being followed by another resident Pokémon of the cave. That's pretty impressive that you make your own Pokémon food, Ash. Brock commented. I have my mom to thank for that actually, but thanks for the compliment. He gave some of his Pokémon food to Butterfree who chomped down on it happily. Pikachu, Luxray, Sparky and Teddy Ursa were enjoying some of Brock's Pokémon food. Even Clefairy stayed and ate with them. I gotta say though, I'm excited to see some Clefairy evolve into Clefable. It looks like it'll be exciting. Ash wasn't kidding, he really wanted to see it. I'm looking forward to seeing it myself. Brock said. I really want to see it. Molly said. Who knows? Maybe we will. Misty commented. It sounds awesome. Richie was bursting with excitement himself. Pikachu, Luxray, Teddy Ursa, and Sparky were talking to Clefairy about the ceremony and the pink Pokémon invited them and the humans to come and see it. Pikachu and Luxray went over to Ash talking in their own language. Really? He said, so it's okay for us to go and see it? Ash said with a hint of excitement. Pika. Luxray Ray. Ash stood up, great. Let's go see. The others were confused but followed anyway, wanting to see the ceremony where Clefairy evolve into Clefable. They arrived at the place Clefairy brought them to and saw a giant moonstone. Wow! Molly had stars in her eyes. It's beautiful. Misty was enchanted. This is an amazing display. I didn't think a moonstone could get this big. Brock stared at the amazing sight. So cool. Richie said. Fascinating. I've never seen such a magnificent sight. Seymour was on cloud 9. Just then a bunch of Clefairy appeared just as a blue light shined on the giant moonstone. They approached it and began to dance and pray to it. Seymour watched in amazement. It is said that humans are supposed to ride the stone to the stars. Oh really? Misty was still skeptical about that. Before he could go further into it there was a rumble and a giant metal robot appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? Richie yelled as the smoke cleared. They heard laughter and knew instantly who it was, Team Rocket. Ash growled. Thanks for leading us to the Moonstone twerps. Meowth laughed. Seymour couldn't take any more of this. The Moonstone belongs to the Clefairy and these people are disrespecting it by trying to steal it. He ran in front of the Moonstone. Leave the Moonstone alone. It belongs to the Clefairy. Team Rocket didn't seem to care for his little outburst. Get out of the way. Jessie said, using the machine to hit the poor scientist, causing his glasses to fall off. He hit the ground in pain. The others were appalled by what just happened and couldn't believe they would go that far. How could you do something so terrible? Misty yelled in anger. Before they could comment on it they heard a voice filled with anger, "You." Everyone saw that the voice belonged to Ash and he was not happy right now. He already had a Pokeball in his hand, growling in anger. "Ash, you okay?" Richie called out to his cousin. He'd never seen him this mad before. Ash didn't seem to hear him. He was seething with rage. "You've gone too far." He tossed the Pokeball in the air. "Gyarados," he shouted, summoning the water snake Pokemon, who wasn't happy herself. If her trainer wasn't happy, then she wasn't happy. She was glaring hard at Team Rocket, causing them to flinch in fear. Is it just me or does that Gyarados look mad?" James said, sweating nervously. "I think it's looking at you, Jessie." Meowth said. "Well, tell it to stop looking at me," she said fearfully. Dragon Rage. Gyarados opens her mouth, sending a ball of fire at Team Rocket, causing the machine to explode, but the Rockets were still in the cave, but their robot was completely destroyed. What kind of move was that? Richie couldn't believe what he just saw. That was Dragon Rage. Brock said, astounded that he got to see the move in action. Dragon Rage? Misty questioned in confusion. He nodded. Dragon Rage is an attack that inflicts a lot of damage to the target's type. It's also a dragon-type move. It's a dragon-type move? Amazing. Molly said. Ursa. Having witnessed the destruction of the robot, Ash took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Gyarados felt her trainer's calm mood and leaned down, nuzzling him, making him smile at his Pokemon. He held her head in his arms. "Thanks, girl, I really needed that," he said. Gyarados purred in accomplishment. She managed to make her trainer feel better. Taking out her Pokeball, he thanked her, returning the Pokemon to her Pokeball, having calmed down from his rampage. He felt Pikachu nuzzle his cheek and Luxray rubbing against his leg, making the boy smile. "Thanks guys, I feel much better now." Pika Pika. "You sure?" Pikachu asked. He nodded. "I'm sure." Luxray, understood. Luxray said. A hand was placed on his shoulder. He saw it was Brock, with a worried expression on his face like the others. "You sure you're alright?" He smiled. "Yeah, I'm good. Sorry about that." The moment didn't last long, however, as Team Rocket wasn't happy with that Dragon Rage attack. "Why You'll pay for that." Jesse growled, having Ekans out of his Pokeball already. "You're going to pay for that," James said, doing the same as Jesse, already having his coughing out. "It's payback time." Meowth got his claws out. Before they could get their Pokemon out, something struck Ekans from underground, knocking it in front of Jesse. What was that? The mysterious attacker stood in front on Ash, who recognized the Pokemon instantly. Sandshrew. "Shrew," it said, ready to attack again. This time Richie remembered to take out his Pokédex to scan the Pokemon. Sandshrew, the mouse Pokemon. Sandshrew hates moisture and lives in holes. It digs in dry places. It protects itself by curling into a ball. "Doesn't that Sandshrew look familiar?" Richie pointed out. Misty saw that Richie was right. "You're right. That's the same Sandshrew Ash gave water and a berry to." "It is the same one, but what's it doing here?" Brock said. "He's here to help," Molly said cheerfully. "Ursa." Ash looked at the Pokemon. "Is that right, Sandshrew?" "Sandshrew, you bet." "Thanks." Ash smiled, taking out his own Pokédex to scan its move set. This Pokemon knows the moves: Defense Curl, Scratch, Sand Attack, Poison Sting, Rollout, Rapid Spin, and Fury Cutter. Pretty impressive. Ash complimented. "Shrew, thanks. You'll pay for that surprise attack," James declared. "Doubt it," Ash said. "Use Fury Cutter." Sandshrew charged at the poison type, slashing it repeatedly with its claws, knocking it into James, sending him to the ground. Jesse and Meowth managed to get coughing off of James, but the man was knocked out cold with swirls in his eyes. "Come on, James, snap out of it." Jesse was shaking him, trying to wake him up. "He's knocked out cold," Meowth stated. "Sandshrew's a pretty powerful Pokemon." Richie said. It knocked coughing out like it was nothing. Misty commented. I like Sandshrew a lot. Molly said. Ursa. Before any more could be said, the Clefairy stood in front of the group sending mad looks at Team Rocket, not happy with what they did to Seymour. Speaking of which, the scientist was okay now with his glasses back on his face thanks to the Clefairy. All at once they began moving their fingers back and forth chanting. What are they doing? Jessie said, sweating a little. Don't know, but it can't be good. Meowth said nervously. The others were staring at the finger movements in wonder while Seymour and Ash stared in horror, knowing exactly what they were doing. All they're doing is moving their fingers back and forth. Is it supposed to do something? Richie asked no one in particular. They're using metronome. Any move can come out of it. Seymour said. What's metronome? Misty asked. It randomly selects a move using it at full power. Ash explained. Full power? Brock suddenly had a thought, meaning any move can come out of it like a hyper beam. What? Everyone yelled. The Clefairy's fingertips began glowing white, alerting everyone that they were about to unleash their attack. Here it comes. Seymour said. As their fingertips kept glowing white until it was replaced by orange, alerting Ash, who knew what attack was coming. Sandshrew, get over here, hurry. The ground type ran over to the boy. Ash, what's wrong? Richie asked. It's a hyper beam attack. Everyone get down. He threw a pokeball. Meowstic, I need you. Out came the psychic cat Pokémon. Meowstic, I'm here. Use barrier. A blue barrier appears around Meowstic and the others, protecting them from the hyper beam attack that sent Team Rocket flying. Grr, I wanted that moonstone. Jessie complained. It doesn't suit ya. I'll get my answers next time, twerp. Meowth growled. James had no comment because he was still unconscious. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again. Everyone opened their eyes and saw they were all fine and unharmed. Looking forward, they saw Ash petting Meowstic. Good job, girl, you were great. Meow, thanks. How are we not hurt? Misty asked. I had Meowstic use the move barrier. It shields the Pokémon and everyone around them in a protective barrier protecting them. Ash explained. That's a good move to have. Brock complimented. I know, right? Ash said. Molly looked over at the giant moonstone and saw it was in tiny pieces. Guys, look. The moonstone shattered. They all looked and saw she was right. The once beautiful giant stone was now into little pieces. It must have been the hyper beam attack. Brock stated. The shards of the once big moonstone landed on some of the Clefairy, who started glowing. They're evolving. Brock stared in awe, as did the others. As the glowing light dies down, some of the Clefairy were now clefable, making Seymour smile from ear to ear. They must have been the chosen Clefairy to evolve into clefable. Richie scanned them. Clefable, an advanced form of Clefairy. These unique creatures are among the rarest Pokémon in the world. It's just like Ash said, they all evolved because of the moonstone. Misty said. The Clefairy and Clefable were all celebrating happily and everyone got to stay and join them. All in all, it was a fun night for everyone to enjoy. Morning. Packed and ready to go, they were all outside the cave getting ready to leave, but not before saying goodbye to Seymour and the Clefairy and Clefable. I can't thank you all enough for all you've done. Seymour said. Thanks, but we didn't do anything, it was the Clefairy. Ash said. Brock nodded. That's right, the Clefairy were the ones you should be grateful to. Just then a Clefable carrying something in its hands and Sandshrew walked to the group. Huh? What's wrong, you two? Ash asked, confused as to why the two of them were outside and not inside the cave. Clefable gave the round object to Richie, who took it in confusion. What is this? He stared at the object given to him. It was brown with a white stripe in the middle of it. It's a Pokémon egg. Congrats, Richie. Ash congratulated his cousin. He's right, it is a Pokémon egg. Brock observed. I've never seen a Pokémon egg before. I wonder what kind of Pokémon it is. Misty said. That's so cool, you got a Pokémon egg, Richie. Molly complimented. Ursa. Richie kept staring at the egg with confusion. So what do I do with it? Misty, Brock, and Molly's sweat dropped at him while Ash just sighed. You take care of it, that's what. That egg belongs to you now, so make sure you take care of it. Ash told him. The boy smiled brightly, then nodded. You can count on me. I promise I'll take good care of it. Ash smiled. Good. He turned to Clefable and Sandshrew. What about you two? Clefable went towards Molly and hugged the girl, surprising her, but hugged the Pokémon back. Strange. Seymour fixed his glasses. This is the first time I've seen a Clefable so affectionate towards a human. Misty observed Clefable a little while longer, then understood. Hey. That's the same one that was running from Meowth. Huh. Richie said. Misty's right, except this Clefairy is now a Clefable. Brock said. The fairy type let Molly go and nodded, confirming that it was the same Clefairy that ran from Meowth but is now a Clefable. Ash then thought of something. Do the two want to come along with us? Both Pokémon nodded immediately. Sandshrew wanted to go with Ash and Clefable wanted to go with Molly. I think Clefable bonded with Molly while in the cave, and Sandshrew bonded with Ash. Seymour said with a smile. Ash bent down, petting the ground type. Do you want to come with me, Sandshrew? Shrew, you bet. He chuckled. He didn't bother to ask if Clefable wanted to come, seeing as how it would follow them anyway because it wanted to be with Molly. Big brother, can Clefable come with us, pretty please? Molly asked. Ursa. Teddy Ursa wanted a fairy type to come with them too. Standing up, he smiled at his sister. Of course. Clefable can come with us, she really seems to like you, right? He looked at the fairy type. Clefable, yep, the Pokémon smiled. Yay! Molly hugged her new Clefable. We've got a new friend, Teddy Ursa. Ursa, the bear jumped up and down with excitement. Ash took out 2 Pokeballs. Welcome to the team, then you too. Tapping them both on the heads with his Pokeballs, it was an instant capture. He gave Clefable's Pokeball to Molly, who took it with glee. Congratulations, Molly. Misty smiled. Make sure you take care of her. Brock said. Molly nodded. I promise. And with that they bid farewell to Seymour and the Clefairy and Clefable, continuing their journey to Cerulean City. Richie had the egg in one of Ash's incubators. He left the other 2 with the nurse Joy in Pewter City, figuring she could use them much more than him, seeing as how he didn't need them anymore. He still kept one though, just in case. Brock was looking at the map, making sure they were taking the right route, when he noticed the sign. It's a sign. Molly went up to it, then frowned after she saw something scribbled on there that made her and Teddy Ursa upset. Luxray sensed the girl's change in mood and saw the scribble himself, growling in pure anger. Ash went up to them in worry. What's the matter, you two? He was just about to read what was on the sign when Molly grabbed his hand, pulling him forward, walking past it. Huh? Hey Molly, what's wrong? Molly, the girl ignored him and continued to pull him anyway, Teddy Ursa following right behind her. The others looked in confusion at the girl's sudden change in behavior, prompting Richie to look at the sign with a still growling Luxray. When he saw what was written on there, he felt the need to growl himself but didn't. Something wrong, Richie? Brock asked. The brown-haired boy looked back at them. See for yourself. He moved out of the way so the 2 of them could see it. They saw something scribbled on there at the bottom. Brock read it out loud. Gary was here. Ash is a loser. Brock and Misty felt angry. What a JRK. Misty said, kicking the sign out of disgust. Brock frowned in disapproval because he remembered a boy named Gary come to his gym acting completely arrogant. He was honestly happy to give him a badge because he couldn't stand having him in his gym for another second. The older boy turned to Richie, who was still glaring at the sign. Richie, you know Gary, don't you? The brown-haired boy simply nodded. He did nothing but make our lives miserable. That was all he said, walking forward with a growling Luxray, and a confused Brock and Misty wanting to know just what kind of childhood the 2 of them must have had. After leaving Empty Moon and seeing a not too friendly message from Gary, our heroes head their way towards Cerulean City, where Ash and Richie will earn their next gym badge, needing only 6 more to enter the Indigo League. The trip to Cerulean City was quiet after a while, and no matter how many times Ash asked Molly about what was written on the sign, she refused to tell him what she saw, so he decided to just give up asking, knowing the little girl was just as stubborn as their mom. And when he said quiet, he meant absolute silence. No one was talking, including Richie, who always had something to say. Finally deciding he couldn't take it anymore, he stopped walking, alerting the others. He sighed, "All right, spill it. What's wrong with you guys?" Misty began sweating a little, "And nothing, just thinking about something, that's all." "Yeah, what?" Misty said, Brock said nervously. Richie didn't say anything, knowing he couldn't lie to save his life, so he decided to just smile nervously like the others. Molly flinched, but luckily her brother didn't see it, and Teddiursa was worried about his trainer. Ash didn't buy their attitude at all. Ever since they left Empty Moon, they've been sending him worried looks every now and then, not to mention the silence was killing him. It must have something to do with that sign, because their behavior started acting weird ever since they saw whatever it was they saw. Luxray looked mad, though Ash was the only one who could tell, seeing as how they've known each other for a long time. Bending down to the lion's eye level, he put a hand on his head. "What's got you so mad, Luxray?" The others didn't believe the lion was mad, but then again only Ash could tell. Even Pikachu was curious about the lion's behavior because he didn't see the sign, so he had absolutely no idea what was going on. The lion Pokémon shook his head. "Luxray, nothing." Ash frowned. "Don't lie to me, Luxray. I know something's wrong." He hasn't seen Luxray this mad since he first met Gary. The lion looked at his trainer. "Luxray, Luxray, you'll always be the better trainer." Ash blinked for a minute, then smiled. "I appreciate that, Luxray." "Thanks." Pika, I agree." Pikachu said, making Ash smile even more. "Thanks, buddy." Richie smiled. "I think Luxray's trying to keep Ash's mind off of the sign." Misty nodded. "I think you're right." Molly and Teddiursa looked at each other and smiled. Leave it to Luxray to keep her brother's mind off things. Brock then noticed something he should have a long time ago. "Wait a minute," he yelled, "you understand Pokémon?" Misty face palmed, having forgotten to inform Brock that Ash can understand Pokémon, but with everything that happened it just slipped her mind. The raven-haired boy scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Yeah, guess I forgot to mention that." He stood up. "You mad?" Instead of replying, the breeder brought out a pen and notepad like he did with his dad. "Please explain," he said with dead serious look on his face. Everyone couldn't help but fall down anime style at the repeat of what happened with Brock's dad, and truthfully it was almost laughable. "Well, at least Brock finds it interesting," Richie said, picking himself off the ground. "That's something, right?" "I suppose." Misty agreed. Molly was smiling at her brother. "I knew Brock was nice," she told her partner. Teddiursa, the bear, smiled. The gang started walking along the path again, and Ash was in the front with Brock answering all the questions the breeder asked him about his ability to speak to Pokémon. Brock wrote down everything and couldn't help but be intrigued and fascinated at the same time. Never before had he heard about a person actually understanding Pokémon, let alone able to talk to them. It was interesting. "This is amazing, Ash. But why do you hide it?" Brock asked, still writing in his notepad. Ash thought about his reply. "To be honest with you, my mom told me not let anyone know I can understand and speak to Pokémon." "So your mom knows about it?" Misty asked. "The whole family knows about it, even Professor Oak," Richie said. "Really? What about the people in your hometown?" Brock asked. Both boys stopped walking, causing Misty and Brock to stop walking too. "Guys? Are you okay?" Misty asked in worry. Ash was thinking hard about how to answer that question, and by some miracle words came out, "The thing is, half the people of Pallet Town prefer Gary over me, and some of the other kids," he said with a sad smile. Richie looked away in anger and hurt because he used to live there with his cousin and aunt, but because of Gary they had to move to a different town. That's horrible. Misty was really starting to hate Gary and vowed that if she ever meets him, she'd give him a piece of her mind. I see. Brock felt the same as Misty. You must have had a hard childhood. He shook his head. Not really, there are still some people back home who like me for me, plus there's my mom, Professor Oak, Molly, and Silver. He smiled after mentioning his mentor. Silver? Misty questioned. Who's that? Ash's mentor. Richie answered for his cousin. Oh yeah. You mentioned him before, right? Brock asked, glad that the mood was lifted to a happier note. The boy nodded gleefully. Yep. He taught me everything about Pokémon, from battling, legendary Pokémon, and pseudo-legendary Pokémon. He also taught me how to play Oration and another song he called, the Sea Pokémon's Lullaby. Wow, so Silver was the one to teach you everything about Pokémon and about battling? Misty asked. Aha, he's the best mentor I could ask for. I just wished he stayed around to meet Richie and Molly though. He would love them. Really? He would? Molly asked. He nodded, no doubt about it. I would have liked to meet Silver myself. Richie said. Your mentor sounds amazing. Brock complimented. He's the best. Ash said with such happiness. Hold on, Misty said, you mentioned he taught you how to play 2 songs. That's right. You said one was Oration, while the other was called the Sea Pokémon's Lullaby. Brock confirmed. Right again. How do you play those songs? Richie asked. Ash smiled and looked at Pikachu. Think you can find me a leaf, buddy? Pika, got it. The yellow mouse got down from his shoulder and began running towards a tree, picking a leaf off and running back to his trainer. Ash took the leaf from the electric type. Thanks, Pikachu. Pika, no prob. The mouse smiled. Before the others could say anything, he began to blow on the leaf, a beautiful melody coming off of it, putting everyone at ease, making them feel calmer. It was such a beautiful melody that when it ended they all felt sad, wanting to hear more of it. He looked nervously at them. So what do you guys think? Did you like it? Misty was the first to speak. That was beautiful, Ash. Brock nodded. It has such a soothing melody, and your mentor taught it to you? Yeah, Ash reminisced. The first time I heard it I practically begged him to teach it to me. What a pretty song. Molly was enchanted by it. Will you play it for us sometime? He ruffled her hair. It's a promise. Richie then noticed something and pointed forwards. Hey look you guys, I think we're here. He was right because in front of them was Cerulean City, site of the next gym battle. Hey, you're right, we are here. Guess we got carried away with talking, we didn't notice. Ash said. Let's go. Our next gym battle's waiting for us. Richie began running while carrying the incubator. Richie! Don't run while carrying an egg. Ash yelled, running after the boy, followed by Molly and their Pokémon, making Misty and Brock sweat drop. It feels like Ash is Richie's mother. Misty said. Looks that way, Brock observed, but with Richie's personality I can understand why you'd think that. Yeah. Misty said. Brock began walking. Well, no point in just standing here, let's go. From her expression it was obvious that Misty really didn't want to go, but knew she had to. Yeah, let's go. Walking along with Brock into the city to catch up to their friends, but you could still clearly see a not-so-willing look on her face. Cerulean City. After finally catching up with Richie, Ash, and Molly and laughing at the brown-haired boy's misfortune of being whacked on the head by his cousin scolding him about running while carrying a Pokémon egg, they arrived at Cerulean City. For some reason Misty disappeared right after Ash finished scolding Richie about being careful with the Pokémon egg. They looked everywhere but couldn't find her. So far they were not having a good start in the city, and to make things worse Officer Jenny falsely accused them of stealing something from a store. but after proving their innocence they just decided to sit on a bench to relax themselves. Man, just what was all that about? Richie complained, she treated us like we were criminals. Ash agreed, I had the same problem with an officer Jenny in Viridian City, so I understand why you're angry. She was kinda of mean. Molly agreed. Brock was off in Fantasyland so they couldn't get anything out of him. Seriously, where the hell is Misty? Hey Brock. Richie called the breeder back to reality, you can just give us inside information on the gym leader, right? Before the breeder could speak, Ash said something, he can't. Richie. What? Why? Because as a gym leader he can't give out that information. Even though his dad is taking over the gym for him now, he still has a responsibility to keep the gym leader's information a secret. Ash explained. Oh. Richie said. Brock smiled at his raven-haired friend, feeling happy with the fact that Ash didn't press him for information and instead respecting him by not demanding any answers. Besides, Ash continued, I already did research on the 8 gym leaders of Kanto. You did? The two boys looked at him. He nodded, of course. Before I started my journey I did some background information on them. Really? Then you know their weaknesses? Richie had stars in his eyes. Nope, I know their names and what type of gym they run. He explained, besides, do you really want to win a badge by exploiting their weakness? Richie looked down, ashamed of himself for even suggesting such a thing. You're right, I'll just have to do my very best. Exactly. There was still something Brock wanted to ask. You said you did research on all of them? Yeah, the Pewter City Gym specializes in rock types, Cerulean with water types, Vermilion with thunder types, Celadon with grass types, Fuchsia with poison types, Saffron with psychic types, Cinnabar with fire types, and Viridian with ground types. He explained. He looked at the two, what is it? Wow, Ash, you really did look up on all the gyms. Brock said in astonishment, this might be the first time he's seen a rookie trainer prepare so well, even though that's not exactly true since he already knows Gary, another rookie trainer. Ash just shrugged, yeah well, I didn't want to start my journey off blindly so I looked up all the gyms and gym leaders. I hope that's okay. He looked at Brock. The breeder nodded, it's perfectly fine. See, the gym leaders find it more acceptable for trainers to do background information on the gyms on their own rather than get the information from a former gym leader. As long as you don't look up their personal information, like family members or their weaknesses, then it's fine. Ash sighed in relief, that's good. So what do we do now? Molly asked. Brock stood up, well, there's something I want to check out, so I'll catch up with you guys later. Ash nodded, alright. He got up himself. While you do that, the rest of us will go and find the gym and meet you back at Pokémon Center. Sound good? Fine by me, see you guys later. After that he walked off in a different direction. We should get going ourselves. Ash told them. Right, and with that they walked off in the direction of the gym. Cerulean Gym. Finding the gym wasn't that hard, especially with a giant seal that adorned the building. You'd have to be blind not to miss it. They looked at each other opening the door to walk in, but what they saw made them be completely dumbfounded. Instead of walking into a gym, they walked into an underwater show surrounded by a big crowd. Ash didn't know what to think. Sure, every gym has a different style, but this seems a little ridiculous. He was expecting Molly to like the performance, but judging by the look on her face, that seemed unlikely. After the performance was over they went backstage and found the 3 women. Ash knocked politely, getting their attention. Excuse me. The blonde one answered, yes. Oh, are you here for autographs? Sorry, we're not taking any right now. No, we're here for He was cut off by Richie, we want a gym battle, not an autograph. Ash just sighed at his cousin's eagerness. He really needs to calm down. Like, sorry, but we're not exactly interested in gym battles anymore, the blonde one said, besides we got beaten 3 times already, so some of our water Pokémon are at the Pokémon Center. Richie yelled at them and Ash rubbed his temples in irritation. These 3 could easily get on someone's nerves with their bubbly personalities. He looked at Molly and saw she was pouting, for what reason he doesn't know. Hold on, I know what you guys want. The blonde who's introduced herself as Daisy after Richie stopped yelling called out a dugong that had 2 badges in its mouth and gave it to Daisy. Here you go, 2 cascade badges. Okay, now Ash was about to let these 3 have it, but before he could a new voice appeared, one he knew all too well. What do you think you're doing? Turning around he saw their friend Misty, who looked extremely set off, meaning she had a connection with these 3 if her expression was anything to go by. Well well, if it isn't the runt, the pink-haired one, Lily said in taunting manner. Didn't take you long to come back here, did it? Decided to come back from your journey to become a master water-type trainer, the blue-haired one, Violet said in a similar manner. I only came back because I heard of you 3 simply giving out badges to trainers instead of battling them. Misty growled at the 3. Richie watched as the standoff went on. In confusion he whispered in Ash's ear, so what's going on here? My guess, these 4 are related and I suspect that Misty might be the real gym leader. Ash whispered back. Richie nodded, then did a double take. Wait, what? The boy shrugged, merely stating what he got out of the conversation with the 4. But all of our Pokémon are in the Pokémon Center, so what are we supposed to do? Daisy complained. Misty was fuming. She knew her sisters were lazy, but to be this lazy was just annoying and idiotic. She went up to Ash and Richie, like this, she pointed at the 2, Misty challenged both Richie and Ash to a battle. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Richie was seriously confused. Challenge accepted. Ash simply said, making Richie look at him. Should we do the same thing we did at Pewter City, or do you want to do something different? Misty was surprised he wasn't upset with her for not telling him that she was the true gym leader of Cerulean City, but shook it off. No, it'll be 2 against 1. Her sisters then looked at her as if she were crazy, but Ash wasn't turned off by it. Alright, lead the way then. She nodded, then led the 2 to the official field with Molly and Luxray following right after them. Her sisters couldn't help themselves and followed right after them. At the battlefield. This will be a 1 versus 2 battle between gym leader Misty Waterflower and challengers Ash Ketchum and Richie Hiroshi. The challenger will only send out 1 Pokémon each, while the gym leader will send out 2 Pokémon. Do both sides agree? The referee asked. All 3 nodded. Battle begin. Misty made the first move, pulling out 2 Pokeballs. Misty calls Staryu and Starmie. Out came a golden brown with 5 appendages with a red gem in its core. Out came another similar like Pokémon, but it was purple with 10 appendages. Ash wasn't surprised because he had a Starmie already but not a Staryu. He already knew that Staryu was a simple water-type Pokémon, but Starmie was both water and psychic type. Just because he already had a Starmie doesn't mean he wouldn't take this battle seriously. He had Luxray out because Pikachu didn't want to go against Misty, so he was sitting in the stands with Molly and Teddy Ursa and the Pokémon egg Richie was carrying. Richie scanned both water types. Staryu. The core of this water Pokémon shines in a rainbow of 7 colors, a core that is valued by some as a type of jewelry. He then scanned the purple one. Starmie, its central core glows with the 7 colors of the rainbow. Some people value the core as a gem. We can do this, Ash. Richie said with determination. That's right, I've got your back and you've got mine, just like the old days. Ash said. Yeah. Let's do this. Misty made the first move. Staryu, use water gun on Luxray. Starmie, use hydro pump on Sparky. Both water Pokémon fired both water gun and hydro pump at the 2 electric types. Luxray, crouched down. The electric type crouched down, avoiding the attack. Richie was about to comment but decided to focus on the battle first. Jump Sparky. The electric type jumped in the air, just barely missing the hydro pump. Before Richie could ask what kind of defense move Ash used, his cousin started to go on the offense. Luxray, Thunderbolt on Staryu. The lion unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity at the starfish Pokémon. Misty saw how fast the attack was coming and acted quickly. Quick, Staryu used rapid spin to get away. Staryu avoided the attack but was still hit with a little electricity, while trying to dodge, making its body crackle with electricity, causing it to stop its spinning and landing in the pool completely defenseless. Oh no, Staryu! Misty cried out. Ash took this opportunity. Luxray, use Shock Wave. The lion's body was surrounded in light blue electricity, releasing a beam of light blue electricity at Staryu, making contact, causing the whole pool to light up and explode, sending Staryu out of the pool and into the wall behind Misty. WO. Richie managed to force out. He had no idea that Luxray could do something like that. Focus, Richie. Ash snapped him back to reality. The battle's still going on. Alright. Misty couldn't believe that one of her Pokémon already got taken out, but this was Ash she was dealing with, so she shouldn't be surprised, but still. Shaking her head, she focused on the battle. She still had Starmie, so it's okay. Starmie, use Psywave. On Sparky. Its gem glowed and fired a multicolored beam at the electric mouse. Quick, Sparky, dodge it. Richie cried out. The yellow mouse managed to dodge the beam but wasn't prepared for what came next. Now use Psychic. Sparky's body was surrounded in blue aura and was flung backwards, hitting the wall. Sparky! Richie cried. The yellow mouse was injured, but it wasn't down for the count. Standing up slowly, it got ready to battle again. Chew. He smirked. All right, Starmie, use Water Gun. It fired a water gun through the front of its appendage. Luxray, the lion, nodded and stood in front of Sparky. Protect. The same green shield appeared, protecting both Pokémon from the water gun move. Thanks, Ash. Richie said with relief. No problem. Just as Richie was about to tell Sparky to attack, a loud boom interrupted their battle as glass was flown everywhere. What's going on? Richie yelled. Laughter was heard as the smoke cleared them again. Ash sighed. Skip their stupid intro. So you're the ones who stole all that stuff from the store? Misty growled. That's right, little girl, we're here to take all the water Pokémon. Jessie smirked. That's right. James said. So let's get to it. Meowth activated the vacuum and it began skiing all the water Pokémon from the pool into the long pipe. Oh no! The Pokémon! Daisy yelled. Ash was not happy. Not only did they interrupt their battle, but now they're trying to steal the water Pokémon. He took out another Pokeball. Cloyster, blow them away. Out came the shell Pokémon. Cloyster, let's do this. Richie, can Sparky still fight? Ash asked. You bet. Good, let's blast them away. Cloyster, use Aurora Beam. Luxray, use Thunderbolt. Sparky, use Thunderbolt. All three attacks combined, it hit the machine and the vacuum, releasing all of the water Pokémon and sending Team Rocket off into the air. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Geez, you'd think those guys would take the hint already. Richie said. Ash returned Cloyster after thanking it. So what do you want to do? Return to our battle? There's no need for that. Daisy approached holding 2 Cascade badges in her hands. Here, the 2 of you earned it. Now wait just a minute. Misty began to protest but was stopped by her sister. Misty, you know as well as I do that if Team Rocket hadn't interrupted the battle, Ash would have won. She closed her mouth, realizing her sister was right. Had Team Rocket not interfered, then Ash definitely would have won. The 2 boys took the badges, putting them in their badge cases. Richie was jumping with joy, having earned his 2nd badge, while Ash was feeling giddy himself. After Misty told her sisters that she would do her best on her journey with Ash, she threatened them to take care of the gym, otherwise she'd come back and teach them a lesson. They promised to take care of the gym and focus on battling. Misty accepted the answer and left with her 3 companions, not seeing her sister, crossing their fingers, meaning they had no intention of keeping their word. Everyone was taking a short break from traveling, taking a small rest stop near a lake. Misty was taking care of her water Pokémon, Brock was making lunch, Molly was playing with the 2 Pikachus, Teddiursa, and the baby Pokémon. Clefable was hovering over Brock, wondering if there was something she could do. Geodude, Onix, and Sandshrew were getting polished, and a sand bath by Ash, who volunteered to do it so Brock could focus more on making lunch with Meowstic sitting near him. Pidgeotto was resting on a nearby branch. Luxray was taking a nap. while Cloyster, Ash's Starmie, and Gyarados were relaxing in the water. Richie was polishing his 2 badges, staring at them with excitement, eager to get his next gym badge. Ash had just finished giving Sandshrew a sand bath. "Okay, you're all done. Geodude, come over here so I can polish you." The rock type bounced his way over to Ash eagerly. The boy laughed and began polishing the rock type, who closed his eyes, enjoying it very much. Brock finished getting the food ready and began setting the table with Misty's help. He looked over and saw Ash polishing his Geodude with a smile on his face. "Ash sure is something, isn't he?" Misty followed his line of sight. "Yeah, he is. Look how well he's taking care of your rock Pokémon. He must have learned how to take care of Pokémon before he left for his journey." "Probably, but Richie's not bad himself," Brock said. "If you mean to say how he's an overexcited kid, then yeah." She rolled her eyes. "Richie's not so bad, I mean look." Brock pointed out, "He's already training his Pokémon for the next gym, so he's learning. Remember, the 2 of them are still rookie trainers, so they still have a lot to learn." She sighed. "Yeah, you're right, but Ash doesn't fit the typical rookie trainer, and neither does Richie, even though he used an electric type against a rock type." Brock brought a hand to his chin and thought, "You're right, I meant Ash is calm and reasonable and Richie is like a kid but still takes things seriously when the situation needs it to be." He thought out loud, "No matter how you look at it, they don't fit the average 10-year-old profile, and as much as I hate to say it, neither does Gary." Misty showed an angry expression at the mention of Gary. She hadn't met him because she left the gym before she could meet him. "I haven't even met him yet and I already don't like the JRK." "Same here," Brock said. "When he came to my gym he was completely arrogant, and unfortunately he had the goods to back it up, but still his behavior and that little message he left on that sign is uncalled for." "I agree. What are you guys talking about?" Both Ash and Richie came up to them. "Oh, don't worry, it's nothing," Brock quickly said. The boys looked at each other in confusion before deciding to drop it and start eating the food Brock prepared for them, while the Pokémon were eating his Pokémon food. It was a pretty peaceful day. Having finished lunch, they set off on the road again, talking about random things from Pokémon breeding and the Elite Four. Brock was surprised when he saw how Ash knew everything about them and told Richie repeatedly not to underestimate them. They were having a good time until a trainer came out of nowhere and challenged Ash to a Pokémon battle, who reluctantly agreed and ended up defeating the boy's Rattata with his Pidgeotto, who hadn't taken a single hit since the match started. The boy was impressed and told him he should battle AJ, a trainer who trains savage Pokémon and has never lost a single match. While Ash wasn't interested, Richie certainly was and took off in the direction the boy pointed to, making Ash sigh and give in, following his cousin while the others followed right behind them. AJ's gym. Having whacked Richie upside the head for running off with the egg in his hands again, they arrived in front of a building with the bold sign in front of it saying AJ's gym. Ash noticed something on the front of the building and read it out loud. 98 wins to 0 losses. Who keeps records of how many times they've won? Ash said with a hint of disbelief. Well, Ash, you haven't lost a battle yet yourself when you think about it, Misty pointed out. Huh, he blinked. Really? She's right, Brock agreed. I've been keeping track and so far you have 10 victories. Ash's eyes grew wide. I have. I've never really paid attention. It's true, he really hasn't. We know. They all said, making the boy's sweat drop. But still, he said, I don't think this gym is licensed by the Pokémon League, so that makes it unofficial, right? I think you're right, Ash. Brock said. Hey, you here for a battle? A voice said from behind. Turning around, they saw a boy with green spiky hair, wearing a black and red shirt, blue shorts, and red sneakers with a smug look on his face. Ash automatically didn't like the boy. It was like looking at Gary. So which one of you wants to be my 99th victim? He said, still smirking. I'll take you on, Richie said, giving his incubator to Ash, who took it without protest. Heh, fine with me, name's AJ by the way. He brought out a whip and starts snapping it, scaring everyone except Ash, who was eyeing the boy. Once I've got all 100th victories, I'll finally challenge the league. AJ said. Richie looks at him smugly. Yeah, well, I've already got 2 gym badges from Pewter City and Cerulean City. AJ looks at him and busts out laughing. Those are the weakest gyms in all of Kanto. I call them Failure City and Wimpsville. Misty and Brock got angry at the comment, and Molly didn't like the boy much either. Sandshrew, let's crush him. He summoned the ground type, who was already in a battle stance. Remember Richie, electric types are weak against ground types. Misty reminds him. Yeah, I know, he said. Happy, I choose you. Out came Richie's own Butterfree. Free. Brock nodded. Good choice. Butterfree's both bug and flying type, so it should have the advantage. Misty nodded, expecting Ash to say something too, but the boy looked like he was eyeing AJ as if trying to confirm something. Happy, use Gust. Happy flaps his wings, sending air from his wings. AJ wasn't worried. Defense curl. Sandshrew curled up in a ball, protecting it from the Gust attack. It didn't work. Richie said in shock. Ash had a thought. He must have had his Pokémon be immune to type disadvantages, but I doubt he did it with other types. Roll out, uncurling itself, Sandshrew shot towards the bug and flying type, slamming into it hard, causing it to land hard in front, his trainer unconscious. Happy. Richie picked up Happy and saw the bug type's wing was bruised badly. Oh no, I think Sandshrew hit Happy too hard. Misty said. You're right, it looks like its wing might be broken. Brock observed, but more importantly, I wonder if that rumor's true about him training savage Pokémon. It only took one hit for Sandshrew to knock Happy out. Molly was holding Teddy Ursa in her arms, tightening her hold on the bear a little. I don't like him. Ursa, me neither. Luxray, agreed. Pika, he's annoying. Pikachu said. Pikachu, he is. Sparky agreed. Ash handed the incubator over to Brock silently and walked towards his cousin. What's wrong with Ash? Misty wondered. I'm not sure, but I know it can't be good. Brock replied. Big brother looks mad. Molly pointed out. Ursa. Teddy Ursa nodded in agreement. The raven-haired teen walked to his cousin, who was worried for his Pokémon, and crouched down. Its wing looks damaged, he said, a frightening calm tone of voice. Have Brock take a look at him, then we'll take him to a Pokémon Center. Richie took a look at his cousin and froze when he saw how calm his cousin looked, but deep down he could see a raging anger in his eyes, and that was a bad thing for the person that made him mad. He nodded and headed over to Brock, who noticed Richie's scared look. What's wrong? Brock asked. He hesitated before answering. I think AJ might be in trouble. Before the two could comment, they heard AJ celebrating. Heh, I knew you'd be my 99th victory, now I only need one more. He turned his gaze to Ash. Hey you, he called out. He turned to the boy with a blank expression on his face. You'll be my 100th, he smirked, still keeping his Sandshrew out, who looked ready for another battle. Ash turned his full body to the boy. Is that all you care about? What about other trainers' Pokémon? AJ shrugged. Who cares, just battle me already. That is, unless you're scared you'll lose like that loser over there. He pointed his thumb to Richie. He closed his eyes. I see, taking out a Pokeball standing on the opposite side of the field. I take it you'll be using Sandshrew? AJ smirked. Yep, he's my strongest Pokémon. Whatever Pokémon you plan on using, it's going to lose. He said smugly. Ash tossed the Pokeball in the air. Scyther, take the field. The bug type took up a fighting stance, immediately getting ready for the battle at hand. Scyther, come. Ash has another bug type. Misty cried out in horror. Brock's eyes widened. A Scyther? Where did Ash find one? Molly was worried about her brother's state of mind. Richie scanned the bug type. Scyther, the pincer Pokémon. It threatens enemies with its eye-pattern claws, which can swing with tremendous force when used in battle. This is gonna hurt. Richie said. Molly nodded, uh-huh. Pika, SCKS to be him. Pikachu commented. Luxray, who cares? Luxray grunted. Despite how the boy treated his cousin, he decided to be a good sport and let his opponent make the first move. You can go first. AJ smirked. You'll regret it, he taunted. Sandshrew, use Poison Sting. Sandshrew rolled into a ball spinning around, quickly firing white needles at Scyther. Take it, Scyther, he said simply. The bug and steel type listened, having full trust in his trainer, and stood still, letting the attack hit him. What's Ash thinking? Scyther will get hurt. Misty yelled. I don't know. Richie said. Molly was watching the battle intently. The attack made contact, but Scyther stood still, looking as if it did nothing, which in truth it didn't. What? AJ stuttered, shocked that the attack didn't do anything. But how? Bullet punch. Ash said. Scyther's pincers glowed and slammed into Sandshrew hard, sending it flying back to its trainer. You alright, Sandshrew? AJ yelled. Shrew, I'm good. The Pokémon got back up, but it's obvious it took some damage from that attack. Why didn't Scyther take any damage from that attack? It was a direct hit. Misty asked the closet person to her, which would be Brock. The boy thought about it for a moment before realizing what happened. Scyther's a dual-type Pokémon. That's why Poison Sting didn't work. Dual-type? Richie questioned. There are Pokémon that have one or two types. Here's an example. Pikachu is a simple electric type, while Butterfree is a bug and flying type. That's what we call a dual type. He explained. Oh. But that doesn't explain why Poison Sting didn't affect Scyther. Misty reminded. The reason it had no effect is because Scyther's both a bug and steel type Pokémon have an advantage against poison types. Richie and Misty understood. That's why he told Scyther to stand still, because he knew Sandshrews' Poison Sting would have no effect. Misty realized. Brock nodded, exactly. Molly stared at Scyther, then back at Sandshrew. Unknown to the girl, her eyes glowed blue for a split second, then stopped glowing. Big Brother's about to win. She smiled. The three looked at her in confusion. Meanwhile, AJ couldn't believe his Sandshrews attack had no effect at all. When his opponent told his Pokémon to just simply stand there, he thought he won, but shocked when he saw it did no damage whatsoever, and the worst part was Sandshrew got with an attack that did damage even though his Pokémon was still standing. It looked hurt. I don't get it. Poison Sting should have poisoned it, but it just brushed it off like it was nothing special. AJ thought. Ash was waiting for his opponent to make the next move. When he saw that his opponent wasn't making any kind of move soon, he decided to make a move himself. Focus energy, then Fury Cutter. Scyther's body glowed blue and its pincers began to glow. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of a stunned Sandshrew and began slashing at it repeatedly. Sandshrew! AJ cried out. The others were stunned at the brutality Ash was doing. Richie and Molly were right, he's really mad. After a few more swipes it stopped and stood in front of his trainer protectively and waited to see what his opponent would do. They saw Sandshrew swaying, then it collapsed unconscious. No way. Misty said. He did it. Richie stared amazed at the battle he just witnessed. Molly smiled, told you so. Yeah, you did, but how did you? Brock saw her running to Ash with a smile on her face. Scyther was bowing in front of Ash respectfully. Good job, Scyther. Ash complimented. Scyther, you are too kind. He laid a hand on Scyther's head as a sign of praise. He took out Scyther's Pokeball and returned him. He heard footsteps and saw that it was Molly, who was still smiling. That was a great battle. Ash smiled. Thanks, Molly, I appreciate it. He looked over at AJ and saw him holding Sandshrew. Walking over to him, he saw the boy look up and flinch when he saw Ash approach him. He walked until he was right in front of him and bent down. If it's alright with you, I'd like to heal your Sandshrew. Ash smiled. All the anger he had disappeared in an instant. AJ was dumbfounded by the sudden change but nodded anyway. Oh okay. He stuttered. Hey Pikachu, could you bring my bag over here please? Ash asked his best friend. Pika, sure. The yellow rodent grabbed the bag with his mouth and slowly brought it over to his trainer. When he reached him he let the bag go, allowing Ash to rummage in it looking for healing potions and some berries. Finding what he was looking for, he started spraying Sandshrew with some healing spray, then he gave it an orange berry. After eating the berry the ground type perked right up, making AJ smile with relief. Now that that's settled, Ash said standing up, why don't we introduce ourselves? My name's Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and this is my buddy Pikachu. Pikachu, yo. Pikachu brought up his paw. And over there is Luxray. The cat merely bowed his head. Molly then approached, seeing the tension was finally over. Hi there, my name's Molly Ketchum and this is Teddiursa. Teddiursa, hi. The others saw the tension die down too and introduced themselves as well. Instead, being angry by his loss, AJ smiled and apologized for his rude comments, earning him forgiveness from Brock and Misty. He also apologized to Richie for hurting his Butterfree and not caring about it. The brown-haired boy apologized, saying it was okay. After the introductions they all went inside and saw exactly how he trains his Pokémon by using weights, swimming, and by battling each other. It was very interesting. So you're also trying to get them to overcome their type disadvantages, right? Brock asked. Yeah, I train them until its time's up. Then they take a break and go back at it again. He explained. That's actually not a bad idea, but is the whip necessary? Misty asked, not liking the whip one bit. AJ nodded, strict DSPLN so they don't slack off during training, but don't worry, I've never hit any of my Pokémon with it. That would be Pokémon abuse. Pokémon abuse? Molly tilted her head in question. Brock nodded grimly, not liking the subject but still had the need to explain it. Pokémon abuse is exactly as it sounds. Pokémon abuse is when trainers are caught either physically harming their Pokémon or forcing them to battle even though they can't move anymore. Richie looked sharply at him. Please tell me you're kidding. Brock didn't speak. Meaning what he said was no joke. Molly was hugging Teddiursa tightly. I won't let anyone hurt my Pokémon, she said angrily. Misty giggled. Well, I wouldn't worry about that. You're a tough trainer with tough Pokémon, no one is ever going to hurt them or you. Molly smiled at the redhead. Right. Just then they saw something that looked like a giant ball rolled its way in the building. What is that? Richie asked slowly. A giant ball? Ash observed. Pika, a ball. Luxray, strange. The lion walked over to the ball slowly like a predator stalking its prey. What's Luxray doing? Misty questioned. I think it's trying to see what's inside that thing. Brock answered. Luxray got close to the weird object and started hearing voices. This will help us nab Pikachu from right under their noses. A female voice whispered. Meowth, you've outdone yourself this time. A male voice whispered. Of course I did, and while you guys catch Pikachu I'll interrogate the twerp. Meowth whispered. Luxray began to growl menacingly, alerting the 3 rockets inside the ball. Hey, was that your stomach, Jessie? The male whispered. No, it wasn't. Maybe it was Meowth. Jessie growled. That it wasn't me. Meowth bit back. Having had enough of their idiotic bickering, Luxray released a thunderbolt attack on the 3 morons, sending them flying off before they even know what hit them. That was Team Rocket, wasn't it? Ash spoke what everyone was thinking. Luxray nodded, then went back over to Ash's side. Pika, Pikachu, Pika, good job Luxray. Pikachu complimented. Luxray, don't mention it. That is one strong Pokémon you've got there. AJ commented, impressed. Thanks. Ash said. After getting rid of Team Rocket, the gang were outside bidding farewell to AJ, who decided to wait for his 100th win before he leaves to start his own journey. The others wished him good luck before leaving to head to Vermilion City, site of Ash and Richie's next gym battle. The same presence was watching the raven-haired teen, and this time with a smile that the other presence noticed. "You're smiling," the feminine voice said with a smile. It didn't say anything at first, but knew she was right. This boy just might be the key they need. "I've taken quite a liking to the boy, he's special." It smiled. The voice in its head giggled, "Yes, I know. I think you should come back, he's coming again." It frowned, knowing who she was talking about. "I'm coming." In a flash the presence disappeared, leaving more questions and not enough answers. Just what is going on? Our heroes are on their way to Vermilion City, where Ash and Richie will earn their next gym badge, needing only 5 more to enter the Indigo League. But the peaceful walk didn't stay peaceful for long. "Don't you think you're being selfish?" Misty yelled. "No, as a matter of fact I'm not," Richie yelled back. "I don't think it's fair for you to have Ash pay for your bike because Nurse Joy said she'd repair it for you anyway." The others sighed in annoyance. This had been going on for a while now, and it was starting to get on their nerves. It started out peaceful until Misty brought up her bike, so Ash explained that her traveling with him was only fair, seeing as how Luxray sent a thunderbolt attack at it when they first met. Brock and Molly understood, the older boy seeing it as a sign of Ash being mature and taking responsibility. While Richie was mad because Misty kept bringing it up, making his cousin feel more bad about it than he already does. And that's how they got to the situation they are now. Ash doesn't seem to have a problem with it. "You're the only one complaining about it," Misty growled. "That's because Ash is too kind for his own good. He's letting you travel with him, that should be good enough, so stop being so annoying," Richie yelled back. "What did you say?" She blew up at him, prompting both Ash and Brock to step in and intervene before things got worse. "Alright, that's enough, calm down, Richie." Ash grabbed his cousin. "You too, Misty, calm down." Brock held Misty. The two glared at each other, then turned away, making everyone sweat drop. Ash sighed. "I think we should stop and eat," he suggested, "maybe getting some food and then will calm them both down." "Good idea, I'll start setting everything up, but I'm gonna need some firewood," Brock said. "I'll go get it." Ash began walking into the woods. "Wait, Ash, I'll come with you." Richie followed. Molly was conflicted. She didn't know if she should go with her brother or stay and help Brock. The older boy smiled at her, placing a hand on her head. "Why don't you help me set everything up?" he asked. She smiled. "Okay." Misty calmed down finally after Richie left with Ash to go find firewood. Maybe she was being annoying. Ash was nice enough to let her travel with him as compensation for frying her bike, and hasn't made any complaints about it since. Thinking this only made her feel worse. "You alright, Misty?" Brock called out. She looked over at the breeder. "Huh? Oh, yeah, of course I'm okay," she faked smiled. Brock frowned. "You know," he said, "if Ash didn't want you traveling with him, he would have said so," he informed her. Misty's eyes grew wide, realizing that Brock was right. If he really didn't want her traveling with him, he would say so to her face a long time ago. Thinking that made her smile. It showed that Ash didn't really mind having her along, just like Brock. He treated her like a real friend, something she appreciates very much. If only there was something she could do for him, but what? "You're right. But I wish there was something I could do for him. I mean, he's letting me travel with him without any complaints." Now I feel horrible for always bringing up my bike. I'm probably making him feel more bad about it, she said. Brock smiled. I'm sure Ash doesn't really mind, otherwise he would have told you off like Richie did. Big brother's really nice. He doesn't think bad about Misty at all, and I don't either. Molly suddenly spoke, making the two look at her. Big brother's having so much fun with you guys, you make him smile and laugh a lot. That makes you guys his friends, she beamed. The two teens couldn't help but smile hearing that, remembering that he probably didn't have any friends when he and Richie were little, so hearing that they made him smile was refreshing. Thanks, Molly. Misty hugged the little girl, who hugged back. You're welcome. Brock noticed that it was taking Ash and Richie too long to get firewood. Those two sure are taking long. Maybe we should go find them. You're right, they are. Let's go. Misty said. Molly was the first to start running towards the forest, making the other two try to catch up with her. Well, they ended up finding them, but weren't prepared for what they saw. There was both Ash and Richie standing over four boys that were on the ground in pain, and one boy that was standing near Luxray, Pikachu, and Sparky. The incubator containing the egg was near Pikachu and Sparky. The younger boy was gaping when they arrived. So what happened here? Brock finally asked. Ash and Richie looked up to the new voices. Oh, hey there guys, Ash smiled. How long have you guys been standing there? We just got here, Misty answered. Wait a minute. Don't change the subject. What happened here? The two boys looked at each other. Well. Earlier. Ash, Richie and their Pokémon were walking through the woods searching for firewood. While looking for some good burning wood, Ash was scolding Richie for calling Misty annoying, saying it was uncalled for and should apologize when they get back. But I was just trying to stick up for you. Richie protested. Ash smiled, and I appreciate that, but Misty isn't all that bad once you get to know her. Besides, she has a point. I should have stopped Luxray before he sent a thunderbolt at her bike. The electric lion bowed his head in apology, making both Ash and Pikachu comfort the lion, saying that he should apologize to Misty too. Luxray agreed to apologize for Ash and Pikachu. Richie pouted, "You're way too nice. You love it and you know it." Richie was about to say something back when he saw some boy on the treadmill answering questions about Pidgeotto's evolved form. When he got it wrong, they turned it up, making him run faster, and when the boy couldn't take any more, he fell off the treadmill and looked like he hurt himself. The four boys around him didn't seem to care and started laughing at him. Ash and Richie growled. Watching the scene brought back bad memories of when they were bullied by Gary and some of his friends who were on his side. Ash walked over. "I think you four idiots have done enough." He got their attention by calling them idiots. "What did you punk?" one of them growled. Ash simply ignored him and walked over to the fallen boy who was holding his leg that had a bag scrape on it. He bent down. "Are you okay?" he smiled. The boy looked up at the smiling face. "I am okay, but my leg hurts." There was a scrape on his leg and it looked like it really hurt. "That looks bad." He took off his backpack and brought out some healing potion. "This will sting a little, but it'll help clean the wound so it doesn't get infected." "Hey! Don't ignore us," another boy yelled. Ash sprayed the boy's wound and like Ash said, it started to sting really badly, but it meant that it was working. After spraying the wound, he wrapped it up in bandages, but not too tightly. "There. How's that feel?" The boy smiled. "A little better, thanks." Ash helped the boy stand up. "So what's your name?" he asked. "Oh, my name's Joe." The boy said. "Nice to meet you, Joe." "My name's Ash and this is Pikachu and Luxray." "Pika, yo." "Luxray, hello." "And my name's Richie and this is my buddy Sparky." Richie introduced. "Pikachu, hey." Sparky greeted. It's nice to meet you guys." Joe's greeted back. The four boys were starting to get really mad because they had been ignoring them and weren't just going to let it go. You've got some nerve ignoring us. Maybe we should teach you a lesson. All the boys were about to jump them when Luxray, Pikachu, and Sparky intervened, glaring at the four boys, making them freeze with fear. Ash and Richie just stared at them, then looked at each other and grinned. Pikachu, Luxray, Sparky, Ash called out, "Watch over Joe while the two of us have a little chat with these boys, okay?" Ash asked in a sweet and scary way. The three Pokémon nodded and Joe went over to them slowly, being mindful of his leg. Joe was standing near the Pokémon while Ash and Richie got ready. "Well?" Ash asked. "You can go first, Ash." Richie smiled. "Thanks, Richie." "Grr, don't make fun of us." He ran at Ash, fist raised ready to strike him, but the raven-haired teen wasn't worried. Ash moved to the left, grabbed the boy's arm and flipped him over, making him land hard on his back. The boy stared at the sky, trying to figure out what just happened. "Now then," Ash smiled wickedly, "anyone else want to attack us, or will you leave?" Richie grinned right along Ash, cracking his knuckles. "I don't think they'll leave until we knock their heads in." "So it seems." "Oh my goodness, naughty boys these two are." "Now." Molly tilted her head, trying to remember the correct word her brother told her that fit this current situation. After a while a light bulb appeared. Self-defense. Ash smiled, patting her head. "That's right. You're a very smart girl." Ash complimented. "Yay. I got the word right." She jumped up and down. "Ursa, you did." Teddy Ursa complimented his mom. Richie took the incubator from Sparky and Joe was still gaping like an idiot, not believing what he saw. "Well, I guess that classifies as self-defense." Brock said, sweat dropping. "If you say so." Misty didn't know what else to say. The four boys got up slowly, alerting the others. "So?" Ash smiled, sickly sweet. "Are you going to leave or stay?" The four boys flinched and ran away with their tails between their legs like a bunch of scared little children. Ash blinked in confusion. "Geez," he put his hands on his hips, "they act like I'm some kind of monster." Brock and Misty could see why after getting their butts kicked by the two boys, but Ash was by far the scariest. "Humph, anyway Joe, why were they picking on you earlier?" AHS questioned. "Oh. They weren't bullying me, they were helping me." Ash and Richie raised a brow. "Hate to say it, Joe, but that was bullying, not helping." Joe shook his head. "No, they were, but sometimes I pretend I don't know the answers to some questions because if I answer them they get harder." Ash felt disgusted with the brutal treatment. "Tell me something, Joe, who's the person in charge of this brutal education system?" He just called it idiotic, but covered it up at the last minute. Brock, Misty, and Richie all thought. Joe dug in his pocket and brought out a picture. "Well, there's the head student for the beginner class." He showed the picture to them. "Here she is. Her name's Giselle," he said with a faint blush adorning his face. Brock and Richie began drooling over the photo. "She's so pretty," they said in unison. Ash, Molly, and Misty rolled their eyes. "Idiots." Ash and Misty said. Misty looked at Ash in surprise. He simply shrugged his shoulders. "In the words of my mom, women with pretty faces tend to have not so pretty personalities." He quoted his mom's famous lessons in understanding girls. Misty smiled. "So Ash isn't impressed with good looks. Then what do you specifically look for in a girl?" she asked out of curiosity. He smiled. "Her personality," he simply stated. "Looks mean nothing to me, I prefer girls' personalities over looks. Besides, looks aren't everything anyway." Misty wanted to hug the boy. "Finally, there's a guy with some common sense when it comes to girls and treats them with respect." She made a mental note to thank his mom when she sees her. Ash pulled Brock and Richie away by their collars. "These two aside, will you please show us this school?" "Sure." They followed the boy, unaware of three people following, observing them as they walked away. "So the twerps are heading to Pokemon Tech, huh?" Meowth grinned. Meowth turned to them. "What's wrong with the two of you?" "Well," Jessie started. We didn't exactly do very good in this school ourselves. James said pitifully. Meowth stared at them. You mean to tell me you two actually went to this school? They both nodded. And? The two looked at each other. We flunked out, they wailed. The cat Pokémon sweat dropped but chose to comfort them. Cheers up you two, he said, you're part of Team Rocket now so it doesn't matter anymore. The two stopped wailing and began to smile. That's right. We're part of Team Rocket. Who cares about those eggheads? Jessie said with fire in her eyes. That's right. Who needs them? James agreed. Meowth grinned. There you go. Let's go follow the twerps. Right, they cheered. And with that they followed the gang to Pokemon Tech. Joe led them to Giselle's study area, letting the gang get a good look at it. Ash still wasn't impressed. This place was a joke that does nothing insult the traditional way of earning badges, actually traveling and bonding with their Pokemon so they could get stronger together. See, Joe spoke, here at Pokemon Tech it's overall skill as a trainer that counts. Sorry to say Ash and Richie, but even though you two have 2 badges I'm pretty sure I'm more skilled than you two. Richie and Misty were about to blow up at him, but Ash spoke before they did something they will surely regret. So you say, but I have doubts that you could manage to even lay a single hit on my Pokemon even if you tried. He smiled. Brock snickered at the statement because it was entirely true and Molly giggled. And besides, Ash continued, simulations are nothing more than computers that only project what you want to see. If you went up against Brock, Misty, or any of the other Kanto gym leaders in real life you'd be slaughtered before you realize what happened. He lectured. Brock and Misty smiled at the compliment he gave them, both acknowledging them as strong gym leaders. Why do you say that? Joe asked. Because, these two are Brock and Misty, gym leaders of Pewter and Cerulean City. He told the boy, your simulator lets you win against the computer version of them, but I know for sure that if you went up against either of them you'd stand absolutely no chance whatsoever. The 2 gym leaders were beginning to blush because of the full confidence he had in their battling skills. Truth is, this was the first time a trainer complimented them and viewed them as strong gym leaders. It was usually Sabrina, Lieutenant Surge, and the others that were considered strong, but hearing Ash compliment them made them feel like one of the big leagues. Ash took a Pokeball in his hand. You said you're more skilled than me and Richie, right? Then have a battle with me to prove yourself. Joe smiled, all right. Richie looked at the others. Raise your hand if you think Ash will go easy on him. No one did. Yeah, I figured. Richie shrugged. I'm glad Ash is the one battling him and not me or Brock. Misty voiced her thought to everyone, 'cause if it was me that was battling him. Let's not get into that. Brock said, making sure she didn't that sentence, especially with a child around. Molly looked questionably at Brock. Hey look, they're about to battle. Richie pointed out. Ash threw out his Pokeball first. Cloyster, time for battle. Out came the Spike Pokemon, grinning with anticipation. So he's using Cloyster. Brock observed. Misty was daydreaming, oh, I just love Cloyster, it's so cute. Richie sweat dropped, not that again. He groaned with irritation. Go Cloyster. Molly cheered. Ursa Teddy Ursa, do your best. Pika Pika, win it. Pikachu and Sparky cheered. Luxray, win it. Joe looked at Cloyster and made his choice. This is an easy choice, he said. Weepinbell, I choose you. Out came the grass and poison type Pokemon. So. Joe's using Weepinbell? Richie questioned. Well, grass types have an advantage against water types, but this is Ash we're talking about here, so I'm not really worried. Brock stated. Me neither. Misty said. Nope. Not worried. Molly agreed. Weepinbell, use Vine Whip. Vine sprouted out and aimed at the water and ice type. Ash waited for the right moment when it got close. When he was positive that it was close enough, he called out a move that surprised everyone. Cloyster, use Protect. Ha, everyone said. Then out of nowhere a green shield appeared, making the vines bounce off the shield and hit Weepinbell in the face. No way. Joe cried out. What kind of defensive move was that? Misty had never seen a defense move like that one before. Brock was thinking about it but couldn't come up with an answer. Don't know, but I'll be sure to ask Ash about it later. Richie had stars in his eyes. I've gotta ask Ash to teach me that move. That was amazing. Molly smiled. The Pokémon agreed. Now it's my turn, Icicle Crash. Ash ordered. Cloyster's horn started glowing with a light blue light, sending it into the air, forming small clumps of ice that grew larger and larger. When the ice clumps were big enough, they crashed down on Weepinbell, making cry out and faint when it couldn't take the pain anymore. Weepinbell. Joe cried out, running to his fallen Pokémon. Are you okay? The Pokémon managed to open its eyes and nodded. Joe let out a sigh of relief and returned the weakened Pokémon. I can't believe I lost though. I mean, a grass type has the advantage over a water type, so how? Before Ash could explain, an unfamiliar voice spoke. That's because your Weepinbell isn't trained, while it's obvious this Cloyster is. They turned and saw a girl they recognized by looking at Joe's photo. The girl was Giselle. Brock was about to start flirting, but Misty held him by the ear, making Molly laugh and Richie to shake his head. She wasn't the only one that showed up, because the 4 boys Ash and Richie beat up were with her too. Giselle! Joe exclaimed in surprise. The girl continued to berate him. The reason you lost is because this Cloyster's real battling experiences gives it the advantage over the type it's weak against. Joe looked downhearted at her words, making the others look at her in anger. Honestly, you're an embarrassment to this school. That's enough. Misty yelled, getting the girl's attention. So what if he lost? There's nothing wrong with that. This loss will give him something to think and learn about, which you'd know that if you were a good trainer. Giselle's eye twitched but tried to keep her confident smirk. I have the right to say whatever I want to him because I am a good trainer. In fact, I'm the top student here. Brock and Richie were holding Misty back, which was wise because she was about to launch herself at the girl and rip her hair out. You sound really stupid. Ash said loud enough for the girl to hear him. Giselle turned to him in anger. Excuse me? He returned. Cloyster, you heard me, but in case you didn't, I'll say it again. Everything you just said is really stupid. Misty laughed at the girl's reaction, her anger dissipating immediately. She was thinking that the girl deserved it. Molly stuck her tongue out at the girl while Brock and Richie were flabbergasted but couldn't say anything, neither could Joe. How dare you insult me? She brought out a pokeball. You and me will have a battle right now. But this won't just be any battle. In this battle we will make wagers. Ash grinned. Sounds like fun. What are you wagering? Giselle smiled confidently. If I win, you get on your knees and apologize to me in front of everybody, she declared. Why, you little dash? Misty was about to go off. Ash kept on grinning. All right then. Now if I win, you will apologize to Joe and admit that Pokemon tech is nothing but a waste of a trainer's true potential. Wah, she said, flabbergasted. He turned his back to her and went over to Luxray. What's wrong? Backing down before the battle even starts. That got her mad. Fine then. Brock offered to be the referee. This is a one-on-one battle between Giselle of Pokemon Tech and Ash Ketchum. The battle is over when both or one Pokemon on either side is unable to battle. Do both trainers agree? Giselle flipped her hair. Of course I do. Not that I'm worried, seeing as how I'm going to win. Ash smiled at his friend. I'm ready to start. Brock. The breeder raised his arm in the air, then brought it down. Battle begin. Giselle threw the Pokeball in the air. Cub 1, I choose you. Out came a Pokemon wearing a bone mask and holding a bone in its hand. Cub 1, it said. So she's using a Cub 1. Richie scanned it. Cub 1, a ground-type Pokemon. Cub 1 has earned its classification as the lonely Pokémon from its usual attitude of caring only for itself. So it's lonely? Molly questioned. Richie shrugged his shoulders, I guess. Who's that Pokémon? It's Cub 1. Cub 1. Well, Giselle said, crossing her arms, what Pokémon are you going to bring out? Ash looked at Luxray. The electric Pokémon, understanding, leapt into battle, growling. The girl raised a brow. What kind of Pokémon is that? Ash smirked. You don't know, he feigned surprise, and here I thought you were the top student of your class. Guess that was a lie. He taunted. Misty busted out laughing along with Molly. This had to be the funniest battle Ash has ever had, and the redhead was enjoying every last minute of it. Richie smiled weakly at his cousin's merciless taunting of the girl. Okay, maybe the girl deserved it for what she said to Joe, but now he was starting to feel bad for the girl. Brock may have snorted but covered it up. Giselle's face was literally red. This will be the last time you insult me, she yelled, use Bone Club. Cub 1 rushed at Luxray and smacked it on the head with its bone. Giselle grinned, believing the battle was over, but that soon vanished when she saw Ash smile. What do you think, Luxray? Did that attack hurt you? He asked. The lion smirked at the bone Pokémon, causing it to flinch in fear. But how? That attack should have done some damage, she yelled in shock. You said it yourself earlier, remember, he said, making her confused. Real battling experience gives the Pokémon the advantage to overcome their weakness. He quoted her words even though he changed them a little. You tell her, Ash. Misty cheered. Seriously? You sound like a groupie. Richie sweat dropped. Luxray's an electric type, which you've probably guessed already, but type advantages and disadvantages don't really matter when you've taught them how to overcome their weakness and counter it, he explained. What's that supposed to mean? She questioned. He smirked. I'll give you an example, use Ice Fang. Luxray bit down on Cub 1, freezing it instantly. Cub 1. Giselle cried out. That was an ice-type move. Misty exclaimed. Richie blinked. So an electric type can learn ice attacks. Cool, he couldn't wait to ask Ash for some one-on-one training. That attack was really effective against Cub 1 because it's a ice-type move. Brock said. Molly raised her hand in the air, and ground types are weak against ice types, right? Brock patted her head. That's right. You'd make a good trainer when you're old enough. He complimented. Molly grinned. Night Slash. Luxray's claws turned whitish-purple and slashed the frozen Cub 1, who cried out in pain, having been hit directly by an Ice Fang attack. Cub 1. Giselle cried out again. Double kick. Luxray rears on his hind legs, turns around and kicks the poor Pokémon in the air. Finish this with Swift. The lion jumps in the air with its tail glowing yellow, swinging it, releasing multiple yellow stars that hit Cub 1, sending it to the ground with swirls on its eyes. Brock brought up his arm. Cub 1 is unable to battle. Luxray wins, and the winner of the match is Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Cub 1. Giselle rushed over to her Pokémon, immediately taking it in her arms, cradling it gently. Are you okay? She asked. The little Pokémon managed to open its eyes weakly. Cub 1. She smiled with relief, hugging it. Thank goodness. She heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, she saw it was Ash with his hand out. Am I allowed to help you up? She blinked but then smiled, allowing him to help her up. That was a very interesting battle. I even learned something from it. Ash smiled. And that is? Giselle went over to Joe. I'm so sorry, Joe. I was completely arrogant and ended up hurting a dear friend of mine, and that was wrong of me. Can you ever forgive me for my stupidity? She said sincerely. Joe smiled at the girl, showing he bared no ill will towards her. Can I still keep your picture? He asked. She was surprised that he forgave her but couldn't help but smile. Sure. She brought out her own picture. I always keep pictures of my friends. The picture in her hand was of her and Joe. The two kids laughed, enjoying the fact they had identical pictures of each other. Brock smirked. You're quite the sneaky one, aren't you, Ash? The boy feigned innocence. I don't know what you mean. Sure you don't. Misty elbowed him playfully. The two students turned to them. Ash, Giselle bowed respectfully. I owe you an apology too, as well as the rest of you. Ash waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. I just wanted you and Joe to become good friends, and that's what happened. He smiled. The kids agreed with him. That's not all we learned, Joe said. Having battled you and watching the battle between you, Giselle, made me realize that I need to start over from scratch by traveling instead of learning everything from a computer. He smiled. Giselle nodded. Same here, and when I'm ready I'll enter the Indigo League along with Joe. She blushed. Misty giggled at the two. The girl may not admit it, but it was obvious she had a crush on Joe, just like the boy has a crush on her. It was kind of cute. Before anyone could comment, they heard the familiar laughter and motto of none other than Team Rocket. Giselle recognized them instantly. I know you three. This school has records on these three. They failed every single thing in this school. It was almost laughable. The gang turned to her, then back at Team Rocket. You mean to tell me that Team Rocket used to go to this school? Misty exclaimed. Hard to believe. Brock was honestly trying to wrap his head around the fact that these three went to this school. I feel like I should say something snarky, but I've got nothing. Richie said. Same here. Ash agreed. Molly nodded. Team Rocket wasn't happy with the insult and brought out their Pokémon, but with 3 Thunderbolts from Pikachu, Sparky, and Luxray they were sent flying, proving that they're not very good battlers. Giselle then gave them directions to Vermilion City and wished Ash and Richie luck on getting their 3rd gym badge. They said farewell to each other and headed off in the direction she told them to take, and as an added bonus Richie and Misty apologized to each other, much to everyone's relief. Maybe the two of them were starting to get along. Hopefully. After saying farewell to Pokémon Tech, our heroes head off in the direction given to them by Giselle to Vermilion City, where Ash and Richie will earn their 3rd gym badge. We're lost, aren't we? Misty said, annoyed. Brock scratched his cheek. Yeah, we are definitely lost. Misty huffed in annoyance. Did Giselle give us bad directions? Maybe, Richie shrugged. And don't get so angry, you followed her directions just like the rest of us. Yeah, well, you followed her direction too. Misty yelled. Before they could go at it, Ash and Brock stepped in between them. Alright, you two calm down, why don't we rest up here for a bit? Brock suggested. Ash nodded in agreement. That sounds like a great idea, don't you think so, guys? The two of them stopped glaring at each other and agreed with taking a rest. Molly looked around. Where should we rest up? Well, there's a lake, so why don't we rest up near there? Ash suggested, then saw something near the river. It has a blue round body with leaves, with 5 large green leaves sprouting from its head. It was taking a drink from the lake. Is that an oddish? Brock leaned forward to get a better look. I think you're right, Ash, that is an oddish. Richie scanned it. Oddish, this Pokémon is typically found roaming the forest, scattering pollen as it walks around. Misty squealed, it's so cute. I'm gonna catch it. She brought out a Pokeball. Ash looked at her. Really? Even though it's a grass type? I don't care, I'm still going to catch it, she declared. Misty, I don't think Dash. She had already called out Starmie to fight Oddish. You should battle it, he sighed. Oh well. Starmie, use Water Gun. The star-shaped Pokémon shot a water gun attack at the poor unsuspecting Oddish, knocking the poor Pokémon back. She threw out a Pokeball, but it was knocked away by a Vine Whip. What was that? Misty said, confused. A small bluish-green Pokémon with green spots, a green plant bulb on its back and red eyes and white pupils. It was glaring at them very intently. Hey! It's a Bulbasaur. Ash smiled. He remembered taking care of a Bulbasaur at Professor Oak's lab before he started his journey. It was going to be given to a trainer as a starter Pokémon, so unfortunately he couldn't keep the little guy. Wonder how he's doing, he thought. It is a Bulbasaur. Richie scanned it. Bulbasaur, it bears the seed of a plant on its back from birth. The seed slowly develops. Researchers are unsure whether to classify Bulbasaur as a plant or animal. Bulbasaur are extremely calm and are difficult to capture in the wild. A wild Bulbasaur's rare. Richie wanted to catch it, but the grass type took off along with Oddish before he could make a move. Hey, wait. Misty returned Starmie and ran after them, the others following right behind her. In the forest. Nice going, Misty. Richie yelled. They were currently walking across a bridge very carefully because it wasn't safe. The girl was adamant about going after the two fleeing Pokémon. The others followed her and came across the bridge. What are you getting mad at me for? She yelled back. Stop it, both of you, this isn't the time for fighting. Brock and Ash scolded the two of them, looking down like a bunch of little kids that just got in trouble, apologizing for their behavior. Anyway, we should really be dash. A harsh wind starts to rip the bridge apart, causing both Brock and Richie to fall into the river. Brock, Richie. Misty yelled. She would have fallen right along with them if Ash hadn't grabbed hold of both her and Molly, preventing them from falling, pulling them up without much trouble. Big brother, are Brock and Richie going to be okay? Ursa, are they? Ash was trying to stay as calm as possible. They'll be fine. We'll just have to walk through the forest and hopefully we'll find them safe and unhurt. He helped Misty up, being the gentleman that he is, and they began walking further into the forest, unaware of the red eyes observing and following them. They were walking down the river with Luxray as their guide. After Ash told him the situation, he was adamant about staying out of his Pokeball in case something happened. And something did happen. Misty almost fell into a pit trap had Ash not grabbed her arm, pulling her away in time. She thanked him and they continued walking until they found Brock. Still walking, Ash notices something on the ground and pulls Misty away from it. When she questioned him about it, he threw a rock and a net appeared out of nowhere, and Misty thanked him again. Having walked for who knows how long, they finally find Brock and Richie unharmed. Richie, Molly, and Ash embrace each other, relieved they were all safe. Ash asked Richie if the egg was okay and the boys said it was okay. Meanwhile, Brock was flirting with the girl in charge of looking after the Pokémon, Melanie, earning an ear pull from Misty, making Molly laugh. So you take care of all these Pokémon by yourself? Misty asked. Yes, see, this is known as the Hidden Village, where injured and abandoned Pokémon come here to relax. She explained. Ash nodded. Well, that explains the traps Misty almost fell in. The redhead blushed and looked away, causing Richie to snicker, earning a whack upside his head from Misty. Melanie smiled weakly. I'm sorry about that. I set those traps for Pokémon poachers and Pokémon trainers who try to catch the Pokémon here even though they're too ill to escape or fight back. You don't have to apologize, Ash told her kindly, you're just protecting them like you've always done. Melanie smiled. I appreciate your kind words. Brock thought this to be a good time to ask Ash how he can talk this naturally to girls. Ash, you've gotta tell me how you do that. Huh? Misty hit Brock upside the head, making Molly laugh, and Richie was just as confused as Ash was. The trainer still hasn't noticed that the same Bulbasaur was eyeing him the moment he set foot in the village. Meanwhile. Grr, where are those stupid twerps? Jessie yelled in frustration. James was using his binoculars to try and see where they are. I don't see them anywhere. We'll find them, just relax. Meowth said. Team Rocket were crossing the remains of tattered bridge that Ash and his companions took, but just like what happened to them, it collapsed under their feet. Stupid bridge. Jessie yelled. I hate falling in water. James commented. I blame the twerps. Meowth complained. And with that, the three of them fell into river. Who's that Pokemon? It's Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. Back with the gang, they promised not to catch any of the Pokemon, including Misty, who tried to catch Oddish. Instead, they all volunteered to help take care of the Pokemon as a way of showing gratitude for feeding them. Molly was giving all her attention to a Petalil, which was strange because they're normally found in the Unova region. Melanie explained that all Pokemon from different regions come here either abandoned or injured. Richie scanned the grass type. Petalil, the bulb Pokemon. Petalil prefer living in rich, fertile soil where all types of plants grow in abundance. Huh, it's actually kinda cute. Richie said. She. Ash corrected. They all turned to him, she. Ash was currently tending to a slowpoke who seemed to be enjoying the massage the boy was giving him. Petalil are female, there are no males, so it's a girl. Petalil, that's right, she jumped up and down agreeing with the boy. She's so cute. Molly squealed, hugging the grass type who was enjoying the embrace. Wow, Ash, you seem to be knowledgeable when it comes to Pokemon. Melanie complimented. He shrugged, not everything. If anyone knows more about taking care of Pokemon, it's Brock. He said, not noticing the blush on Brock's face. Really? Yeah, well sure I do. Brock was completely nervous around her, making Misty tease him about really liking her. The breeder put a hand to her mouth, shushing her in case the girl heard her. While everyone was taking care of the Pokemon, Misty went up. Oddish, I'm so sorry for trying to catch you earlier, I didn't know anything. Oddish Dish, you are. The grass type tilted its head. I promise to never do something like that again. Can you ever forgive me? She said wholeheartedly. Oddish smiled and nuzzled her leg, letting her know it forgives her. She bent down, ruffling its leaves. Thanks, Oddish. Bulbasaur, back off. Misty was tackled by Bulbasaur, who thought Oddish was in danger. Hey. What was that for? Bulbasaur just glared at her while Oddish was trying to tell him that she was only apologizing for trying to catch her earlier. Bulbasaur. Melanie scolded, that wasn't very nice. The grass type ignored them both, leaving them to go elsewhere. Brock and Richie came over, having seen the whole thing. What was that all about? Richie asked. Melanie sighed. You see, Bulbasaur was abandoned by his trainer because he refuses to evolve, so he doesn't trust them very much. That's awful. Just because Bulbasaur didn't want to evolve, that gives his trainer the right to just abandon it. Richie yells. Unfortunately, it happens. Brock said. That still makes it sad. Misty said, having gotten up from the ground. Yes, it's, huh? Melanie stopped her sentence. Is something wrong? Brock asked. Look, she pointed to where Bulbasaur was walking, to making everyone look, and noticed he was walking towards Ash, who's still massaging Slowpoke. Is it going to tackle him? Richie was about to help his cousin when Melanie stopped him. No, wait. What? Why? Richie asked, confused. Melanie's right, Brock said, let's just see what happens. They watched with anticipation. The grass type would either tackle him like it did Misty or do something else. Ash wasn't paying attention, he was too busy making sure Slowpoke's headache was decreasing even just a little. He talked to the Pokemon earlier. He told him that he would get frequent headaches, and sometimes Melanie couldn't help with them all the time. The water type didn't even notice that Ash was able to understand it and was too focused on the fact that his headache was slowly disappearing, something it was deeply grateful for. How's that? Feel good? He asked softly. Slowpoke, it does. It was about to fall asleep, but it heard footsteps coming near them and saw it was Bulbasaur. Ash noticed Slowpoke open its eyes and felt something poke his shoulder. He turned and saw it was the same Bulbasaur from earlier. "Oh hi there, is something wrong?" Bulbasaur, you seem familiar." Ash raised a brow. Really? He began thinking if maybe he met Bulbasaur in the past or the grass type could have confused him with someone else. Getting a good look at the grass type, he remembered the little Bulbasaur he looked after at the professor lab. His eyes widened in realization. "Are you the same Bulbasaur that was at Professor Oak's lab? The same one I took care of?" Ash asked to make sure. For the first time the grass type smiled, confirming Ash's theory. "I was right." He picked up Bulbasaur, hugging him. "It's been so long." "I'm so glad to see you again." The grass type rubbed his head on Ash's arm. Bulbasaur, it's good to see you again too." "Ash." The boy turned his head and saw it was Melanie and the others. "How is it that you know Bulbasaur?" He stopped hugging the grass type and put him in his lap. "Oh right, well this is the same Bulbasaur that I took care of at Professor Oak's lab, but back then he was really small." He rubbed the grass type's head. "Seriously? What a coincidence that you'd guys meet here of all places," Richie commented. Ash stopped petting the grass type and thought of something. "Now that you mention it, Bulbasaur, did your trainer by any chance?" Bulbasaur closed his eyes before looking back at Ash with sad eyes. He did." Ash was angry. He took really good care of Bulbasaur, making sure he was healthy when the new trainer would come to pick him, and instead of taking of Bulbasaur, his trainer simply abandoned him. "Sorry to hear about that, buddy." He pets the grass type again. "Big brother." Molly ran up to him holding Petalil and Teddiursa following right behind her. "What's wrong?" "Look," she pointed to something in the sky, and true enough there was Team Rocket standing on some platform reciting their usual stupid motto. Ash sighed. "Them again. Who are they?" Melanie was starting to worry for the Pokémon. "They're Team Rocket, they steal people's Pokémon." Misty answered her. Melanie tightened her hold on Oddish. "Then that means they're trying to take the Pokémon that live here." Richie growled. Ash was just about to Pikachu and Luxray to use Thunderbolt, but Bulbasaur and Slowpoke stood in front of the boy. "Do you two want to battle them?" Bulbasaur, "That's right." Slowpoke, "Why not?" Ash took out his Pokédex to scan their moves. This Pokémon knows the moves: Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, and Take Down. He then scanned Slowpoke. This Pokémon knows the moves: Curse, Yawn, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, and Confusion. He smirked. "Those are some good moves to have. Alright, you guys ready?" I am." Slowpoke, "Should be fun." Bulbasaur, "Use Vine Whip to smack that hose around." The grass type used it vines to slap it around so it couldn't SCK in any Pokémon. "Alright, let's finish this." Slowpoke, "Use Confusion to send them flying." Slowpoke's eyes glowed blue, sending the three troublemakers away with a powerful confusion attack. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Misty blinked. "That was amazing. I've never seen a Slowpoke use a strong psychic attack like that before." "That was awesome," Richie yelled. Molly jumped up and down. "Yay. Way to go Bulbasaur and Slowpoke." Petalil, "We won." Ursa, "We did." Melanie smiled at the teamwork between Ash and Bulbasaur, and not just Bulbasaur but Ash even managed to get Slowpoke to help out too, which was very surprising considering it was the laziest Pokémon in the village. "Ash, I have a favor to ask of you," she said to the trainer. "What is it?" She smiled. "I want you to take Bulbasaur, Slowpoke, and Petalil with you." "Huh? Wait, are you sure?" She nodded. "Of course, you and Bulbasaur share a close bond with each other, and I get the feeling that Slowpoke would follow you if you left anyway. Also, it seems Petalil really likes your little sister." Molly's eyes gleamed. "Really? Do you mean it?" "Yes, I have no doubt that you'll take good care of her." Melanie smiled. The little girl looked at her brother asking permission to catch her. Melanie says it's okay, so why not? He takes out a Pokeball and gives it to Molly, who taps Petalil with it, instantly sking her inside the Pokeball, which gave no resistance and dinged immediately. Yay! I caught a Petalil, she did a pose her brother did. Ursa, yahoo! It was so cute that the gang couldn't help but laugh. The gang were now about to head out but not after saying goodbye to Melanie. Oh Melanie, I feel that I should stay. Fate has brought the two of us together for a reason it would be foolish to deny it. Brock said grabbing her hands. Before the girl could say anything Misty grabbed his ear. Yeah well I say fate dealt her a bad hand by making her meet you, she said dragging him away. Ash sighed at his friends saying goodbye to Melanie and the Pokémon of the Hidden Village. And so our heroes say goodbye to the Hidden Village while gaining 3 new friends Bulbasaur, Slowpoke, and Petalil. They now leave with something to remember that their love for Pokémon will never change. And so the journey continues. Today our heroes seem to have once again lost their way on the path to Vermilion City where Ash and Richie will earn their 3rd Kanto Gym badge. This is ridiculous. Misty threw her hands up in frustration. Richie rolled his eyes. Calm down Misty, you don't see Ash and Brock freaking out. I'm not freaking out, she yelled. Hey guys. Ash called out, the path we're following intersects Route 24 which will lead us straight to Vermilion City. Oh in that case it's fine. Misty calmed down. Richie groaned at her mood swings. Molly notices a shadow walking oddly towards them. Hey look over there, she pointed getting everyone's attention. The figure came closer and Ash recognized it instantly, a Charmander. He ran over to the little guy stopping in front of it. Hey little guy, are you okay? Only then did he realize that was a stupid question to ask. The little guy had cuts and bruises on him, not to mention the flame on his tail was small. Charmander heard a soothing voice call out to him. Looking up he saw it was a boy who had the most honest and caring face he'd ever seen. His instincts were telling him that he could trust this human. He walked limply towards him hugging his leg. Ash picked him up delicately being careful of the flame on his tail. Charmander opened his eyes weakly and managed to smile a little holding out his little paw. Charmander, please, save them. And with that the little guy passed out. Ash felt his heart drop especially since the flame on the guy's tail seemed to be getting lighter. Brock. I need your help. Hurry. Right. The breeder went into action immediately, the others following to see the little Charmander and were disgusted by what they saw. My God. Who did this? Misty yelled. Molly looked sadly at Charmander. Poor Charmander. Petalil. Ursa. Richie already knew it was a Charmander because he had one of his own, well used to it, evolved into Charmeleon but scanned the fire type anyway. Charmander. A flame burns on the tip of its tail from birth. It is said that a Charmander dies if its flame ever goes out. Richie's eyes grew wide when he saw the dim light on its tail. Guys. Its tail. I know. Ash picked up the fire type. We need to get to a Pokémon Center now. Brock took off his jacket and held it over Charmander's flame as they ran to the Pokémon Center. Hopefully they would get there in time. Pokémon Center. Ash busted through the door, everyone else following behind him. Nurse Joy, please help. The pink-haired nurse looked up gasping at what she saw coming from behind the counter. She went up the group fast. What happened? She asked in shock. This Charmander's flame is really low. We found it outside with these cuts and bruises, please help it. Ash said frantically he couldn't take it if the little guy in his arm's flame went out permanently and it wouldn't be alive anymore. Nurse Joy was suspicious, believing that Ash was its trainer and let this happen to it, but after seeing the fear and concern in his eyes she knew that this boy was too sweet and kind-hearted to hurt a Pokémon. She nodded with determination. I'll do everything I can to save this Charmander. You have my word. Ash smiled, tightening his hold for a moment before giving the Kanto starter to the nurse. She called for Chansey, saying it was an emergency, and brought the little Charmander in the back, disappearing from their view. Ash felt the world spinning and lost his balance, falling to his knees. It was the first time he'd seen a Pokémon abused in such a way that it made him want to throw up. He felt himself breathing quickly and sweating. He could hear the voices of his friends, albeit faintly. He distinctly heard a male voice say that he was having a panic attack, and after that he passed out. Ash woke up on something nice and soft, thinking it was probably a pillow or something. He groaned, feeling a small headache. Ash, are you awake? A female voice said, laced with concern. Opening his eyes again, but this time slowly, he saw the worried face of Misty, and not only that, but he was lying on her lap. Freaking out, he shot up immediately, only to feel woozy and laid back down. Take it easy, Ash. Misty scolded, you just had a panic attack and need to relax. He blinked. I had a panic attack. She nodded. You had us all worried, especially Molly and Richie. Before he could ask, Pikachu entered his field of vision with a worried expression on his face. Getting up slowly this time, he grabbed his starter, setting him on his lap. Hey there, buddy, sorry if I worried you, I'm alright now. Ash smiled. Yes, I'm sure. He saw that Luxray was at his feet, looking him with worried eyes too. Leaning his arm down, he pet the electric type, letting him know that he was okay. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Nurse Joy, Brock, Molly, and Richie approach them. Ash. Big brother. Richie and Molly cried out in relief, the little girl running to his side. Are you okay? She asked with such innocence. He smiled, hugging the girl tightly. I'm alright, sorry for scaring you. It wasn't just her you scared, Ash, Brock told him. You had us all worried. What happened? Richie said you were having a panic attack. He let go of his sister and looked at the breeder. Yeah, I was having a panic attack, he said sheepishly. I thought so. Nurse Joy intervened, taking out a stethoscope. Take a deep breath for me. The boy nodded, inhaling then exhaling slowly like she instructed. Everyone was sitting quietly, letting Nurse Joy do her job while she checked out their friend. After one more exhale she smiled. Your heart is beating normally, she informed. They all sighed with relief. Do you have previous history of having panic attacks? She asked. Yes, he nodded. I had one when I was little, but that was the last time I had a panic attack. I see. Nurse Joy had a thought. It could be that seeing Charmander in such a state was such a shock to you that your panic attack happened again. Ash blinked at the information. It's possible. I didn't really think about it. Anyway, how's Charmander? Nurse Joy smiled. Charmander's stable now, and its flame is healthy again, and some of the bruises and cuts have almost been healed, but it needs to rest. What a relief. Misty sighed. But what happened? Nurse Joy's face suddenly turned dark. About that. Before she could say anything, they heard laughter from some kids. Oh man, Damien, that's too DMN funny, one of them laughed. I know, right? A blue-haired boy laughed who was assumed to be Damien. I've got some rare Pokémon now, so I don't need that worthless Charmander. It's probably dead anyway. Everyone heard what he said and were disgusted. How can someone say such awful things and then laugh about it? That BSTRD. Richie growled. So he's responsible for Charmander's injuries. Misty growled, getting ready to stomp over and slap the boy, but Ash beat her to it. He walked over to the boy slowly, and when he finally reached him, he grabbed the arrogant boy by the collar and punched him so hard his nose broke. Hey man, what's your problem? One of the boys was about to grab Ash, but Luxray and Pikachu growled at them as if challenging them to lay a single finger on their precious trainer. The boys were smart enough to know that these Pokémon were serious and backed down. Damien looked pathetic, holding his nose, but managed to speak. What the hell's your problem? He yelled, but froze when he saw the cold look in Ash's eyes, but most frightening thing was the fact that he looked so calm. Which was not good. His friends saw this when he battled AJ, and it meant trouble for the arrogant boy. Ash lifted him, the frightened boy, in the air. How dare you? He growled. Damien flinched at his tone of voice. Do you have any idea how close Charmander was to death? Not only did you almost beat it half to death, but you also have the gals to laugh about it. Ash's eyes were still cold and calm, making the boy whimper. Before Ash could go any further he felt two hands on each shoulder making him look over. He saw Brock on his left and Misty to his right with worried expressions. He felt two people hug him from behind and his front, in front was Molly, in the back was Richie. Feeling their concern he slowly let the boy go and calmed down, much to everyone's relief including Nurse Joy. This boy is too kind to feel hatred. Even though she understood why he hit the despicable boy doesn't mean she approved of him using violence. Nurse Joy approached the fallen boy. Her Chansey was right behind her with an angry look on its face. I suggest you try not to escape because I'm informing Officer Jenny as of right now. Also I will be keeping hold of the Pokémon you brought in with you. If you try to escape I will not hesitate to have my Chansey use Sing on you to put you to sleep. And that's a promise. Chansey-chan, try it boy, the nursing Pokémon threatened, cracking her knuckles. Despite the serious situation the others' sweat dropped at the rough and tough Chansey. Guess not all Chanseys are docile. Ash couldn't help but smile. This Nurse Joy might be his most favorite one so far. Who's that Pokemon? It's Charmander. Charmander. Later. As promised, Nurse Joy kept Damien's Pokemon, and boy did he have a lot. He had over 23 Pokeballs. Trainers are allowed to buy more Pokeballs from a Pokemart provided they send some of the Pokeballs back to their assigned professors so their Pokemon can relax. Turns out Damien wasn't doing that. According to Nurse Joy, some of his Pokemon showed signs of forced battling, meaning he forced his Pokemon to keep battling even though they needed medical treatment. Nurse Joy asked the gang to stay a little longer so they can adopt the Pokemon Damien had, which they agreed to. Officer Jenny arrived after hearing everything from Nurse Joy and was just as disgusted as the pink-haired nurse was. Pokemon abuse is a serious crime and anyone caught doing it will have his or her license revoked. Ash's hand was bandaged after punching Damien too hard, courtesy of Nurse Joy, who told the boy that she was glad he'd stood up for Charmander but also told him that violence is never the answer. The boy thanked her from the bottom of his heart for saving Charmander's life, making the nurse smile warmly, but she said that he was the one who saved Charmander. Speaking of the lizard Pokemon, he'd finally woken up from his short coma but wouldn't let anyone touch him except Ash. The fire type only trusted the raven-haired teen and growled at anyone else that tried to touch him, even Nurse Joy. Ash stayed with him and told him that Nurse Joy nursed him back to health, so the little fire type allowed the woman to touch him to see if his injuries have healed, but only because Ash was in the same room. Charmander got along well with Pikachu and Luxray, probably feeling a connection of some sorts, and didn't really mind Molly, seeing the girl as no threat. Now Misty, Brock, and Richie. The fire type didn't trust them one bit and growled if they tried to come near him. Ash was reminded of Luxray when he was a Shinx, always growling at anyone except Ash. That's probably why the two of them got along so quickly. Nurse Joy called everyone out in the lobby, including Officer Jenny, who was standing near Damien, who was tied up with rope so he couldn't escape. The boy was scowling the whole time, not that anybody really cared. Nurse Joy sighed, "I'm glad you all decided to stay a little longer and I hope I'm not inconveniencing you." Ash shook his head, "This is more important right now." The others agreed with him. Right now the condition of the Pokemon were more important. They were all gathered, including the Pokemon and of course Charmander, who was standing next to Ash, proving the fire type was completely loyal to the boy. The fire type wanted to judge who would take care of his friends and sometimes would turn around to glare at Damien, who may or may not have flinched and looked away. Guess after hearing what Ash did to the arrogant prick, the Kanto starter wasn't scared of him anymore. The woman smiled, "Jenny." The officer waved her hand dismissively, "Don't even worry about it, trust me, I'm not that busy." Brock then thought it was the appropriate time to flirt, "If you're not too busy then maybe you and me can go OW. She's busy alright, busy staying away from you." Misty pulled his ear away from the officer. Richie sighed and Molly laughed. Yes, well, I'm about to release the Pokémon now, but the ones with the question marks are Pokémon I haven't seen before, so I'll release them last. She informed them. Nodding their heads in understanding, she released all of the Pokémon except the 3 question-marked ones. Damien captured some interesting Pokémon. Rapidash, Vaporeon, Raichu, Tangrowth, Jinx, Machop, Beedrill, Venomoth, Nidoqueen, Nidoking, Fearow, Farfetch'd, Dodrio, Scyther, Hoot, Xatu, Alakazam, Exeggutor, Rhyhorn, Magnemite. What? Richie's mouth was wide open. He caught all these Pokémon. Misty's eyes were wide. There's so many. Molly stared. Makes you wonder where he got them from. He couldn't have caught all these Pokémon. Brock stated. You're right. Ash looked at Xatu. The bird Pokémon right there is a Xatu, a flying and psychic type from Johto. Same with Hoot. Nurse Joy nodded. That's right. She glared at the boy. I'm very curious to know how you've obtained these Pokémon. Damien scoffed, like I'd tell you. Charmander growled and sent a flamethrower at the boy's face, surprising everyone, even Damien. Ash smirked. So you know flamethrower, huh? Good job, by the way. He complimented. Char, thanks, the fire type smiled. Alright, I'll talk. I got those 2 from a trade, okay? Damien said. Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny's eyes narrowed at the boy but determined that he wasn't lying. The nurse looked at all of the Pokémon gathered and smiled. You all have nothing to fear, she said, getting their attention. These trainers will be taking care of you from now on. All the Pokémon looked at the trainers and noticed Charmander standing loyally next to Ash. The look in his eyes told them that this trainer was responsible for saving the fire type's life. You can trust them, she continued. Charmander has already made it clear that Ash is to be its new trainer, so that means the rest of you can choose who you want to go with. They looked at Charmander, earning a nod, confirming that the trainers would let them choose who they want to go with. Vaporeon and Jinx moved over to Misty, sensing that she had some water types with her, even though Jinx is an ice and psychic type. The redhead stood completely still, letting them examine her. When they were done, Vaporeon rubbed up against her and Jinx hugged her, confirming that they choose Misty to be their new trainer. She smiled. Thanks, you too. She took out 2 Pokeballs. I promise I'll take good care of you. The water type said, smiling for the first time. Jinx, said the ice type. Tapping them gently on the head, they were sucked into the Pokeballs. The girl kept on smiling. Ash nodded. They made the right choice because Misty will take good care of them. Char, I see. Nurse Joy turned to the others. Don't be shy, go to the ones you want to go with. They didn't need to be told twice, they all walked to the trainers they felt best suited for them. Raichu, Tangrowth, Machop, and Beedrill went over to Molly the little girl, and she couldn't be happier with them, along with Teddiursa and Petalil. Just seeing her smile at them made them feel more at ease. Machop picked the girl up and settled her on his shoulder, and she loved every minute of it. Venomoth, Fearow, Farfetch'd, Dodrio, Scyther, and Hoot went over to Richie, who let the small owl land on his shoulder and nuzzle him, making the boy laugh, putting them at ease with him. Alakazam, Exeggutor, Rhyhorn, and Magnemite went over to Brock the breeder, checking them to make sure they were healthy, which touched them. Rhyhorn had tears in its eyes and tackled the breeder to the ground, nuzzling him in appreciation, which made Brock and the others laugh. And finally, Rapidash, Nidoqueen, Nidoking, and Xatu went over to Ash, seeing as how this boy saved their friend from the monster known as Damien. Rapidash showed her appreciation by nuzzling him, and Xatu stood in front of him, and Nidoqueen and Nidoking thanked him repeatedly. Ash, Pikachu, and Luxray smiled because they gained more family members. Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny smiled at the heartwarming scene, while Damien looked away in disgust. What an butt! The pink-haired nurse got everyone's attention. Now then, she picked up the 3 Pokeballs with the question marks on them. These Pokemon aren't registered in Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, or Unova, so I'm afraid I don't know where he got them from. Richie spoke up. Ash or Brock might know. Both boys nodded. She nodded. Alright then, here they are. She released all of the unknown Pokemon from the Pokeballs. Fennekin, the yellow fox Pokemon said. Froakie, the blue frog Pokemon said. Chasebin, the porcupine Pokemon said. Ash's eyes widened in recognition, as did Brock's, alerting the others. Well boys, do you know what region they come from? They looked at each other, then to everyone else. Ash told them, the yellow fox one is Fennekin, a fire type, the frog one is Froakie, a water type, and the porcupine one is Chasebin, a grass type. I see, so what region are they from? Officer Jenny asked. They're from the Kalos region. Brock said. The women's eyes grew big in shock. Are you absolutely positive about this? Ash nodded. Positive. Professor Oak showed me a picture of the Kalos starter Pokemon before. Professor Sycamore is the professor in charge of that region. Misty looked back at the boy. Where did you get them from? She growled. I doubt that the professor would give them to someone like you. I'd like to know too. Ash said. The arrogant boy scoffed and looked away again, making it clear that he won't talk. Ash was about to grab the boy again, but a blue outline lifted the arrogant teen in the air, flipping him upside down. What's going on? He yelled in fear. Ash looked over to Alakazam and Exeggutor, but the two of them had nothing to do with it, so that could only mean. Looking from his shoulder, he saw it was Xatu. Xatu, are you doing this? Ash asked to be sure. Xatu, I am. The psychic bird responded. Brock smiled. Looks like the Pokemon aren't scared of him anymore. As if to prove his words, they all glared at him menacingly, making the boy even more scared. I suggest you answer the question, otherwise Xatu will probably know we'll drop you. Officer Jenny threatened. The boy gulped. Alright. I'll tell you, he yelled pathetically. The psychic and flying type readjusted the boy and dropped him on his bottom, making the others laugh. Well? Officer Jenny stared down at the boy. He gulped, then spoke. I got them from this guy who was selling them for a high price. And since I got a lot of money from winning tournaments, I had enough to buy them off of him. Nurse Joy put a hand to her mouth in shock. How could you do such a horrible thing? Ash looked away from the boy in disgust. He just admitted to getting them from a Pokemon poacher, and instead of turning the guy in, he bought the Pokemon he stole. I think I've heard enough. Officer Jenny said. As have I. A familiar voice said. They turned to the entrance of the Pokemon Center and saw none other than Professor Oak with not so happy look on his face. Ash blinked in surprise. Professor Oak. What are you doing here? The man approached the group. I got a call from Nurse Joy asking me to come here and that it was an emergency situation. He looked down at Damien and scowled. Damien, what you've done is absolutely disgraceful. Yep, it's official, Professor Oak is said. Pokemon and their trainers are partners that bond and work together as a team. They are not tools, punching bags, or something to buy and sell. He lectured. Ash couldn't remember a time when he saw the professor this angry. It was actually surprising. Not only did you do the most despicable thing by abusing your Pokemon, but you went so far as to buy some from a Pokemon poacher who stole those 3 Kalos starters from Professor Sycamore, a dear colleague of mine who reported to me that anyone who bought them from the wanted Pokemon poacher in question will be placed in jail. He added. Damien's head shot up at that. What? That's not fair, you can't just do that. He felt a tug on the rope and saw it was Officer Jenny. He can't, but I can. Damien Daisuke. You are hereby under arrest. The charges are Pokemon abuse, neglect, and stealing. Jenny said, your trainer license is hereby revoked and you will serve jail time for buying Pokemon from a Pokemon poacher. Damien paled. He wasn't expecting he'd get arrested and brought up on charges, let alone go to jail. Officer Jenny yanked him up and they started walking out of the front entrance. Misty crossed her arms. Serves him right. He should have treated his Pokémon better. Froakie, indeed. Misty looked down and saw that the blue frog from earlier was standing by her side looking up at her. Can I help you?" she asked. Ash smiled because it's clear that the frog Pokémon chose Misty to be his trainer. "Misty, I think Froakie wants you to be his trainer." She looked to him in shock. "Me? Are you sure?" The Pokémon didn't respond, instead it jumped on her head. What an odd Pokémon. Richie took out his Pokédex. Froakie, the bubble frog Pokémon. From its chest and back, Froakie creates bubbles called frubbles, which act as a cushion and soften the blow of an opponent's attack. Professor Oak smiled at the red head. "Froakie is a water-type Pokémon according to Professor Sycamore," he said. "It is?" Misty stammered in surprise, looking up at the water type who just stared back. It's obvious it had no intention of getting off of her head anytime soon. "You know, Professor Sycamore did say that if the 3 Kalos starters decided to find trainers on their own, that he will let the trainers take care of them." He smiled. "Really? Professor Sycamore doesn't mind?" Ash asked. The old man shook his head. "Not at all." "Well, it's obvious Froakie's made his choice by picking Misty." Brock smiled. He felt a tug on his pants. Looking down, he saw it was the porcupine Pokémon Chespin smiling up at him. "Chespin, hi," it smiled. "Seems like Chespin's chosen Brock." Professor Oak smiled. Richie scanned it. Chespin, the spiny nut Pokémon. Chespin can flex the soft spikes on its head, making them so stiff and sharp that it can even pierce through stone. Brock bent down, petting the Pokémon softly. "I'd be happy to be your trainer, Chespin." "Chespin feels good." It smiled with its eyes closed, enjoying the soft caressing, something Damien never did. "If I'm not mistaken, Chespin's a grass type," Professor Oak commented. Brock shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I'll take good care of him." Oak nodded. "Good answer." Fennekin, feels nice. They turned their attention to the fox Pokémon who was being held by Ash, petting it gently. "You're really cute, you know that?" Ash said, stroking the fox, earning a rub on his arm in return. "Fennekin, thank you." Richie scanned the last one. Fennekin, the fox Pokémon. Fennekin expels hot air that can reach nearly 400 degrees. It likes to snack on twigs. Ash kept stroking the girl. "Isn't Fennekin a fire type, Professor Oak?" "That's right. I take it you'll be taking care of Fennekin then?" Oak asked. The boy nodded. "That's right." "Excellent. I'll inform Professor Sycamore immediately. I also want you, Molly, and Richie to stay here for a bit. I have something for you 3. He smiled. The 3 kids tilted their heads in confusion but didn't question why he wanted them to stay. When the professor said he had a surprise, he wasn't kidding. After he informed Professor Sycamore that all the starter Pokémon were safe and given to trainers who will give them love and care, he relaxed after hearing that information. Luckily, there weren't any trainers going out on any journeys anytime soon, so the starter Pokémon would have gotten bored. After he was done telling this information to the Kalos professor, he let Ash and Richie switch out their Pokémon and gave them more Pokeballs, telling them they could get more at a Pokemart, but don't go overboard, and also allowed Molly to have her own Pokeball so she wouldn't have to keep using Ash's. So, Clefable, Teddiursa, Petalil, Raichu, Tangrowth, Machop, and Beedrill are now in Molly's very own Pokeballs, which the girl was happy about. The gang left the Pokemon Center and Professor Oak via car, happy that a cruel situation turned out to be a happy one. They were able to give these beaten and broken Pokemon a new life, and knowing that Damien would be serving hard time was even more good news. And so, after adopting the Pokemon that were abused by Damien, the gang head off to Vermilion City, where Ash and Richie will earn their next gym badge.